Can y'all hear me? Can you put a 1 in the chat? Hello? Alice? Who's that? Shank? Marjan? Can you all hear me? Okay, thank you. Okay. Sorry about that. StreamYard was giving me a hard time. I was trying to say something to everybody. Hi, Missy Sanders. How are you? I was trying to get, so you can hear me, but I don't know why it wouldn't let you. StreamYard finally let for you all can hear me. I was saying what I want to do before I start into my content tonight, which is about abused and missing children. I want to talk a few moments. Some of you on here know about what's happening in Dalton, Illinois. Well, there's a lady there that ran for mayor against Jason House. She lost with a landslide. So now she wants to go out here and slander the YouTubers, the the people in the town. She just the trustees, the mayor. She just want to slander everybody. She's one of those sore losers like Tiffany. I just want to let her know if she's in the bushes, give it a rest. You lost. Leave people alone. Go on about your business. Do what you do. Leave people alone. Stop picking on the YouTubers that you know are they're not going to come back at you. Just leave people alone. Go on about your business. You lost. You ran a good race as you feel that you did, and leave it alone. Otherwise, just leave them alone. Right now, Dalton is picking up pieces. They're striving. They don't need your drama. Take your drama to another town. Take your bitterness somewhere else. Just leave people alone and mind your business. Now, I'm going to go in here and greet my people. Hi, Missy Sanders. Hi, Alice Bless, child of God. Hi, Shank Rock. How are you? Who's that? Thank you all for joining Marjan. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Marjan. Thank you for joining me. Thank you all for coming. I want to talk briefly about, I want to bring up about missing and abused children. We have too many abused and missing children out here in this world. Yes, I said what I said. Thank you for joining me also. We have too many children. I had the pleasure of meeting with two beautiful people. Shank Rock, his show is the Real Rap Show, and then Miss Parker, Miss Parker. They have brought awareness of so many children that have been abused or missing. They've been abused and missing and coming up unalive. And some of them are still missing. And I just want to bring awareness to everyone. And hopefully those that have a channel to bring it up too. We need to get the awareness out here because it's too many children that are missing. I went on where I live in Washington, D.C., and I went on the missing children, and I found immediately just this past month, we had 17 children, teenagers that are missing. 17 children, male and female, that are missing. The females are 13 and 14. The males are 16 and 17. I think it's two that's 13, 14, but the other ones are 16 and 17. There are so many parents out here that's abusing their children. Their children's coming up unalive. Their children are missing. Social service come in, evaluate the house, say because they got food in the refrigerator and food in the cabinet, that the house look like it's okay. Evidently, they must be fine. All the parents have to say because I punished them or I did something and they mad. That's why they acting out like they are, and they chuck it off as that and go on back out the door. Well, the problem is now the child's gonna be more abused because you did nothing to take the child out of there. And I know it's kind of hard for some social services. If to me, it's like if you don't see no bruises, evidently they're not abused, and that's not true. That is not true. They can be emotionally abused without being physically abused. Example, I live in a high rise. I live on the front of my building on the ninth floor. If I open my bedroom window or I open my balcony door at a certain time in the day on a weekday, I can hear a mother curse her child, her three children, and call them everything but a child of God from the time they leave the bus stop until they get to the house, to the building. And then sometimes I can hear in the building. Depends on, if somebody get off the elevator and they on the elevator, she's still cursing the kids out. They MF, they stupid, they ignorant, they dumb, they this, they that. And then when the children get, after a while, verbal abuse eventually make the child feel like there are nobodies. That's who they are. They bad. They not good. They're nobodies. They don't care no more. They start acting like they don't care. They become numb to the abuse. And we need somehow to bring into awareness that verbal abuse is just as bad as physical abuse. I just can't figure out what floor she's on. But if I can find out what floor she's on, take my word for it. I'm gonna let somebody know because this is enough. I heard this last year and it's still going on. If you're that unhappy with your children, then stop having children. If you don't like children, don't have them. Stop going out here laying up making children and then you don't want them. Then you want to abuse them verbally or physically. That's wrong. Some of us on here have been verbally or physically abused. Some of us on here have been SA. Some people, if you don't know what SA is, the act in bed by somebody that's don't supposed to touch you. These things we have to be more aware of and bring to attention. I have seen we have children out here now that are artistic. I have seen people that don't understand autism that would abuse the kids. I mean, literally abuse. They would grab their mouth and squeeze their jaws to force food in them and make them move their jaws to try to force them to eat. Because artistic kids, you got to understand what an artistic kid eats. Some kids don't eat but one thing until they move on to another. As time go on, some may just stick with that one dish till they get more advanced. That artistic kids, they don't think like us. And the problem is a lot of these parents out here that don't take the time out to learn about autism think that the child is bad because the child screams and hollers because they call it an overload. Autistic kids, they mind so many things go on in their mind so much that they can't take it. So they start screaming out or crying out. But if you don't understand autism, you don't do your research on autism, you're not going to know that. So you're going to look at that child as a bad child. And that might not be the case. Sometimes we look at a child and say that's a bad child. Well, what do you know what goes on behind closed doors? You know the line. Everybody know the line, the famous line. What goes on in my house, stay in my house. Well, sometimes things need to come out of the house. Something needs to come out of the house. So maybe we have some more children that's still alive, more children less abused. I done looked at so many different videos of children in trash bags, abused and thrown away in trash bags. I have seen like the children that was, I think it was in Chicago or Detroit, where the mother was gone for almost 5 years and left those three kids in the house in deplorable conditions. Then another one lost her youngest child unalive because you want to be out here and be a rap star and left the child home with a 5 year old. Then you got a mother and father tag teaming a child because she's mad. She don't want to deal with him no more. She handed it to the father. He beating the stuffings out of him because he don't want to deal with him no more. He passed it back to the mama. Come to find out now the child's unalive because they beat the child too bad. And the problem is the school system, CPS, the judges, the community failed those children. Those children have no voice. They don't know who to go to, who will save them. And we need, as a community, to pay more attention to our community. All this about Trump and all of that, okay, that's fine and dandy, and I know it affects some of us. But right now, that has nothing to do with what's going on with our children right now. I'm 63 years old. I look out for children every day in my building. I have so many children that say hi to me. Some of them call me mommy, ma, what's up, ma? Some of them call me, what's up, auntie? And then there's like, hi, beautiful mama. Hi, ma. Because I got a rapport with them. I talk with them. I had a young man that told me yesterday, and it bothered me that he was thinking about ending his life because he felt that there was nothing left for him to do. And I told him, what brought you that? He said, you wouldn't understand. I said, try me. I said, let's have a seat. I said, come on, let's go outside, sit down. I smoke cigarettes. So I told him, come on, let's smoke a cigarette. I know you're going to smoke your J. I'm going to smoke my cigarette. Let's have a seat. And when the young man got through telling me, I'm like, and I started talking to him. Now I have one child, and he was 15 years old, but that 15-year-old is still here. He is still here because I took the time out to talk to him because I saw it in his face. We so busy at walking by people and not paying attention to some of these young teenagers and these young ones that you don't want to pay attention because you feel like it's what's the need of me talking to them? They ain't gonna pay me no mind. You never know what that child's going through at that moment that might change them from being unalive to being alive and seeing the world in a different way. That's our problem. It's all about us, our family, our children, our family. But you got to remember, your children going to get involved with somebody else's children. And if you teach your children how to respect them and talk to them, then they might help that person make to help them to be alive instead of unalive. We all on here can do something or say something to somebody that can help them. Then you got mothers out here that don't understand, or fathers out here that don't understand autism. Yes, I said what I said. Yes, I have a granddaughter and a grandson. One is higher on the spectrum than the other, but they each have their own identity. They have each have their own way. The granddaughter, we have to curve her because she don't know that she just can't say everything. She can't say everything, but she talks. But woo, do she talk? And sometimes she get a people look at her as being smart out of the mouth, but it's not that. It's where her mind register, and we're working on that. Us and the school is working on that to try to get her to understand she can't say just anything that comes in her mind. The little boy don't talk. He's 7. He's saying words because he's going to school now, a special school to help him with that. And he's in a special class to help him And they specialize. They have a certain section of the school that specialize with autistic children, and he's in a particular class that will help him with his speech to be able to say more words. So these are the things that us as a community, as a village, needs to get back to help raising our children. You ever thought about maybe that'll change some of the crime rate in your community? You can't save them all. I didn't say go out here and try to be saver Superman and Superwoman and save everybody. I didn't say that. But we can bring a little more awareness to our community. We can have a little more understanding. We can have a little more empathy. And we can get out here and really talk to the young people. And if you see a mother that feel like she's frustrated, she hold her head in her hand and she's shaking her head because she feel like the child is just driving her crazy, sit down and talk to her. Let her know it's okay. We all been there and it's going to be all right. It's going to be all right. But, after watching the Real Rap Show and Miss Parker, and seeing their their compassion and their way of really being about it, I've been wanting to do it for the longest. I've been wanting to help people for the longest. I just didn't know how I could go about helping the young, the old. I, it bothers me when I hear people say, oh, if they're 13, 14, what? Remember they have the big brother, big sisters. Some areas still have it, some areas don't. I think a lot of them lost it when we had COVID. But they had big brothers, big sisters. And a lot of them didn't want to be bothered when they got to 12, after 12. They say it was a lost cause. They think they're grown, they are hopeless. And I keep trying to get everybody to understand. Your mother and father didn't think you was hopeless when you were 13 and 14. Your aunts and uncles didn't think you was hopeless when you were 13 and 14. Some of you were, some of them wasn't. But you got to think back. Were you hopeless? Were you nothing to be bothered with? No. You was somebody, and you was somebody important. And we need to start bringing that back to our community. We need to come back as a family, a community, and stand up for them kids' rights. We need to go, if you see a case that's in the courthouse, we need to start packing them courthouses and letting them people know that they are our children, they're from our community, and we need help. Stop being so judgmental and come into the community and help us. Stop standing back, pointing fingers, and being mad at them. Do something to start the system. Go to the attorney general. Go to the police station. Demand to be heard. Demand to be seen. Look. You go to one CPS and that one ain't doing. Go over that one's head. Somebody got a supervisor. That supervisor got a supervisor. Go as far as you can till you get to the top, and let your voice be known. But don't let these children fall by the wayside and fall as victims for most of their lives of abuse, verbal or physical abuse, or unalive. When you could have said something. Sometimes it not happen right away, but don't stop. Keep doing it. Eventually, they'll get tired of CPS coming to their door. Eventually, they'll stop for a moment. That gives that child a little more time to go, ah. Then we need to come together and find out how we can get a petition to go to. I was thinking about that listening to the Real Rap Show and Ms. Parker, and along with my own life. I have a granddaughter. She's 1 year old now. Her name is Zola. Her mother, she and her mother both have sickle cell anemia. There's two levels of sickle cell anemia. One is SS, which is more serious, and the other one is SC. Sickle cell is serious, but one's a little more serious. SS, they say, more sickly than the one with the SC. The SC gets sick, but the SS gets real sick, and they have more transfusions than the SC. Well, the mother wants the attention, and I'm gonna tell you a sign of that. If you see a mother and people come over and they holler, "See, they came to see you. They didn't come to see us. They didn't come to see me. They came to see you. It's all about you." And they constantly saying it over and over and over and over again. That's a warning sign. It sounds like that mother or that father is jealous of the child or the attention from the child. That's one warning sign. Another warning sign I found out is watch the parent. Watch how they act. If they sitting there and they're falling asleep for no reason, and you talking to them and they looking at you like huh, okay, they done took something, they done smoked something, or they done drunk something. Either way, that baby is not safe. Luckily, in our case, we have videos. We was able to video it because the father was, which is my son, was tussling with the mother to get the baby from her so he could take her to the hospital because she allowed her to fall off the bed several times, several times, because she was in that condition. One time she wasn't in that condition. Well, hadn't got that deep into that condition, and the baby crawled to the end of the bed. She was 8 months old. She told her to take her A back up to the head of the bed. Now this is an 8 month old, supposed to understand that language. So the baby kept crying and trying to reach for her, and she almost fell off the bed. She said, "See, that's what your dumb A get. If you fall off the bed, that's what you deserve." Hi, no apology, just me. Thank you for checking in. So now we're in litigations. So we go to family court next month to deal with that. But it's just the point. People sit back and say, "Oh, you could tell that person is this." No, you don't. When I met her, she was the sweetest young lady. I mean, sweet, kind, loving, just somebody you just want to hug and just say, "Oh, you just so sweet." Come to find out there was yeah, I'm not gonna. In other words, it was a troubled child. Let's say it like that. A troubled child. She's a child to me because of my age. I'm 63. So to me, she's a child. But she's not, I think she still abuses her, but I don't have no proof of that. I don't have any proof that she actually is doing that. But I can tell when she comes to me, when she cries, she put her hands over her mouth. When she cries, when she go to cry, she put her hand over her mouth. So it's her mother either plucking her or popping her in the mouth when she cry. So that's one sign. Second proof that another sign I saw was whenever I go to change her, because she still have accidents, she haven't got the potty training down quite yet. So when I go to clean her down there, she squeezes her legs real tight or she kicks. So of course, grandma gonna examine. I'm gonna examine to make sure there ain't nothing going on. But nothing is going on from what I can tell from my naked eyes. And I take my word for it, I examine. But I think the mother's wiping her too hard because she's mad at her because she's not adapting to the potty train fast enough. And plus, she's giving her buying cheap diapers. So I'm like, now we go to family court next month, to deal with that. That's a form of abuse right there. The mother's mad because my son and her are no longer together and the baby's suffering. That's another thing. Mothers, You young mothers or you mothers, please stop using those babies as a pawn. The man don't want you, he don't want you. Move on. But don't take it out on that child. That child have nothing to do with it. You the one that helped make that baby. That's your job to protect that baby. Do your job as a mother. Protect those children. You're going to adopt children. Do it because you love kids. Don't do it for the money. I'm so sick and tired of these people taking kids in, foster kids and adopting kids, and all you want them for is the money. That's another thing that so many kids are running away and missing or unalive because they only want their money. They only want the money. Money is the root to all evil. 90% of you or 95% of you um play games for dollars. We have bought proper diapers for her. Yes. She gets her for 3 days, we get her for 4 days. When she get her for 3 days, we have no control of that. 4 days we have regular Pampers. We have Pampers for her. The mother, we don't know because she have her for 3 days because that's how the court set it up till we would go to family court. And that's why she buys her. So, and then the mother, she used her illness when she wants to go out here and party or she done met a new man. Then she wanted to leave the baby on anybody. We don't know who she leaving the baby with. That's another thing we don't know. So, and the system is messed up too. Do you know how many fathers that are good out here want their children and don't have them because of the system? Especially our brothers. They get locked up for something minor. They won't give the child to them. But they keep it with the mother that they know is abusing the child. I can't wrap my mind around that. How much logic is that? How much logic is that to put a child with an abuser, verbally and physically, and not give it to the father because he made a minor mistake? I want the system to change. If we can have a felony in the White House, the father should be able to be in their kid's life. Now the SOs, no, don't have them all. No, the SOs is different. Do not have your child around the SO. And those that don't know what an SO is the predators. So, that's the reason why I'm my heart goes out because as somebody that was a SA when I was 12, I it took me years to be able to feel the courage to talk about it. But now that I'm able to talk about it, I was 12. That was through my father, my biological father, who had a drug and gambling habit. He wanted to sell me so he can make money to get out of his debt. That's how much my father cared about his child. So that's why I said SOs, predators. My mother didn't know that my father was going to do that. We won in court. We won. We took it to as far as we could go. Found out that I had a half sister that had been SA too. Different between me and her. her mother put her out for our father and blamed her for it. And she was the same age I was, 12, when it happened to her. She's older than me by 2 years. I lost contact with her. Last time I talked to her, she said she saw our father. And I said, "What happened?" She said, "When I get somewhere safe, I'll let you know." My sister's still missing. I'm 63. That was when I was 12. 2 years later, she was missing. That's another reason why I'm so. When I started watching the Real Rap Show and Miss Parker, and I also Missy Sanders, we started talking about so many children are missing, runaways that end up missing, children that are trafficked right up under our nose. Some, even some in some families are trafficking their own children, are trafficking children that they have fostered or adopted. Most of them are doing it to the ones they adopted. I think it's just sick minded, so sick minded that you trafficking children for money. Money. My sister played games for dollars. My sister, she disappeared at 14. No, no, 16. She was 14 at the time when I met her when I was 12. She disappeared at 16. And she had an odd spelling name. So I checked the ancestries and um I checked ancestries. I have checked Facebook, Instagram, anything with her name. Can't find it. So I don't know if she's a Jane Doe somewhere or she's just out here and don't want to be found. I'm praying that she just don't want to be found. But that's the reason why I'm so down with the Real Rap Show and Miss Parker, because they're trying to bring awareness to the cases that's happening in Ohio and and in Illinois, and we don't know how many. It's so many around the world. Just like I saw yesterday. Yeah, I think so too. I said what I said. I think she's on a different name, so he won't find her. I don't know now if he's unalive or not. Hopefully he is, so she can get a peace of mind. Her mother turned on her. All she had was me to talk to. But she lived in New Jersey and I lived in DC. So I had family. Alice blessed child. Oh God, no, I got a big family here in DC, in the Maryland area. But it's heartbreaking to know there are so many children out there that didn't have what I had. There's so many children out there that's glad that we're bringing awareness to it, bringing awareness to this. But we don't know if this is enough to help. I pray to God that it is enough to help. I know I'm not going to get a whole lot of views and a whole lot of likes because this don't, it's not gossip. It's not something to go out here and, you know, enjoy talking about people. I want to bring this up because this is something serious. We talk about Donald Trump and what he's doing in his administration and Elon Musk and all this. And all that. And then we sit up here and we talk about Dalton, Illinois, with Cray Cray as the super mayor. Then you got the other one, Cray Cray, that was running for mayor. That was the topic. Then we got P. Diddy and all these other people out here. But no one, until I went to the Real Rap Show. And then he said, go over to Miss Parker, Miss Parker. So I went into what Miss Parker was all about because of him. And because of him, I saw what she was about and what she was doing. And I want to help them to get the awareness out too. I want people that know me, that follow me, to know what I'm doing, and we can help. We as content creators need to come together and bless one another, to bless one another, to bless these children. We need to, all those that's content creators on here that know me, please get the word out. You ain't, you don't have to talk about it every day, but I'm going to talk about it on my show till you get tired and sick and tired of hearing about it. Because we need to bring it for a while and bring this to awareness. We have too many children being abused and coming up missing, or coming up unalive. And it's something that we need to bring aware and do something about it. Even in your own home, in your own family. You see something ain't right, do an intervention. They might not talk to you right now. They might even hate you for a while, but they're going to thank you down the road. But the main one that's going to thank you the most is going to be the children. The children will be the ones that thank you down the road. Think about it. The children is going to love you for it because you took them out of something that they were scared of, and now they have a chance in life. Do it. Do something about it. Stop talking about, complaining about it, pointing the finger about it. Do something about it. That's why I'm coming on, because I want to do something about it. I watch their channels to find out who I can, you know, that these kids needs justice. The children needs justice. The children needs justice. And we need to stand up for them. I said what I said. Too many people say it's not my business. You're right. Good trouble is okay to get into. You're right. Good trouble is sometimes it's good to get into. It's just like those kids, like I said, I can't remember what state. The ones that probably everybody heard about, where the lady left the kids in the house, three kids in the house for almost 5 years in deplorable condition. They talked with one of the neighbors. The neighbor said, I guess because I just mind people around here just mind their business, they would have never known something like that was happening. You can't tell me in that complex there won't one nosy person. Now I want you to think about it. I bet you everyone on this channel in the chat can think of one nosy person in your neighborhood. One nosy. And you get mad at them coming, they all up in my business. They being nosy. That one nosy person might save a child's life. I didn't say it was okay for them to be in your business if you're doing the right thing. But it's good to have that nosy neighbor because maybe they might save a child's life. You can't tell me out of a shadow of a doubt that not one person on this channel that don't have a nosy neighbor in your neighborhood. Put one if you have a nosy neighbor, put two if you don't. I'll wait. I got like six in my building, and I'm one of them. I'm a nosy to a certain degree. I'm nosy. When it comes to children, I'm very nosy. Now, some of these grown folks, hey, didn't you hear me say I'm the nosy? I'm a nosy. Good evening. I'm nosy. And the reason I'm nosy is because I might be the difference between a life. Because of my nosiness, is a good example. Because of my nosiness, I heard a lady moaning and groaning. I'm like, okay, am I hearing things? So I turned my TV down. So I go to the door and I look out my peephole and my ring camera, and I couldn't really see anything. So I went and got my my protection and went to the door and opened the door. It was an older lady, lost her balance. Her and the walker was on the floor. So I called the security for them to help me and for them to call 911. Now, what if I was one of those persons that said, oh, that ain't none of my business? Somebody will find her or somebody will hear her, and stayed in my house and paid no attention. That's why I said sometimes it's good to be nosy, sometimes it's bad to be nosy. But you also got to know how to be nosy and when to be nosy. As they call it, some people call it that intuition. Those that are spiritual says the discernment, and those like me that's just nosy and love people. There's a time for everything, and that was one of those times. Then I had another one because I was nosy. Yes, I saved a life. That lady had fell. She hit her head. She had a knot and a little bit of blood. But I saved her life. What it was, her sugar was low. She lost her balance because her sugar was low. And when I got to her, I knew that was the reason. So that's why I contacted security for them to call the ambulance to come and to her aid, and for security to come up here so they can be with me to witness it. So sometimes it's good to be nosy. And if you see a child that if you see a child and the dad walk towards them and they back up and you can see the fear in their face, um, hello, something ain't right. Just don't say nothing. Just sit back and watch. That's a telltale sign of abuse. But the main one that mostly people do is the main ones that always got, as my uncle used to call them, Sunday school word, got a cuss word for them, and every cuss word is derogatory towards them to make the child feel like they're less of a person. Make a child feel less of a person to make yourself feel big. Now, think about that. Exactly, I said what I said. Man, do you know my entire family? Alice can tell you. My whole entire family. I done had every last one of my cousins, my siblings. I done had all the my distant cousins. I done had all of the children in my home till the day, and they grown with their own children. I am still auntie. They say I'm the cool auntie. They could tell this auntie anything because I'm gonna talk for them and I'm gonna talk to them, not talk at them. That's another thing. Start talking to your children, not talk at your children. That's another form of abuse, believe it or not. When you talk at them, they're not going to pay you no mind, which means they're going to go out here and do something wrong, or they're going to tune you out because that's a form of abuse. Nobody going to think of that. But talking at your children instead of talking to your children, there's a difference. You don't want people to talk at you as an adult. You want them to talk to you. So why would you do your children that way? Why would you want something done to your children the way you don't want something done to you? I wait. Yes. Let me do some of these chats. Sorry, y'all. I'm so passionate into it. Play games for dollars. Yes, it was back in 1974. Yeah, and around that time. She was in New Jersey, then she moved to New York. And while she was in New York, I was able to keep up with her. Then we lost contact. I said what I said. Yes, too many people saying it's not my business. You're right. A lot of them say that. I did a live on that story, Kelly Bryant, Pontiac, Michigan. Yeah, I heard about that. I'm going to check that out too. I'm going to check that out too. Also, be careful, mothers, grandmothers, grandfathers, fathers, uncles, aunts. Be careful what your children see. If your if your child is on their tablet and they talking to somebody, check out, see who they're talking to. If you're in my house, I'm gonna know who you talking to. And if I see you to the parental guidance off, you lose that privilege. But I'm gonna see who you're talking to before I put it back on. But I have had there was man, I done had since 77, 1977. So many children in my home. I used to come I used to get off from work, be in my bedroom, sleep, get up the next morning to go fix me a cup of coffee. I have about 15 kids in my living room. Family, look, family's kids. So then I go back in my room and then I think about it. Wait a minute, where all these kids come from? I go back in the living room. There's children all over the floor, all ages, because they mothers, which is my cousins, their fathers, which is my cousins, have look. Um, my best friends, their kids at my house. My sister-in-law, her kids at my house. My other sister-in-law, her kids at my house. By the time I get through, I got at least 11 to 17 kids in my house over the weekend. But they know their children's safe. My nephews and my stepson used to go out to the go-go. Here in DC, they call it the go-go. Some areas they all call it house music and different. Here in DC, it's the go-go. Well, they used to go to the go-go's, go out and party, have a good time. They're too tired to go anywhere else. Who house you think they go to? Mama Cheryl or Auntie Cheryl? They come to my house. They crash on the floor, and I count them all. I say, yeah, all my boys are here. Now look again. Wait a minute, I'm missing one. I wake one of them up. Where's the other twin? Oh, he didn't come out tonight. He home. Okay. Just want to make sure. By the time I got through, I know what child was coming, what child wasn't coming, and if one was missing. That's how many kids I got. By the time I sat down, my children used to tell me, "Ma, you only have but two children. You got a boy and a girl. Stop adopting people's kids." I said, "I don't adopt them; they adopt me." Marjon, you are a wonderful person. Alice, blessed child of God. I thank you all so much for coming over. I just want to bring awareness to, oh, y'all just don't know how passionate I am about this. If you All I want to know is, and I'm gonna come on again tomorrow night around the same time, around 8 o'clock. Check your notifications, but I just want to come up tomorrow night and I'm gonna show a few pictures of some missing children that maybe you never know. They might have been in your area and you just happened to come across them and didn't know they was missing. I just want to bring awareness to everybody to please, please, please be aware of your children. Be aware of what your children do. Talk to your children. Stop talking at them. Talk to your children. Find out what's going on with your children. Your girls, they going out on a date. Go back to the old fashioned way. Make that boy come in the house and introduce you and respect you the right way. My dad, my dad, after with me having the essay at 12, I got to the age where I finally was able to want to date and was trying to see if I felt comfortable doing it. Do y'all know how many boys came to the door and my dad slammed the door in their face? If they came, what's up? Boom. Yo, what's up, Dad? What's up? Boom. Hey, your daughter home? Boom. Hey, I just, they rubbing their chin. Yeah, I'm here to see your daughter. Boom. My mother said, please stop slamming the door in their face. He said, when they come correct, that's when I'll open my door. And that was the end of the conversation. When they come correct, I will open my door. I finally, a minute, Marjan, there is a case in Arizona where Rajan said if there is a case in Arizona where the mother unalive her two children and her ex-husband. Wow. Well, I just saw yesterday in New York that the mother and father had three kids tied up to the bed. And I will check that out, Marjan. I definitely will. Thank you for letting me know. That they had three children tied up to the bed. The youngest one was 10 months old. 10 months old. 5, 3, and 10 months old. They all been tied to the bed at one time or another. So they didn't want to, so wouldn't be bothered. This is what I'm talking about. That's the type of abuse. So another one in Florida. Mother claimed that she did. Her son was autistic. The child didn't respond. Yeah, they was white. This one is I'm talking about now. They are Caucasian, and there somebody was going there to ask the mother something and knock on the door, and they had a smell. So they assumed there was something to do with the mother, might have been unalive. Well, it wasn't the mother. It was the child. The child was malnutrition, had was in a fetus position, and the child ended up being unalive. Mother gone on vacation. Mother went. She called her vacation. She needed a break. 7-year-old autistic child that didn't know how to talk. Malnutrition because you hadn't been feeding this child. Left this child in the fetus position because they was probably so hungry their stomach hurt. And you said you needed a break. Do you know how many mothers that's possibly in this live or will see the replay of this live that said, when do we get a break? A real mother is not going to take a break. We get some here and there. I know I did. I got them here and there. I couldn't wait for the summer. Jesus, I was glad for the summer. Man, I was praying for the summer. When the summer came, my mother was open arms for for her grandbabies. I was like, thank you, Jesus. That was my break. But take my word for it, it wasn't long. Now they ain't stay down there the whole summer. They might have got a few weeks down there, but they ain't get the whole summer. Some get kids for a whole summer. Some of them get rid of their kids for a whole summer. My mother didn't play that. My mother told me she had a life. My mother told me she has a life. So, of course, I look, I appreciated the time I did get a break. But please bring awareness to any story that you may see on the news, YouTube, in your neighborhood, in your community, in regards to the children being abused or missing. They don't have a voice. They need our voices to help them. Okay, Mel John, it went nationwide. Well, we need to emphasize on it because sometimes mental illness is bad too. Oh Lord, mental illness is also bad. It's another cause for some of the situations of children being unalive. And you know what bothers me the most of all is the system that know they have a mental issue and still refuse to remove the children. Look, there was a young lady in Kinston, North Carolina. When I lived in Kinston, North Carolina with my first husband. And everybody was running down I lived in the back of the apartment complex. People was running to the front of the complex. And I'm like, what's going on? There's a girl, something done happened to somebody, baby or something. So everybody went running to the front. This woman went, okay, the husband was at work and he was on his way home. The mother had gone to this tent revival. And I don't know if somebody at the tent revival told her that her baby was a demon, or in her mind, she thought the baby was a demon. So she put the baby in the oven to burn the demon, to return her back to hell. The father came in and asked her, "Where's the baby?" And she was sitting in the kitchen in a chair looking at the oven. And he looked at her and then he looked towards the oven. And when he opened the oven up, that's when he saw his baby. He ended up with second and third degree burns in his hand because he just panicked and just grabbed the rack and ran to the bathroom and put the baby in water. And he has second and third degree burns on his hand. The baby is alive. The baby survived it, but she had to go through so much painful treatments. She has second and third degree burns, and she had to get a whole lot of skin grafts. And to the day, well, when I last saw him, the little girl, you would never know unless she take her clothes off that you never know that she's got burnt. Her hair is, they did her hair where you can't see. Whoever does her hair did it so well that you can't see where the burns are. But she's so beautiful, you all. So beautiful. If that if God hadn't sent him home when he did, she may have been unalive. These what I'm saying with this postpartum and these mental issues. Some of them are postpartum, and then some are mental issues because of previous abuse and SAs themselves. And they never got over it and they never got the treatment for it. And they never got the help for it. And you're right. You are so right. I said what I said. The government doesn't want to deal with mental illness anymore. They don't want to deal with, basically, when it comes, they don't want to deal with mental illness. They don't want to deal with SAs. They don't want to deal with SOs. They don't really anything out here that has anything that can alter the government from doing what they want to do. They don't care. They don't care. Now, if you go out here and shoot a politician or somebody in the politician family, oh, they spend all the money in the world and do all they can to make sure that person is caught. Go out there and hurt a cop. Go out there and hurt somebody that's got any type of a title. Oh, they're gonna go all in for them. But a child has no title. The child is not that important to them unless it's their family. A woman, we women just as bad. We don't have no rights either. Believe it or not, it's still we women still be an object compared to the man. Now, don't get me wrong. There are some men that gets mistreated, but we women suffer more. We get the verbal and the physical abuse, and when we go to tell somebody about it, they could care less because they've tried to make it seem like it's our fault. We need to know our place as women. If you shut your mouth, go sit down and do what he tell you to do, you ain't got to worry about it. That's not right. We're able to talk and be, and we have a right too. We are humans and we have rights too. That's the reason why so many women are coming up abused and missing. Children are coming up abused and missing. And it ain't all little girls. Please don't think it's all little girls. Little boys are going through that same treatment too. So, little boys, little girls, women, and believe it or not, some men are going through abuse. Do you know there are men that they might not say anything because society look at a man to be hard at all times. But you know there's some men out there that's so nice that they're abused by women. I mean physically and verbally abused by women. And they have to take it or leave them. And some of them try to leave like the woman tried to leave. and they would chase them down like the man chased the woman down. Yes, I never forget the woman that lived in Charlotte. If I hadn't seen it for myself, I would have never believed it. This guy, he looked like a little teddy bear, one of them guys that he's not fat, not that kind of sloppy fat, but he's like a teddy bear. He looks like this, all you want to do is just hug him and say, oh, you just like a little old teddy bear. That's how nice he was. I don't know whether his wife or his woman or what she was to him, but she was so nasty, so mean. He, you could tell he come down the street. He's a bubbly man. He wave at you, park in his garage and in his driveway and sit there. Me and my husband go, what you think she's going to do now? I said, I done called the police too many times. They ain't even answering my call. They ain't sending nobody over here. She do it so much that the police look at him like, you a man, why aren't you doing something? Well, if he do something, if he put his hands on her or he verbally abuse her, he's locked up. So me and my neighbors just got tired of hearing the arguing and her cursing and acting a fool. And one day she just came outside, opened the trunk, took the jackhammer out of the truck. I mean the trunk of the car, the handle to the jack, took it out, closed the trunk, and just broke out all the windows in the man's car. And and believe it or not, this is how sweet this man was. All he did was sit there and cry. Beautiful car, beautiful car. He worked at a factory. Beautiful personality. Could sing his butt off. That brother can blow. And she got out there acting a fool and broke all the windows out of his car. Then she turned around and threw the handle at him, and he moved just in time. So of course us neighbors called the police, and this time we all went out there and talked to the police. We said enough is enough. We're tired of this night and day. This man come home, she's fussing and arguing with him. You don't know what he do to me. It doesn't do all of this, all of this, all of this, woman. Do you look at your house? You done broke out the windows. You done broke up. Look at your car. That's your only transportation. And you broke the windows out. You flattened the tires. How much sense do that make? If you that upset with the man, leave him. As my grandmother used to say, leave, move. But we all don't need to suffer because you got an attitude problem. This is what happens with some of these women. Some of these women got mental issues. Look at these men that's coming up unalive. Boys coming up unalive because of their mental issues. And people look at, yeah, think about Lorena Bobbitt, right? There are women out here that are vicious. When I say vicious, I mean purity evil. I mean evil. I know they didn't grow up being evil. Something happened to them between then and now. Back then to where they were at that time. But that man could have came up unalive if we hadn't intervened. This is what I'm saying. We as society have to start breaking the chain from the abuse, verbal and physical abuse, and SAs from these young kids so they won't be like her, that she's so angry with the world that she'll treat any man evil because she's mad with the world because somebody did something to her, so she's taking it out on every man she come in contact with. Men, get help too. Because we women are not here for to be punching bag, and neither are the daughters or the sons. The children are not here for you to punch on them because you had a rough life. Women, them boys is not here as your SAs. They're not here for you. We need to stop. Like you said, play games for dollars. Boy, they grow up to be abusive to women. Because they see that's what my thing that gets me is the women that stay. I left mine. I mean, I did a little something to him for a left, but I left mine. Mine that my daughter's father, he was abusive. To the day, he still don't know that he's not allergic to chocolate. Just saying. To the day. That was back in 82. And this is 2025. And he still to the day think that he's allergic to chocolate. Poor thing. No, poor thing. But I was just saying, that's because his father was abusive. And he was abusive to him and his brothers, his siblings. I didn't know it. I started dating my daughter's father. We went to visit the family. The mother was talking to me, sweetest woman on earth. God bless her soul, sweetest woman on earth. Them headlights hit the front of that house. That woman stopped in the middle of that conversation, popped up, and ran in the kitchen. I said, "Oh, something must be burning in the kitchen." He walked in and told my my daughter's father, where you get this beef from?" Well, me from DC, I got a little mouth for me. I said, "I got your beef." And he was hitting my leg like, don't. He's like, "Little girl, you don't know me." I said, "I don't." I said, "I know my daddy." So he left, went on in the bedroom. This lady, I don't know how old some of you is, but some of y'all probably got them the wooden folding tables now. Back then they had the metal folding tables where you pull the little tray up, stretch the thing out, and then lock it on the side. Well, she brought that tray in there, put it, brought the tray in there, put it in front of the man, brought his plate, put it on the plate on top of the tray, bent down, took his socks and shoes off, went in the bathroom, got one of them basins like you get from the hospital, came in, put his feet in there, and sat there while he ate, sat in the room with us while he ate, and then say one word. She didn't open her mouth for 2 minutes, nothing. Then he would clap his hand and signal for her to come in. That woman went in there, got her a coat or sweater or something, sat on the floor and started washing his feet while that man ate, and was telling her to move her head from left to right if she was blocking the TV too much while she was washing his feet and clipping his toenails. I said, "What in the did I get into?" So me and my daughter's father, we didn't date for a little while because I was like, he's like, "I promise you, I'm not like that." I said, "I don't know." No, my mother always told me if the father like that, the son ain't far behind. Look, have I did anything to you so far? I was like, "Well, no." He said, "Okay." Well, we got married. Dumb move. Dumb move. Should have stuck with the first thing that came in my head about listening to my mother. Married him anyway. Came home. I had a townhome. Grabbed me by my ponytail and drug me down. My back and my butt hit every step coming down from the second floor to the bottom. Then he kicked me and told me to get up and go in the kitchen and fix his plate. I did. I fixed his plate. No, I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. I just went ahead and fixed his plate. So I told him I decided that I wanted to fix a chocolate cake. I said, that's your favorite. It's about time. I said, don't worry. I'll fix your chocolate cake. And I fixed his chocolate cake, y'all. I told him I just want to know how much I love him. And I had this thing up on in the shelf in my pantry. They call X-Lax, the chocolate candy flavored ones. And I mixed half of the frosting with that X-Lax, put it on the side of the cake that I know he would like. And I made sure that me and the baby ate the other side of the cake. So he wouldn't think no difference. So while he was in the hospital from all that, I went to the bank, cleaned his banking account out, all but $5. All but $5. I left him $5 to keep that account open. When he got me a U-Haul truck, got some of the guys in the neighborhood, paid them a little something, something, got them to load me up, and I told them, peace out, deuces, and I never looked back. Because I said I'm not going to have my daughter in that environment. My daughter. So she think that a man abusing a woman would be okay. Nope, I wasn't having that. And I made sure my son grew up that he didn't abuse women. Defend yourself, but don't abuse a woman. So I'm gonna get off here. I've been on here an hour and a half now, almost an hour and a half. But I just want everybody to take something away from this. Please, 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 please watch your children. Watch your children around other people. Use your intuition, mothers, fathers, those that are spiritual. Use your discernment. Watch your children, male or female. Those that you see something wrong, don't go into their business, but make awareness to somebody. Somebody. Let them know what's going on. And please, 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 stop making that same phrase. What goes on in my house stays in my house. Because you don't know, you said so much, there's something that you need to know that they're too afraid to tell you. They can't tell nobody else because you said what goes on in your house stays in your house. That might save your children from being abused behind your back and you didn't know nothing about it. And like Marjon said, when you see something, say something. Exactly. When you see something, please, please, please say something. If you think about something that look off, say something. Even when it comes to your own children, say something. There's too many of our children out here that's unalive or missing because they was afraid to say something. And we got to get better at talking to the children and talking. I ask my grandbaby all the time, how was your day? What you do today? Who you meet today? What they say to you today? She said, Grandma, why you ask me so many questions? Because Grandma just want to know how your day was. I mean, that's a conversation, have a little conversation, a little something, something, grandma, granddaughter thing, little something, something. And she'll start giggling. And then she's like, well, I met this person and but grandma, they says, and next thing you know, you got a conversation going. Now you see what your daughter, your grandbaby or your daughter went through with that day. A son, a grandson. Sometimes you have a way to kind of get them to trust you, to open up. And we need to do more of that. Remember you used to come home from school, you do your homework, and everybody sat at the table. Won't nobody in the other rooms, in the bedrooms, in the living room, in the nine. Everybody sat at the table together. When you finished eating, those that didn't have chores, then you could go to your room and everything. Now, one kid in the room eating, another kid in the basement eating, no one at the table eating. Everybody's divided. Nobody's talking to each other. They're either on their phones, on their tablets, on their game system, or watching TV. Nobody talking to one another. Then when something happened, well, why didn't you say something? Why didn't you say something? Did you talk to your children? And and I'm so sick of the mother pointing at the grandmother pointing at the daughters, and both of you guilty because neither one of you talk to each other. Neither one of you talk to each other. So because you didn't talk to one another, you don't know what's going on. Then when something happened, then you want to point fingers at each other. Stop it. Come together and figure it out. That's the problem. Nobody want to talk to one another, want to attack one another when something happened and put the blame on one or the other. Truth be told, most of the time it's both of your fault. Because grandma thinks she know best, mommy thinks she know best, and the child in the middle of the war. And neither one of them ain't doing nothing right. Grandma partying, smoking, drinking, doing all this in front of the child. Child go to mama doing all the same thing. And like both of them, when something happened, well, you had her. Well, you could have said something. Well, you could have said something. Well, why did you do it? Well, why did you do it? You did it when I was a kid. Okay, well, you ain't a kid no more. Why you? That's your excuse. Now, grandma's excuse is I didn't know no better, and this is not my child. That's your child. If you didn't want me to watch your child, then you should have stayed with. You should have kept your child. You know who I am. I'm like Jesus, but the whole time the child is missing, and you're too busy bickering each other, and get your personal feelings out of the way to come together and try to figure the thing out and find the child or figure out something you can tell the police so they can help find your child. I'm like, come on, people, have a brain. Maja, you're right. Also, if you believe in God, remember that Jesus was always the activist of people who were in need, of people that no one was trying to help out. Exactly. My family always fuss at me. Why you always talk to people? Then I said, my grandmother used to, your grandmother, my grandmother used to say, and mother used to say, never think you better than anybody else. Never feel like you above anybody to a point that you look down on them because you just a snap of a finger from of being in their shoes or in their position. And she said it so much to the point, hey, prima donna. She said it so much to a point that I started paying attention to it. I don't see no bad in nobody. And I know you're probably like, what? No. What I'm saying, listen to me. I don't see the bad till you show me the bad. But I know there's some good in there. I just got to figure out how to make you believe that you are good. That's another thing. A lot of time people that nobody want to be bothered with. Sometimes, ever heard that saying, bad attention is better than no attention at all? And that's how some people are. They love the bad attention just so they can get some type of attention. So, like they said, bad attention is like no attention. They rather have bad attention than to have no attention at all. Oh, thank you. Marjan said, I said, you should become a public speaker or a voice actor. You have the best voice ever. You sound like Billie Holiday. I've been told that. I really, honestly, I have been told that. You ought to hear me in the morning. I sound like a man. Until my sinus is clear up. Then I'm back to Cheryl. But yes, this is, this is something that I'm very passionate about. And I've been for years trying to figure out how I can help someone, be there for someone. Do you know how many people I tell them? And I mean, it's really coming from my heart. Anyone on this panel say, I want to talk to you, I will give you my ear and my personal phone number, and you can call me and talk to me about anything you want. And take it from me, you will get sincere love, really sincere love. I have enough love to go around for everybody. If I can have 23 grandchildren, 13 great grands, and 6 kids, they can have enough love to go around for everybody. And be 63 and still sexy. No, I'm joking. Okay, but I'm just saying, all jokes aside, please, 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 if you don't take nothing else from this, please remember, let's save our children. Let's save our children. And not only our children, but children in general. We need to save the children. They are our future. Is anybody got any questions? Anybody want to come up? Let me know, and I can put it in there for you to come up if you would like. Oh, thank you, Tracy. There's the link if anybody want to come up and say anything. You know, hey, I don't mind it. Any one of you want to come up? Come on, just let me know. Oh, I love jazz music. Oh, thank you. I said what I said. Thank you so much. Thank you all so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I just wanted to bring it. I just wanted to bring awareness. This is this is just my passion. This is my passion. Um, if you can, if you have a channel, please drop it in the. Hello.
Hi, Foxy. How you doing?
All right. How are you?
I'm doing great. I had to come up here and chop it up with you a little bit.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm glad you're here to chop it up.
And
Chop it up.
when you told that story about that chocolate the first time, you said my husband didn't know he was allergic to chocolate. I knew exactly what you was talking about. And as you were saying it, I was getting ready. I was typing it in the chat. I was like, I smell X-Lax story coming on. I say, Roxy got to be my long lost cousin for real, for real. But
Honey,
yeah,
yeah,
huh?
honey. He's still look. Me and him is the same age. He's from March to August older than me,
Uh huh.
and he's still today. I said, "Did you get?" I picked on him. I said, "For Valentine's." I said, "Get your chocolate." You know I'm allergic to chocolate.
I bet you laughed to yourself every time he said made that statement, huh?
Oh yes, I love it. I do it delivery just to hear it every time.
Right, right, right. Well, I just want to say this is my first time coming to your show, and I think you did an awesome job. And this was an awesome subject, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. You know, you're doing great as a content creator, and you had a great topic. I am so tired of watching all of these kids become unalived, and all of these people are just doing any and everything to these children, and especially with our kids, you know, they really don't care about our children that much at all, right?
Right,
And so I am so tired of you know, of nobody doing anything. It's like CPS is not CPSing anymore. It's like everything is a free fall for these children, and the poor children are having to, you know, pay the price for these parents that's not being parents anymore. And I wholeheartedly agree with you. If you don't want children, please don't have them. They
right.
didn't ask to be brought into this world. And I've been watching that Kimani story in Ohio, where the father unalived the little girl and cut off her arms, and you know,
Mhm,
he did all kind of horrific things to her. And I guess she must have been fighting him, and I guess
mhm.
he didn't want his DNA on her or whatever. But you
Right,
know, if you did the other horrible things to her, they're gonna find your DNA
eh,
on her. So
right. But
why do
see,
something that horrific? That is
because I
crazy.
panicked. He panicked. You
Yeah.
know, he panicked. No, first he almost severed her head. Then he
Mhm.
removed her hand. So he called himself. People when they do something, they panic. It's like
Mhm.
I can't send you back, and I can't let them see you, and I can't let them know this. So I
Right.
just go ahead and finish you off. So I cut
Right.
off your hands because she probably, like you said, we all, you know, allegedly scratched him all up and got the DNA under her nails.
Yeah, I'm sure she fought him back because she
Mm,
was what, 13, getting ready to be
mm-hmm.
14. So she was a kid, but she probably had a little strength to fight back. Um, you know, to fight him back. And how horrific can you be? I mean, that's your own child, and you see it happening more and more. And I made a comment in the chat about I, I, I don't know when these women turn into monsters. Used to be the mom would protect the child and be
Not
careful
anymore.
about who was around their child. And it's like you said, I mean, it's like who's protecting these kids these days?
There's nobody, and some of them are so angry. Do you know? I get so sick and tired of hearing this statement. You look just like your father. I can't stand you because you look just like your father.
Right. As if they had a choice of who their father was going to be. They act like the kids chose their father. And thank God I didn't have a mother like that, because I do. I look exactly like my father. He cannot um disown any of his children, because all any child that he has produced, we all look just alike, and we all look like him. He has some very strong genes. And so I just thank God I had the mom that I had, who didn't take, you know, her
Mm.
frustrations out on us, because she was a single parent at times. And so, and even if she married somebody else, because she was married, she did marry another man, but she didn't allow him to discipline us. She still disciplined us herself, and she never allowed him to say anything too much to us. And so, you know, me being a bad little kid, I took full advantage of that. I used to curse him out, you know, when she wasn't around, and talk crap to him, and, you know, threaten him. I would do all kind of things because I knew my mom was not going to allow him to touch us. And so I did. I took full advantage of it, and I'm not proud of that. But I just think that that's the that's what you should do. You shouldn't allow if it's not the father. In my opinion, I don't care if he feeding you or not. Don't you discipline your own kids, and let their father, if he's in their life, let him discipline the kids. But
Now, my second,
I see too many of these boyfriends taking these kids out for whatever reason.
look, my second husband, w- it took him 6 months before he met my son before he met my daughter. It took 3 months before he met my son. Was it 3 months? 2.5 months before he met my son. And it took him 6 months before he met my daughter. And me being around his family and seeing how he did his daughter and the kids, the girls around him, that's when I introduced him to my daughter. But before then,
Yeah.
no, ma'am,
And that's
nah.
how our mom was. She would date if she was dating somebody, we didn't meet that person until she felt like that the relationship was gonna go somewhere. And then he may, he may have had a chance to meet us. But she just wasn't all out in the open with her kids like that. And I see that these women today, if they meet a man today, he coming to their house tomorrow.
Some of them the same, some of them the same moment.
Yeah.
Now, like I said, it took 3 months for my son, and it took 6 months for my daughter, and we was together for 22 years.
Hmm.
Now, don't get me wrong, we had our breakups. Boy, did we have our breakups. But finally, we just me and him sat down and had a deep conversation. And once we finished having our deep conversation, we realized I don't want nobody else but you. He don't want nobody. I don't want nobody but you. I said I don't want nobody with you. I said so. Look, let's do this. Let's agree to miss. Look, let's agree to disagree, but let's
Yeah.
get together as a couple. He said that'll work for me. We went ahead and got married and was together for 22 years before he passed
Mhm.
away.
Right.
Now me, I'm out here dating. Woo! What is wrong with the men nowadays?
Child, means ain't meaning no more. They means ain't means. And I don't know. The roles are reversed at this point, and I don't know what's going on with society. I don't know what's going on with the parents, and I don't even know what's going on with these children having all this autism. I remember reading in the early 2000s that it said one in 2,000 and 2,500 kids, or 5,000, or something of that number. I mean, it was a high number, had autism. And now today it's like one in every 10 kid, one in every 50 kids have autism. So something is not clean in the milk. It is in the water, the
No,
prenatal care, the
no.
food. I
It's
don't
the
know what it
shot.
is.
It's the shot. If you notice, if every I don't know those mothers, I can't think of it, but the kids at the beginning of that. If you notice that children get diagnosed with autism around the age of 2, Google that. You'll find out most children getting diagnosed with autism around the age of 2.
Well, my granddaughter got diagnosed at the age of 9 months because the doctor, the pediatrician, was measuring her head and noticed that her head was larger than what it was supposed to be. But then he measured my daughter's head because my daughter have a big head, but it's nothing wrong with her. And so he just kind of charged it. Well, he said, "Mommy got," he's an Indian doctor, so he said,
Mhm.
"Mother has a big head, baby have big head." And my daughter said she got, and my daughter said she got mad at him. Because I say, well, you can't get mad at that man. You do have your head is kind of large, So don't get mad because the truth is the truth. But the man is trying to diagnose your baby, yes, and he's trying to figure out is something going on with her. But he gave us an indication at 9 months, that it could possibly be something wrong with my granddaughter, and so he was absolutely right. But yeah, Alice, she got hot. She got hot under the collar when that man told her that. But it is what it is. Your head is big. I'm sorry, but it is.
but
So,
but what really got me was it I think I have okay, my granddaughter, the oldest one, Mackenzie. I was taking her back and forth to the doctor when she was getting her shots. So you know they get, I think they get double shots and then they get medicine in their mouth at one time of the series of shots.
Mhm.
And I told them, no, you're not giving it to them at the same time. No, ma'am. They're like, but she, no, mm-mm. You give it to her now. We come back in 2 weeks and you give them the second one. But you're not giving them
Mhm.
both at the same time.
Well, supposedly they did research on that though, and they said that the vaccinations didn't have anything to do with
Yeah.
autism.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Mm-hmm.
really believe it's the vaccinations though, because you have other kids that get that, and there's nothing wrong with them. I wholeheartedly feel like it's something else, and we're missing it. I feel like it's in the prenatal care, or like I said, the water or the food that we're eating. Because keep in mind, um, a lot of times, a lot of stuff that we're eating now, it's just not safe. It's like in other countries, they don't even allow them to eat light bread, like we, the loaf of bread that you buy at the store, but it's banned in some countries. The
Right.
red flavoring that they make candy with, and hot chips, the red dye, that's banned in a lot of countries. MSG is banned in a lot of countries.
Mm-hmm.
We have a lot of fast food that's banned in other countries, and so that's why I'm kind of skeptical when you say vaccinations, because I feel like if it was vaccinations, then why not all kids have the autism? So I just don't think that's
I
the
think
problem.
the reason why I said the vaccination, because I'm leery when you give a shot back to back,
But we
right?
took them.
Yeah.
But
Well, no.
and see, that's the whole thing.
I mean, I
We
don't
were
get. I know,
vaccinated, but we were vaccinated also.
right, but the diphtheria, I think that was the second one that added to that second where they have them back to back. When
Yeah,
we was getting them, we was getting one each time.
yeah, one at a
Now they,
time.
right, that one was double. So that's why I told him to give my granddaughter one at a time. So my
Hmm.
son told the same thing with the baby, and give her one at a time. I
Hmm.
think sometimes, okay, you know how you can go out here and somebody give you one medication and you give them another
Yeah,
medication and it don't agree with the body?
yeah. You think it's an adverse effect?
Right. And
Yeah.
I think sometimes giving two medication at the one at the same time and the child body ain't agreeing with one of them, it throws
Hmm.
the whole body off.
I don't know, Roxy, because um, my children had their vaccinations all at the same time too, because they haven't just started doing this. And my daughter is 40 and my son is 27, and both of them had their vaccinations back to back. And so that's why I say, if it's vaccinations, then why come in that age group you don't have that much autism? See, autism just seemed like it became real prevalent
Well,
in the early 2000s. It seemed like, these 2000
and then you might,
kids.
no, and that's another way of looking at it. Because if you think
Yeah.
about it, look,
Yeah.
think about this. Look at our young girls now.
Hmm.
My grandbaby started her menstrual cycle at 8 years old.
Yeah, mine's did too at 9.
And but
And that's
remember
what I'm
with us,
it's
we
the
was 12.
Yeah, but it's the hormones in the food. They put
Right.
hormones, and so that's why I say I don't feel like it's vaccinations. And I will support your theory if that happened to my kids. But the kids that was born in the 80s and 90s, there's nothing wrong with them, and they took the same vaccinations. It's the 2000 kids that's struggling, and every 1 in 50 kids is having autism. And so, a lot of people are putting in the chat about the food that
FDA.
I was talking about in the FDA. And the FDA,
Mm.
it's getting ready to be even more harmful, because he's removed everybody from the FDA. He's firing people
Yes. He done
from
got
the
rid of,
FDA.
and
So
then you got rid of the what is it, the World Health or so
yeah, the
Organization,
World Health
and they was
Organization.
the one that were letting us know what was that's coming over
Yes.
to us that might be
Yes.
harmful. And you don't,
Right now in my state in Texas, we have a measles outbreak because of the Health Organization
and it's
has
starting
been
here in
wiped
Maryland.
out.
Look, it's starting here in Maryland.
Yeah.
We done had a few cases here in Maryland
Yeah, and we've had a
because
child.
they came over from
We've had a child to pass away from it.
yeah. And my thing is, I don't have. I know everybody. I know every administration is going to come up with their own cabinet, their
Hmm.
own administration. But you putting people in positions that have no clue.
Yeah. They're totally
And
not qualified.
not qualified. But you want, okay, I understand the dictatorship, in your mind. But
Hmm.
put people in the positions that's going to do the job, that knows the job, that will still be up under you.
But he think he knows best. And he don't want anybody to know anything, because if you don't know anything, then you can't implement anything. And that's exactly how he wanted, because he want everybody to answer to him. And if you don't know what you're doing, you're gonna have to answer to him. And he doesn't even know anything either. So if the head don't know anything, it starts from the top. And if the top is dummy up or dummy down, then the bottom, the rest of the rest of it is gonna be all dumb. And that's what he is. That's exactly what his plan is. But I'm gonna just tell you one thing, 'cause I really don't want to make your show out of politics. But all of these people, his people get mad at him, and they in the streets marching in all kind of states, and that's fine and dandy. And we need them to get a little bit more matter, though. We need for them to get a little bit more matter, and probably within 6 months they'll be trying to get him out of office. So I don't feel like we're going to have to deal with him that long. But I don't know if I even want to deal with the backup plan, which is his vice president, because I think that's even more dangerous, because this guy is educated. He know exactly what he's doing, and he'll know how to implement any bad decision that he want to implement, because he has a degree from a Ivy League school. I think he
Wait a
went to
minute, let me,
Yale or
hold
somewhere.
on, wait a minute. Let me explain something to you about that. They can be book smart, college scott, college smart, but common sense dumb.
Yeah. But
And
he's
that's,
but he's evil also, though. So that's what I'm saying. He's the one who helped Project 2025 form Project 2025.
I know, I
Because
didn't
that's
know.
all that's all what this is. It's just Project
But
2025 being
no,
implemented.
no. Well, you know how long Project 20, those that didn't know, do your research, Google. You know how long Project 2025 been out here, right?
Yeah, it's been out here for a minute,
It been out here
especially in
since,
the red states.
no, Project 2025, it's Project 2025 name now, but it's been out since Nixon.
Yeah.
No
Okay.
president will implement that book.
Hmm.
Nobody will implement that book until now. No president will implement that book until now.
All right.
It been out
Well,
here
I
since
figured
Nixon.
I figured it had been out about 50 years, the same time that they've been trying to get rid of the AB, you know,
Right?
of getting rid of children. So I
Mm-hmm.
know that's been going on for 50 years, but
Yep.
I didn't know Project 2025 was, also the game plan also,
Well,
because
see,
that's part of Project 2025 too.
well, see, with me working with the federal government for as many years as I did, and the level of security I have, I
Hmm.
knew that book was out for a while since Nixon. That's where Watergate came up.
Hmm. So was Nixon planning on implementing it, or
He wasn't,
he wasn't?
and
Okay.
at first he was, but then when he got, I guess because he had a change of heart,
Hmm.
they were like, "Oh no, 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 no! You're gonna do this," and he didn't, and now he had to leave.
Hmm.
All the
So so
presidents,
so it wasn't about breaking it into the Democratic office,
no,
because I felt like that there was a okay, yeah, he had people to break into the Democratic headquarters, but it's no difference than them hacking the Democratic office like they did in what 2016 or what have you. So I just didn't think that was a big deal
yeah,
for him to
play
break into
games,
their office and get their plans or what have you. It wasn't
yeah,
enough to impeach a president in my eyesight. But
no,
back then, though, you really had real politicians that didn't play. You had to walk the line back then, and now everything goes.
well, play games for dollars. Yeah, it was a cover up. It was a real big cover up.
Yeah.
And I said, if right now, if I could actually say what I actually know
Hmm.
in depth about,
Yeah, don't do
the-
that.
no, but I won't. I take that. I gotta take this to the grave. It would
Right,
blow everybody's mind,
right.
and y'all would think I was cray cray. That's all I can say.
No, I would actually wholeheartedly believe you, because I know uh what power, how power works, and I know what they would do, for power. And so,
And,
uh,
all I can say is,
and I know they all crooked. I know that much. And we really, I have my problems with the Democrats as much as I have my problem, not as much as I have my problems with the Republicans. And to
mhm,
me, the only difference is the Democrats do theirs behind closed doors and the Republicans do it in your face. But they all have their own best interests at heart. And you have to you have to figure out who is the best, the lesser of the evils, in my
right.
opinion.
Well, let me explain something to you, and I explain that to everybody. Both sides have their faults. That's
Hmm.
just like anybody. Okay, every nationality has the good and the bad in each nationality. You could be Indian, you could be Korean, you can be Russian, you can be this. You got the good and the bad. It's the same with politics. You got the Democrats or you got the good and the bad. You just sometimes a little bit of the bad be in the good, and there's a little bit of good in the real bad. So you just got to sit back and see which one has your best interest at heart at that time of your needs as a country. Right now, we screwed. Everybody's like, oh no, 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 wait a minute. He done isolated us from who? Because they remember that one of the reporters asked him about who. He said, who? He said he didn't know the initials for the World Health Organization. You done isolated us from everybody to a point that we're really out here like a sore thumb. We out here, believe it or not, we out here like a sore thumb right now. You don't have nobody. You got to remember, Canada was fighting with us to get in the wars, some of the wars we had. So now we have nobody fighting with us. If somebody wanted to decide to attack the United States, you know we alone. We got to fight for ourselves, and that affects everybody. Everybody. Yes, Marjon, you're right. And I wasn't trying to go into that, but I just want to say is there's some good and bad on both sides, and it's just there were some good Republicans. Now I'm gonna tell you like this. I'm gonna be honest with you. When he ran the first time, I was like, "Where Bush?" I take either one of the Bush boys, the father or the son. I would have took them back in a heartbeat. At least one of the Bushes, they won't that cray cray. I take either one of the Bushes. Then you got a civilian man that's running the country. Come on, people, think back. What president have you ever known to have a person that has no credentials, no security clearance to run the country and mess with your money, our money? That's the only thing I have to say about it. That's almost as bad as we not no exactly no one, not one president, even back in George Washington day, had somebody that was somewhere in relation to him to do this. Not one. Not even Russia. Okay, even over there in England, even the Queen. She don't have nobody in her cabinet that don't have some kind of credentials. We are the first country, believe it or not, in history that have somebody that has no political nothing running the country. But the best part for me, y'all, and then I'm gonna leave it alone. The best part was when what's the name's little boy dug up his nose and put his waist on his jacket. That was the best part for me. I laughed so hard. It was the best moment for me, and did it again and put it on the desk. What happened? You there?
I hit the wrong button with my computer. I'm on my computer.
Right. Okay. I was
Yeah,
saying
and
that the best moment for me, girl, was when Elon Musk's son dug up his nose and put his remains on Trump's jacket.
she said his remains when he put his DNA on him.
Yeah, he put his DNA on him. Zoop.
And told him to be quiet, and he ain't the president. He
Prima
told him
Donna
to,
said,
he told him
"Okay,
to shut his effing mouth, and he was not in charge.
right." That was the moment. And he sat there and he looked at him like, I know if he wasn't on TV, he probably say, "You better get that little away from me."
You know he wanted to cuss him out because he don't like nobody disrespecting him, and you have a little 2-year old disrespecting you,
Right,
and then Elon got him babysitting and everything. So it's just so funny to watch him bow down to Elon, and it's all for the love of money. It's all about greed.
right. And you know what? And like I said, we are all alone. We're like an island right now. We are really like an island. You so concerned about changing names and stuff that you haven't even looked at nothing that's going on. And but what got me today was when he actually came out of his mouth and see that the stocks are crashing and said he didn't give a F and went to go golfing.
Well, I feel like he doing all of this because he want to be the savior of everything, right? So he feel like if he break everything and then go back and try to fix it, so he can tell everybody, see, I had to fix it all.
Yeah,
And but this is what they voted for, and so unfortunately, the ones that didn't vote for him are gonna have to suffer. But America do need this waking up moment. It's too much division.
well, we was too comfortable too.
Yeah, we was too comfortable, and it was too much division, and it was too much, and it's too much going on in America. So I kind of feel like it's the children in Israel, and it's a
Hmm.
it's a awakening moment for America because we got too much going on, and so something needs to change, and stuff, and all these fake leaders and fake preachers and fake politicians, all this fakeness need to go because right now we're living in a social media society at this point. Everything is not what you see. Everything is not real, and everything is instantaneously. And so we need to slow our roll, regulate social media, and let's get back down to business because right now it's all about fakery. It's all about how it looks and not what it is.
I was you don't know, but me and a couple persons that's in my chat. I don't know if they're still there, but they was in my chat. Um they we was watching this lady that is in Dalton, Illinois, and she called herself super mayor. She's a mayor of a village and a supervisor of a township. And s- all the things that she's doing in Dalton and the township is something like him. She gets all her loyalties with her. And she keeps telling him, I'm trying to educate y'all. Yeah, her name is Tiffany. Yeah, Tiffany Henyard, Alice. Yeah, Tiffany Henyard. She'll say, I educate you. I'm educated. Well, they finally got rid of her, but thank God. But anyway, they had another young lady named Cassandra Hobson Jordan. Well, she was just as bad as Tiffany. Oh, when I say she was bad, yeah, yeah, feed the people. I starved the board. I feed the people. That's all she ever thought about. She feed the people that most to make people love her so she can keep robbing the village and the township. Well, this lady says she's gonna run for mayor. She been living there for 17 years. Nobody ever seen this woman, never heard of this woman. And she comes in and she's got and now she's lost the race badly. I mean badly. She only got 4% of the votes. Okay, that tell you how bad she lost. I mean 5%. The guy that she ran against got 95%. She got 5%. So now she blaming everybody but the child of God. The reason why they had a landslide over her. She claimed that one of the trustees' daughter had something to do with the votes. She called one of the concrete creator. He's a fake Christian. She just she told this elderly woman that was 73 years old. The lady asked her. She said, "I'm still trying to make up my mind who to vote for between you or the guy's name is Jason House. Her name was Cassie. They call it, her name is Cassandra, but they call it, she puts on, she has multiple names. She has 17 different names. So right there, there's a red flag. This woman got 17 names, alias names. You got,
And she wouldn't. I used to do the show.
oh, you
I
did?
yeah, well, I started reporting on Tiffany Henry when she got in office, when she started with her shenanigans. So
Uh-huh.
I'm very familiar with Tiffany Henry. And
Well,
Cassandra wouldn't even. She was on another content creator show, and he asked her to tell him what her, what her plan and what her goal was. What plan did she have for Dalton? And she told him, she didn't want to tell nobody right now. It wasn't time to let the people know what she stood for. And we were like, well, not we, but they were like within a month of the election, and she still couldn't even, articulate what her plan was for the community. And so she did a whole live with him for about 2 or 3 hours. And in my opinion, she's more crazier than Tiffany. It was like Tiffany 2.0.
yeah, she was. She was Cassandra. They call her Crash Out. Cause okay, the last board meeting they had, right, with the Dalton, right? She was in the
Mhm.
back, and this elderly lady
Yeah,
was, and she told her, so she got in contact with Trina. You know Trina Downs.
yeah, yeah,
So she called Trina, and that's when she said, I smack a hoe. Why did she say that? Trina went from 0 to 100 in 2.3 seconds. But she was actually talking about that elderly woman because she was in her space. Then when the early polling started, she out there, come on, give me a hug. Come on, give me here. Well, the clerk for Dalton, right? She went
yeah,
running into her, wanted her to hug her while she was at the poll. And afterwards, one of the ladies that was filming, content creators was filming, she gave her a look like, she don't think I know that's fake.
right. And they both were trying to play on the senior citizens sympathy.
And the
They
thing
they
is, she
thought
didn't
that,
even know. She didn't even know
yeah,
that's the clerk. She haven't been to
right.
enough meetings to know that to even recognize that woman. She was a clerk.
I kind of feel like she was like an ops or something. I don't feel, I never felt like she was serious about running.
No,
I
she
felt
said
like,
it today. She said it today on Conscious's channel. On Conscious channel.
uh-huh. Yeah.
She said, "Oh, this is not something that I could mark off on my bucket list. I ran for
Yeah.
ma- I ran for mayor. I did it. Lost. Now I can mark it off my bucket list."
Yeah, I never felt like she was serious anyway, because when she couldn't articulate her plan, and this guy had about 2,000 people in his chat, and he have, I know you're familiar with Jedediah.
Oh yeah, Jedediah, my boy.
Yeah, and Jed got so many followers, so she was on his show. And if you're real serious, you would definitely hurry up and run, run down the play of what your plan is. And so it seemed like she was never serious, in my opinion.
She won't, because you remember. Okay, I don't know if you watch Martin G. Johnson, the crime chaser.
Yeah, I've seen Martin a couple of times, but I didn't watch him as much as I watched Jed.
Well, she was on there one night, and I was sitting in here, and I had my computer up, and I can go in my computer and go into YouTube and go into when they're going live, comment when I'm ready. Well, this time he was doing the call-ins, and she called in. Well, Vivian was on there. And Vivian, it was Vivian and a few other people that were from Dalton recognized the voice, right? So they said, "Oh, that's Cassandra. That's Cassandra." You can see people
Yeah.
putting in. So she went on, and then finally she said, "Oh, I see you, Vivian, with your messy self. Something bones."
I think I was on that same live. That was the same time when she said she didn't want to give out her plan.
Right. So then she turned around, and so I called in my big mouth. So I got on there and I said, "How are you gonna run for office, a position as a mayor, and the first thing you do is look in the chat and start attacking somebody? That's not unprofessional." She said, "I'm a resident." I said, "Okay, well, since you're a resident now," I said, "Oh, so I got it now.
I remember that.
So you a resident when you want to be messy, but you a mayor. You want to run for mayor, then you want to talk about your prospects. Oh, okay. So you half and half." So then that's when All in the Q came on there and she started doing. But what was the best was when Belcher got up there and got her caught up in a lie. Remember, she went into the trustees that treated her wrong when she asked them a question and blah 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 blah.
Yeah, yeah,
And then Belcher got up there. She was quiet as a mouse, didn't say one word. She was talking over everybody else, and she kept pointing at Sherry, kept coming at Sherry. But when Belcher she shut it all down, shut her right on down. Um,
yeah. I remember because she wouldn't even allow Sherry to talk. Sherry was trying to explain things and asked her a question. She kept telling Sherry she was attacking her, and she felt threatened. And why was Sherry coming at her like that? And I just thought that that was
well,
just deflection.
you know this guy named Dear Woke Christian, right?
Now I don't know him now.
Well, he got a new show. His name is Dear Woke Christian. He's a deacon in the church, right? So he don't have a lot of cursing and stuff on there, but he does roaster, right? Almost every YouTuber roaster that follows the story. Well, I pictured it today. She came after Lady Luck Club. She came at Dear Woke Christian. But I noticed that when she was on Conscious Show channel, she was big bad. She was big and bad because she had Conscious, and she and Conscious was on there talking bad about the people from Dalton. So she figured she had a backup. So when Belcher got on there, Kiana got on there. "Oh, I got backup. I'm gonna say what I gotta say there." But I noticed that she only come at people that are passive. She don't come at people that got the same energy.
Yeah, she think that they're not gonna say anything to her.
Right. They ain't coming back at her as harsh. Belcher don't come back at her like Trina would do, I would do, maybe you. We you come at us, we gonna come back at you.
No, you didn't throw me in there, but okay, I'll take it.
So you get
But
what I'm saying?
you kind of right though, Foxy. You're right.
Because you come at me, I'm gonna come back. Now, this is Foxy that everybody talking to tonight. But if you come at me the wrong way, you're gonna get the other one, Roxy. And that one has a no holds bar. That one mouth might get a little out of hand. And that one is a cutthroat. That one I don't like bringing out. I like that one to just stay where she is. Let her stay back there in the back.
Right. I'm a Gemini, so I tell people that all the time. I try to keep the nice side. I try to keep that nice side out of here, but I do have that other side that I try to keep tucked away.
Now see,
Uh,
I'm Virgo, so it takes a lot. But if you come at me on a wrong note, and you starting off talking to me ignorant, I'm coming. My cousin used to tell me all the time, "You so intimidating." I said, "What do you mean I'm intimidating?" They say if they say the right thing at the wrong thing at the right time, you be done said something to them, and they still be walking away like, did she just cuss me out or treat me, say something bad to me that, and then you make them walk away thinking. My biggest line is they're like, I can't da 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 da. I said, how's that working for you? Please elaborate. How is that working for you? All that
right.
energy you got right there. How's it working for you?
Well,
because she
I always felt like she was just thrown into the race to try to throw the race off.
she
Like
said it.
a third party candidate, because if people can't make their minds up, then they have a third option. And to me, that's what third party candidates do. They throw the race off. And that's why Jill Stein always entered into the race. You notice she really don't never get that many votes, but if I can, siphon out some votes from you, then that'll make my side win. And I feel like that's what these third party candidates do. They try to, throw the race off so that that whoever it is they really want in charge can win. But one thing I want to say about this, I didn't like it when Tiffany was in office, and a lot of people was like, "Well, she's just trying to do her job. She's trying to do her job," and I
And
totally understand that.
she wasn't doing no
However,
job.
there's a way that you treat people, and she had no respect for the community. In my opinion, she was a bad representation for Black women
Mm-hmm.
because, in my opinion, it's very hard for us to get to the top. And once we get to the top, we have to be almost like Obama. We have
Mm-hmm.
to be Obama-esque. And
Mm-hmm.
so we have to be on our P's and Q's. We have to know more than anybody because that's just the society that we live in. And God and you're representing other sisters in the community, in my opinion, because they're waiting on somebody like you to act a fool so they can just say, see, I told you they didn't know how to act. I told you they didn't know what to do. I told you they was going to, come in here and put their hand all in the cookie jar and take all the money or have all the corruption. Even though they've been doing it all the time, it still looks bad when we have a sister to do that. And she's not the only mayor that give us bad representation. We have it was a lady in Florida. I can't think of her name, but I remember Cantrell's name. That's in Louisiana. That has a lot of craziness going on, and I just don't like it when I see our sisters get way up there in power, and then show they butt and make us look like a donkey butt because it reflects the whole Black community, in my opinion. What do you think about that?
I do, because there's one in Jonesboro. I was watching one of the content creators. His name is what is his name? Uh what is his name? Is it Hungry? Hannibal. Hannibal.
Hannibal is hungry.
Hannibal is hungry. He went and did, was it him or Akiko? No, it was him. And he pulled up it's in Jonesboro, Georgia. And she's the first black mayor they had there. And she keep using the race card against the trustees to get them in control for her to do what she want to do and say what she
Yeah.
want to say. And
Hmm.
that means she was, Cassie 2.0, and she ain't even behind the desk. Tiffany is a 1.0, but this one was a 9.0. I'm like, what in, I'm like, do you know, like you said, how hard it is for us to get there? We have to be so like Prima Donna said, we have to be articulate, intelligent, and we got to carry ourselves a certain way, and we got to be able to speak the facts
Yeah.
to let them know we're intelligent.
Like Jasmine Crockett.
Right now, me, okay. When I worked with the federal government, I worked from the bottom and worked my way up. Take my word
Hmm.
for it, it was a fight. I mean, it
I
wasn't
know.
what.
I know. I understand.
So by the time I got to where I needed to be, I was a supervisor when 9/11 happened. I had just finished going through an 8 months training with the Alphabet Boys. And 9/11 happened. So I had to run that center by myself while my director and the assistant director was in the field. So I had to run the center by myself. At the time, we were called the Mega Center, where we was over all the police departments because their switchboards was going down and getting overwhelmed. So a lot of their calls came over to us. We,
Right.
Atlanta, we had Pennsylvania. Then okay, we had three mega centers. There was one in Denver, Colorado, one in Battle Creek, Michigan. No, four. One in Denver, Colorado, one in Battle Creek, Michigan, Denver and us was the largest. Battle Creek and Atlanta was the smallest. Well, they got overwhelmed, so we had to take over from Midwest all the way to the East Coast, and Denver had to take from Midwest all the way to the West Coast. Well, with them two being down, that means they were closer to me. So I had to deal with all of them, all three locations. So me running it and still had to talk to the alphabet boys, still had to talk, look, send anything to the White House, to the Secret Service, to the FBI, to to the CIA, to whoever that's in regards to dealing with what was going on in the city of DC. I had to give them all the information they needed, and still deal with the two locations. So, like you said, I had to show them that I could do it, and it was a job.
Yeah, we always have to go above and beyond the call to duty.
But I felt proud of myself. Well,
Yeah.
the reason why I said all of that, because I met people that I probably would never meet again, but I had that privilege of meeting those important people. I mean, high ranks. I met the president, vice president. I met Bush, Cheney, this Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State, all of them. Got to meet
Hmm.
them one on one, sit at the table with them, get my award with them. So I was saying all of that. So now that I'm back out here in, as I call it, the civilian world.
So I guess you met Condoleezza Rice.
Yes. Oh, she is so sweet. Oh, even though she's hard, but she's the
Right.
sweetest lady in the world.
Right.
Sweetest lady in the world. She said, "Girl, hold your head up high and you keep doing what you're doing." And she gave me a hug. Girl, I thought I was gonna melt. I thought that was the best day of my life.
I always liked the Condoleezza. A lot of people didn't like her because she was a Republican, but I didn't care who she was, because she was up there at the top. So I was proud of her just to even make it where for her to make the position that she made. So I'm
But
always proud of Black women when they can, go up
and she know
higher.
that, and people, if you don't, they the sweetest people. Some of them are the sweetest people. Just because of their party don't mean that they're not human. And she was the sweetest lady. And she
Yeah.
told me, "You hold your head up," and you did. And she said it just like this. She said, "You did a damn good job." And gave me a
Hmm.
high five. Girl, I was walking out there head up high. I was
Yeah.
happy.
Happy.
Girl, if I could have jumped up
Same
and hit
thing
my
with Colin Powell. He tried to erase Colin Powell from history,
head,
and they
right.
made him put it back. They made him put his picture and stuff back up, but he
Yeah.
tried to erase him.
Well,
Take his picture down and all
he's
of
trying
that.
to get the vice president now to get rid of to go in there and change around anything that deal with Black history out in
Right, right.
the museums here.
I know. And all
So
that's gonna and I don't know why they feel like that they can erase us because it's one thing about Black people. Let me just explain something to people. Black people are very resilient. We've always been resilient. And it doesn't matter what y'all throw at us, we're going to find a way to make a way. We always have and we always will. Because all you're going to do is inspire us to build some more museums and put out and set it up ourselves. Y'all not going to stop anything. You can't stop Black history. And even they tried to take it out in Florida. So you had people online teaching Black history. I mean, not online, but at colleges teaching Black history on Saturday. You have people on TikTok doing it online on Saturday as a class. So
hmm
they cannot stop us. I don't know why you're trying to erase us because we're just as much as part of history as y'all are. The only difference is y'all probably was here about 5 years more than us. And that's because y'all didn't come pick us up the first day that y'all stole the land from the because you didn't come over here on them dang slave boats. You didn't start your slave trade up until you took all the land away from the Indians and you were too lazy to work the land yourself. So you decided that you wanted us to do it.
like
And
Tracy
so
said, history is history. I don't care
it
how
is.
history is history. Just like them, you took Texas. Okay, we took Texas from the Mexicans. But that's why the Mexicans say, you took our land. We was here before you.
Exactly.
And I always tell everybody, look, we all are immigrants. We are all immigrants. And they said, no, yeah, we all are immigrants. Remember,
Exactly.
they came over here from England to get away from the regime over there.
That's right. And
So,
colonized America.
right. So we all, if you go through the bloodline, we all immigrants. The only ones that's not immigrants is the Indians. They was already here.
That's right. And so, they're notorious for taking things. It's nothing new under the sun, like Ecclesiastes tell us. It's not going to be
Mm,
anything new under the sun. So just because y'all trying to erase our history, it's still not going to matter. Because one thing about us, if we can make it through slavery, we can make it through the civil rights era, we can make it through Jim Crow, we can make it through y'all little orange president also. Agent Orange is not going to stop anything. And everything that he's doing is at the stroke of a pen, so the next president can come back and stroke that pen right back, roll it all back, all the way back. And I don't feel like the next president is going to roll it all back, because at the end of the day, every time we get a president, including Biden, he was a great man, don't get me wrong, but he was in the Jim Crow era also. He had to change his heart also. They all was raised the same. Okay?
right.
All of them. All of them.
And you know
Well,
what? The thing that gets me is this is what I look at. I look at our young people, right?
mm-hmm.
I got a young lady. Remember, I said, was telling everybody I had a bunch of kids in my house? Well, she was one of the kids. She was in my house. But I hadn't seen her in so long since all the kids graduated and whatever, whichever way they went. So she reminded me. So she
Mm-hmm.
calls me auntie. So we live in a high rise. She's on the 10th floor. I'm on the ninth floor. So the heat went off. That child grumbled and complained for 30 minutes. And she said, Auntie, why you acting so comfortable? I said, girl, please, let me explain something to you. In the summer, I used to be in North Carolina where my grandma had a wood heater. And when they hadn't got, and they ran out of wood before they could get to the field to cut up some more wood, my grandmother would turn that gas oven on and open the door of that gas oven and heat the whole house up.
That part.
So I'm up here comfortable. When I get ready to go to bed, I turn my oven off and I take my butt to bed. My apartment
Right.
be warm.
That's that part. Close all the doors that you ain't using up and let the oven heat the house up. That's
And
all.
and I said when I lived in an apartment that had outside, I had a grill. The ones that had like some apartments, you have a patio, and then
Yeah.
you have a little bit of yard. Shoot, I said if the power went out, I was outside grilling. I was still going to eat. I had my cooler with ice, and I had a grill, and I
Right.
was still going to eat. My kids were going to get fed.
That part.
You make lemonade out of bad lemons. You get some lemons, you make lemonade.
And that's what black people are notorious for.
I
And
mean, with
so,
opinion. So you make lemons out of make lemonade.
right.
We would do what we have to do to survive. That's why I was saying this passion with the missing and abused children. That's why I said we can see more because okay, my thing is a lot of us, the project life made us stronger. Those that live in poverty, projects, had a hard thing in life. We all learn how to survive the good, the bad, and the ugly. So we can peep things. It taught us how to read a person and peep that person before something happened.
And let's just keep it real. Um, Black people just start coming up in the 70s. Okay. And
Mm-hmm.
and and, and in the middle 70s, not even the early 70s. Okay. And
Right.
so black people haven't had all of these riches, and we haven't been on top that long. Okay. So what, 40, 50 years max that we've actually seen society worked for us 50 years. It's been only 50 years since we've been able to get a piece of what they call a pie, a piece of the pie, and to live a little bit better. And all of us don't have to live in the projects like we were all raised. But anybody that was raised in the 60s on back, 70s on back, we, like you said, we all came up poor. And if we didn't live in the projects, we lived in a 2-room house with 20 kids. And that's just an exaggeration. You know, a
That
shotgun
ain't no
house is what
exaggeration.
they call.
That ain't no exaggeration.
Yeah,
You should have been
but
in
we
my
all,
uncle's
yeah,
house.
we all lived on top of each other. And so this economy is not going to affect us like that. Okay, they're the ones who's gonna, it's gonna hit them harder than it's gonna hit us, because we still a lot of us are still struggling, and we know how to make a way out of no way. And
Look,
that's where soul food came from,
right. Look, the funny
because they was
part.
giving us scraps.
Look, the funny part was my daughter was telling somebody. She said, "Do you know? Until I got in my late teens, that I realized that we wasn't rich."
Exactly.
And I said, "Why you say that?" She said, "Mom, remember you got us all these new clothes. I never knew how you got all these new clothes. I just knew my mama had money. She didn't know I worked for J.C. Penney and was getting deals.
Right.
They was having sales. Then I was working security, so I was getting 5, 10. How many people you apprehend a month? You get a certificate at the end of that month. They could be you could get up to 50% to 75. 75 was the highest you could go, and
Hmm.
I was either get 50 or 75% because I
And
worked
so,
security so long.
and good times showed us all of that.
Hmm.
When those, so what you're saying is real talk, because good times had, remember when Walana was working security back there for that department store, and
Uh huh.
she quit because she didn't want to watch the women get undressed.
Right.
And so that's what that, exactly what that reminds me of.
And
These people
so,
talking about mayonnaise sandwiches and cheese sandwiches
oh, honey.
in the chat. Well, I had mustard sandwiches, y'all. I didn't like mayonnaise like that, but I definitely ate a lot of mustard
And
and crackers.
man, it's amazing. I want backed up all the time because I used to eat some of that block cheese. I was a grilled
Yeah,
cheese sandwich queen.
yeah, that block cheese was everybody's friend. Now, I wish they still had that block cheese. I like that block
N-
cheese. They made the best
n-
nachos.
No, nachos and the best grilled cheese sandwiches. And we used to, everybody asked me, "You don't eat oatmeal?" I said, "Uh-uh." My mother always fed us oatmeal before we went to school.
Hmm.
And I ate oatmeal. And then the only time I got, what was it? Captain Crunch.
Hmm.
We would get Captain Crunch on Saturday and Sunday. That was our treat. But otherwise, Monday through Friday, we got oatmeal. She said you got to have something that's going to stick to your ribs while you're at school until you go to lunch.
We had King vitamins. We didn't have Captain Crunch, but I also ate bologna, eggs, and cheese sandwiches.
Oh, that was good too.
Yeah, that was the bomb there. So, I just said that to say this: we know how to make it. It's not going to be that bad for us. We may feel a little pain, and we may not be able to live comfortably like we've been living, but you can rest assured, baby, if we got to pile up in each other's houses, that's
We going
exactly what we're going to do. We're going
we
to
look,
make it, and we're going to be just fine.
look. Everybody's like, you ain't worried, you ain't upset, you ain't stressed. I
Mm-mm.
said, look, I done had 2 heart attacks, worrying and stressing over something I can't change, and I refuse. Look, I ain't trying. Look, like they said on the Medea, like Hattie said in one of her Medea plays. I ain't trying. Look, I ain't trying to hurry myself up there.
Right. I've
I-
had two also. I was just in hospital last year with the heart attack. And it's because I have lupus. But at the end of the day, I don't let that define me, and I'm not gonna worry about it. And if God saw fit to keep me here, and it was just like when I was talking to my auntie today. Whenever he get ready for you, he'll come and get you. So you don't have to rush your time. You don't have to worry about nothing. And if you can overcome whatever happens to you in life, and you overcome that, then okay, that's good, because you're not gonna leave until it's your time to go. Everybody got a born date, and everybody got that other date, and so you're not gonna leave before that time,
right.
unless you rush your time. And take.
And
Do it
see,
yourself.
look, some people rush it with that,
Yeah.
not eating right, doing what they want to do. And I had a friend I was dating, and then I started dating him because he started talking stupid. He has diabetes. And it said, play games for dollars said. And Foxy, you live through many presidents, and so have I, and so I have. Oh yeah, I've been through a many presidents. Take my word for
Hmm.
it, many of 'em. I said, look, I worked through a many administrations, seen them all, seen the good and the bad in the administrations. Woo,
Yeah.
some of them are bad. Some of them were bad.
Yeah. I called
But
Nixon. My grandmother hated Nixon when he was in office.
and believe it or not, he's when he saw that project at that time. That's when he started saying what they was trying to do. And when he saw that he was not going to, and he was going to fight them to keep them from implementing it. That's when they came with Watergate on him.
Hmm. Trying to get rid of him.
Right?
Well, what about Reagan? Was Reagan implemented any of that Project 2025? Because
No,
I didn't care for him either. Because to me,
no, he didn't do it. He didn't do any of it
he
either.
didn't do any of it either.
That they kept
Not
going
even a
from
not even a taste of it, Roxy.
no, mm-mm, mm-mm. No,
Not
believe
the
it,
first or second page or
no,
none of it.
because they wanted the whole thing implemented. They didn't want just pieces here and there. They wanted the whole thing implemented, and none of the presidents would touch it until now.
Well, what's the reason for it? Do you feel like it's the reason for it is because they saw that they were becoming an extinct community? Because that's what I've heard. They're not reproducing kids at the rate that all other races are, so they
That
feel like that
I,
they're going to be extinct.
I want everybody on here. If you got a computer, and I want you to do me a favor. I want you to go to your computers, or if you got it on your computer, open another tab. Go to USA.gov. Once you get there, look at the top left corner and tell me what kind of flag do you see. And then I want you to count the stars. I want you to count the lines and then Google the flag with those many stars and those many flags and tell me what the result come up with. You're gonna be
M-
surprised. It
Mine's
ain't
only have mine's only have one star. Oh, okay. I see red way up here at the top.
in the top left corner.
Okay, let me see.
Zoom in, open it up wide, and count the stars, and then count the line. It's
Yeah, that's
11
what I'm trying
lines
to
and
do.
9 stars.
I can't zoom in. Let me open it in
You're right, Minion.
another image.
The search is going to show you 9 stars. 9 stars and 11 lines is the Confederate flag, one of the original Confederate flags.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you putting a Confederate flag on the United States website now when it was a 50 star, 13 stripes?
Wow, I didn't even realize that, Roxy.
Yeah, that was the Civil War, Tracy. Exactly. Civil War. What are we in now? Civil War.
And why are we though?
Because
Do
they
you?
want to go back to they said make America great. They felt that time was when America was great.
Mm.
Exactly. Play games. See, that's why I said you got to don't go by sometimes what you see on TV. Go to some of these Googles. I mean, these Yahoo channels. Some of them
Mm-hmm.
break it down to you to bring up certain things that you need to see.
Mm-hmm.
But me, I saw that when I went in us.gov for something. And I'm like, what kind of flag is that? And I was zoomed in. I said, that's look weird. So I Googled it. And that's when I saw the Civil War flag.
And that's why they were so against Who was it? South Carolina or North Carolina when they got rid of the Confederate? It was where Nikki Haley is. I think that's South Carolina.
in South
Remember
Carolina.
when Nikki Haley removed the Confederate flag in South Carolina? Oh,
Mm.
that was the biggest blow to them. You would have thought she had committed a crime or something.
You're right,
Uh,
Look, Marjon said, "OMG,
all
they
right.
want a war for real."
Yeah.
Exactly.
And I just saw on TikTok today where this man said in Dallas, Texas, Marjan, in Dallas, Texas, they are forming units for every part of Dallas, and it's like they're getting like this war unit together, and they're all meeting in one place so they can get ready to. I really believe they really fixing to get ready to do another civil war.
Yeah, and
They're
this
getting
is
ready for it.
and that's the reason why he's isolating us from the rest of the world.
Hmm.
So there'll be a civil war where he can be the leader.
Hmm.
Look, he tried. Look, exactly, martial law. Look at what he said. He stated to the fact that he was trying to deport people from way back during the Civil War, back in the
Hmm.
17 something, trying to implement that law.
Yeah, he used the 1800 law, the laws that they use in 1800 for
Right,
deportation.
right.
And I noticed one thing. Did you hear one thing that he said too about people being citizens?
Yeah, he was trying to do that. You had to be born here. If you weren't born here,
Yeah.
he was gonna try to send you back.
Well,
Do
he
you
said but he said the law was for the slaves because the slave children were the real they were they had to make the law, they had to implement the law because the slaves wasn't born here in America. Remember, they went over there and got everybody, so they had to make that law so that the slave children can be American citizens.
and then I said the thing is he brought to light one thing that Trump did, he brought to light what this country is really is.
Hmm.
All that stuff he spewed up there, and look how many people followed him.
Right.
Now, now he's in there. They saw, wait a minute, you ain't for us either. Yeah, you're
Well,
right,
well.
Tracy. Plenty of military children were born overseas too. But if you
Hmm.
notice, he said something too, and people was laughing about it when he said, he was telling the black people that the immigrants is taking the black jobs.
Hmm.
Well, people, I want you to realize your produce getting ready to go up higher than your meats because those immigrants that he got rid of was doing the fields.
Hmm.
Now there's so many farmers that has no workers in their fields that the produce is going to be short because the regular people ain't going back out there in no fields and they're not going to work the work that they did. Everybody was so anxious for them to be deported, but you didn't think about most of those people worked in the fields.
Exactly. That and pick fruit from the trees and stuff,
Right.
jobs that Americans didn't really even want. And now, I've heard so many people complaining about they can't even get, they're losing their farms because they can't even get people to work no more.
Right.
They don't have any workers.
And then everybody's like, well, they got rid of the illegal. No, they didn't. Y'all didn't caught on. They picking
No,
up
they deporting
anybody.
anybody.
They pointing anybody with a green card or not. Remember, they got on a case now trying to get one of the people from overseas in El Salvador that didn't even supposed to
Hmm.
be over there. He's
Right.
legal. A lady,
But what he using though, Roxy, what he's using is if you're a natural born citizen, see, that's what he's trying to implement. If your parents want, even if you obtain citizenship, in his eyes, you're still an immigrant. So even if you already have your citizenship, he's still going to try to deport you. That's the game plan. And
right,
also, I feel like he's trying to piss the black people off so that we can get out there in March. And then once we get out there in the streets in March, then he's going to try to call for martial law so that he can
oh,
take us
oh,
out.
Yeah,
Yeah, so it's bait. It's bait to get us out there in the streets in March. And so that's why, people are telling the black people, don't get out in March. No, no, no. You stay at home and be safe for right now.
look, as there's a content creator called Reese Waters. He's a comedian, right?
Hmm.
He played a couple of videos that said the people were getting up, getting ready, because they supposed to be marching today, right?
And
They,
they are all over
yeah,
the United
they
States.
look so they show different people were putting their coats on, and the thing said, "Sit your black ass down," and they was taking their coat off, like, okay, I'm taking it off, I'm sitting down.
Right. I saw that. I saw that
I
that
laughed
video.
about that. He was playing the different ones that was doing it, right? And I was like, honey, I wasn't going out there marching because well,
Anyway.
and look, and then you turn around and you release the guy that killed George Floyd. He's doing so many things to make us march, and it's not
Yeah.
working.
Yeah,
The first,
he's trying to bait us.
the first bait was, now think about it, everybody. The first bait that he tried was when they told him to take the Black Lives Matter up out of D.C. and told our mayor if she didn't do it, we weren't gonna get the government funding.
Hmm.
So
I
once
got a
they,
video. I got a video about that.
so while they was taking it up, they just knew we were gonna get out there and march. That ain't fair. Da, 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 da. No, DC didn't do none of that. We sat back and
Mm-mm,
looked at them and said, "Okay, just give us our money.
mm-hmm. Right.
we
We don't care.
we don't care. As long
Mm-mm.
as we get our money, go ahead, do what you want to do."
Because we already know that we matter anyway.
Right. So then that's when that didn't work. So, like you said, he's trying to do everything he can to get us to march. Then, okay, he turned around. First, he tried to say civil. We won't go get civil rights. Thought that was going to make us go. We sat back and said, okay, that's all you got. Next.
DEI.
Oh, DEI, DEI. We sat back again. That's all you got.
Next.
Next.
But no, it was CRT first,
Yeah,
and
CRT.
and then DEI.
And then we like next. Then he came with something else. We was like next.
And then he say he gonna take your social security check, but uh-oh, hold back, roll that back now, cause see some of your grandparents on social security, so you ain't gonna be able to do that. But see, I blame the Supreme Court for all of this because y'all the ones who tried to make him a king. Y'all the ones who tried to protect him when he broke the law the first time he was in office, when he tried to overthrow the government, and you said it wasn't a what do you call it? I'm thinking about what do you call it when you overthrow the government?
Oh, I know you.
It's
I don't
not
know.
resurrection, but
No.
that's
I,
Easter. But
um.
anyway, you try to say it wasn't that. He didn't try to overthrow the government. Okay.
Yeah.
It's really treason in so many words. It's treason in
But
so many words.
they had
So
it when they did the Capitol.
yeah. So you said it wasn't treason, insurrection. Yeah,
Yeah,
insurrection.
insurrection. That's what it
Yeah,
was.
so you
Insurrection.
said it wasn't an insurrection. You said it wasn't treason. He took the classified documents home. You said that was okay too, because our presidents take them home, but they don't have them stacked up in boxes in their bathroom,
Then you
in the bathtub.
then
But
you
you
were
said
giving out uh 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 confidential information,
yeah,
top
yeah,
secret information to
yeah.
people, and you just doing
But but
anything.
but but you arrest this little young white boy for doing the same thing. Remember the little white boy that shared the documents online? Now they put him
Hmm.
in jail and put him in jail for a long time. Uh what's the guy name that for Wikipedia? You put him in jail, you know. You putting
Hmm.
everybody else in jail about these classified documents, but he the only one that can get away with these classified documents. Then you said that he had 34 counts of of fraud in New York, but you still don't the judge say well, I'm not gonna sentence him yet, but we're gonna just let that go because he's the president. So you allowed him to use the presidential powers over all the crimes that he commit. He don't ha- he been he's been found guilty on SA, and you say that's okay also, and you still put him back in the White House. So whatever he do to the country, y'all asked for all of this,
That's
including the
a
Supreme Court. So
look.
now you're trying to rein him back in, trying to say, bring, you told him to turn the plane around when he was sending those people to El Salvador, but did he do it? Because
Nope.
now he think he's the king now, and he don't have to listen to anybody because of the Supreme Court said whatever he do in office is not considered a crime.
Well, just like he turned around. Okay, Elon Musk is our subscriber to Russian to a Russian
Right,
newspaper.
right.
So he's sending information. My thing is, okay, I had to do. I call it. I had to do backflips, somersaults, um,
All of that.
balance the beam, everything
Right. And
to get.
and your family. And they checked your family out also.
Oh
Not
yeah,
only you, but your family.
yeah, just for me to get an SCI. That's the highest clearance you can get as a civilian. For me to get an SCI, I had to do all of that. And they give up hair follicles. And here's this little pale, pale cuckoo bird walk up in there and you let him back there with the top secret information that you let him in the FBI. to- gir-
And all of the agencies.
You let him
All of
in the
them.
FBI. And I'm telling y'all, the FBI got so much information on almost every citizen in this United States. If you're a citizen of the United States and you let him in there,
And you let your son-in-law and your daughter-in-law work in the whole administration for 4 years, and they never passed the security clearance.
no, no, and we ain't through yet. Then you got three young boys, one from high school, and another one that's the first year of college that already got in trouble for leaking information, and he lost the job. And you put him in there with information that high of a clearance.
All those kids had sensitive information.
All that sense. I mean, when I say sensitive, sensitive. That's why I said I had to go through 8 months of training before I could get in there.
Yeah.
And you walking in there after a high school diploma, and you ain't even look in first year in college, and you can walk in there and just go into the system and do what you want to do in the system.
But it's okay because they're gonna have a tax break.
No,
All of this for a tax break.
them little young boys is going to be. They want the money. How much? I guarantee you, every last one of y'all that been on here, you're gonna say, "I remember her saying this." Them young boys gonna want the money. They're gonna get to a point that they need some money, and they're gonna
Hmm.
see which one of these countries want the information that they got.
Exactly. And they're
And you
gonna sell it.
and you ain't got no look. You ain't got no security to check them for a thumb drive.
Well, don't they haven't they read history though, Roxy? Because let's keep in mind, let's travel back through history. Let's go back to Nixon. Nixon didn't go to jail. He was impeached, but he didn't go to jail. But guess who went to jail for Nixon? All the president's men.
Yep. But I'm
All of his minions went to jail, and that's exactly what's gonna happen with all these other people. Y'all executing all of these orders from this dude, and when this dude get out of office, they coming after y'all. Y'all the one gonna have to pay the price.
them little young boys. You don't realize you think you all hyped up. You got you was able to get in there. You got a power. Little boys, y'all just don't know. Y'all just don't know. Y'all just don't know. Um, People think that it's a joke when they say you disappear. They don't kill you. They say it like this: what who you were was is no longer existing, and that's no joke. What you see on TV is true. Some things you see on TV with these sci-fi movies,
Hmm.
some of it, if they did it the way that the supposed to be, it wouldn't be considered sci-fi. It would be
Mm-hmm.
a documentary.
Right.
Some of the things, look at some of the things that on them sci-fis that we have now. Think about it. Watch some of them sci-fi movies and think about what we have now.
Even that movie with Will Smith.
Hmm.
What's the name of that movie? I cannot think the
The
name of it.
AI.
No, remember when, yeah, with the AI, and remember when he was working for the government, and
Hmm.
they had all of those computers that was watching him, and he was trying to run away from them, and he couldn't really get away from them. I really feel, I believe a lot of that stuff is real. Now it's not our robot, it's something else. It was another movie
Now,
that he played in.
iRobot was one. Because you know they tried. Look at the robots. You ever seen some of the video where they got the dancing robots?
Yeah, yeah.
So you think about it. That's
Megan is a robot.
hmm and they're really trying to over in China and Japan. They're really trying to implement them. They're really trying to get those. That's why they're doing them with the mechanical things, because what they're gonna do is cover them up with, to make them look almost real. But they just got to get out the kinks and quirks. I give it another 5 to 10 years. We're gonna have robots running around here. Some of the VA buildings got robots that open the doors and go in and bring you your medication. And some of these high tech VA
Walmart
buildings, they got robots.
Walmart got robots that's cleaning the floor right now, and
Hmm.
and you be walking around it, and it'll wait for you to go by or whatever, and then and once you go by, that robot just start back cleaning the floor.
Yep,
So, and they're talking about all these immigrants taking all your jobs, and really it's gonna be the robots taking everybody's job.
they already doing. You got self service. You got they was remember one store here in DC, they had nothing but self-service. It didn't last long because you know, people would get frustrated because they didn't know how to actually do it.
Hmm.
And some people had money on one card and had money on the other card and they were getting
Yeah,
confused. And and it was a big mess. So they just went ahead and canceled it and brought back in the registers to keep the
yeah.
store from going for the store to close.
Well, that movie I was talking about with Will Smith is called Enemy of the State. You remember that movie?
Yeah, I remember
Yeah,
that one.
yeah. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
And then everybody, since you say you remember Tiffany, and everybody like, oh, when they gonna come get Tiffany? Let her keep talking. The more she's comfortable, and the more okay. This is the thing. This is me. They're letting her go. Okay, she's thinking they're coming at any time, right? So she's going from spot to spot to call herself caught throwing them off because they don't know where
Hmm.
she is. Well, that's giving them every spot that they need to have somebody at. So when she run from one, she run to the other, they're gonna be there.
Well, Tiffany don't understand that cell phone is telling them every place she ping, they know exactly where she at. So as long as she got that, even if she have that cell phone off, they still can pick up where she's at.
Oh yeah, they can ping your phone.
Yes.
They can ping.
That's how they catching all the bad people right today is because everybody got this cell phone on their hip. Now I worked for telecommunications for 20 years. And I remember when you guys had dial up, when dial-up service started. I was there at the company even when caller ID was established. That's how old I am. That's how long I worked for that company. When caller ID came out and call waited. Well, when we implemented the cell phone, we used to have meetings where, and they said, yeah, AOL, America Online, but they said and iSpace, what is it called? USpace or iSpace? That was the first
Uh,
in
um, um, um,
MySpace.
MySpace.
Yeah, MySpace was the first Facebook. And I
Mm,
wholeheartedly feel like Facebook purchased MySpace and stole their format. But I'm saying this to say, I'm saying that to say this. When we implemented the cell phone, we used to have meetings when they said that they wanted everybody to have a cell phone in their hand, so that they can connect, so everybody can connect with each other. When they implemented the internet, it was all about connections and everybody connecting with each other. And they also said The government have been using computers since the 1970s, and now we want to make it small. We want to make it economical. We want to make it small, and we want to make it where everybody can have a computer. They wanted everybody to have a computer in their home, and they wanted everybody to have a cell phone. And they said, if you can't afford a computer, then the cell phone will be your computer. And people don't even realize that cell phones is nothing but a small version of a computer.
Come,
This cell
remember
phone
the
do everything your computer do.
remember Blackberries?
Yes, I was there when all of this stuff came out. Blackberries, all I used to sell all of it.
And see, the thing is, okay, I live over here by, well, my sister lived right there behind Andrews Air Force Base, right?
Hmm.
There's a certain spot on the road at a certain time that your cell phone would go out. I'd be talking to
Yeah.
anybody, and I get to that one spot at a certain time, and they throw that signal out and block everybody's signal.
Hmm.
You can't get a signal till you get on the other side of that area. 90% of the time, or 95% of the time, it's one of the diplomats coming in.
Exactly.
Now, my
And they'll
sister,
block the signal.
right? I could be out back and see Air Force One land out the back of my sister's house, and standing out back and see the Air Force One when they take off and when it lands, and the other planes with it. The escort, you see the jets come in, then you see Air Force One come in. Then you see the jets go out, and then you see Air Force One go out.
And also, if you got a military base close to your home, I'm pretty sure your cell phone go out a lot. Also, especially
Mine,
when they're doing special tests.
now me, I had the biggest problem of all because I'm still a government. I'm considered government property.
Hmm.
I tell people, like, people call me up and say, "Hey girl, how you doing?" I'm fine. And then we'll be talking, all of a sudden I echo. I do a whole lot of echoing. I say,
Hmm.
"Look," I say, "Look, girl, let me get off the phone. I'll call you
Cause
right
they
back."
listening to me, baby.
And then it's like, "Why you hang up like that?" And then call right back. I said, "I tell you when I see you in your face." And so I tell
Right.
them, "Look, I don't want to talk no more on the phone. I change the subject and talk about something else because I know they tap mine all the time. I've been getting
Hmm.
tapped since I left.
Want to see
Once
if
I
you want to see if you're sharing secrets or what have you.
Right, because of what I know. So
Well, I
that's
don't know why they tapping your phone. Hell, we got a damn foreign. Excuse me, I'm not. You done made me start cursing. We got a foreign agent in the White House right today. That's who phone. If y'all want to tap somebody's phone, tap his phone.
no, they already know that one's open. That one's an open book. They want to see those that's sneaking.
Well, the company that I work for, we used to handle government accounts also. And if I tell you that ain't the most secure, you had, like you said, you had to go through hoops for clearance.
Mm-hmm.
You had to go through hoops for clearance to even deal with those accounts. And you
Yeah,
definitely couldn't give out information about it because the government do contract cell phones.
and see that's the problem.
And that's why come you see, but hold on one second, Roxy. I don't mean to take over your show, but that's why you see a lot of these cell phone companies giving money to these Republicans because they want to keep their government contracts. Because let me just explain something to you. All of these telecommunication companies, all of these cable companies, a lot of these businesses in America, they make billions of dollars. And the reason why they can stay in business even when the economy is bad or what have you, because they have what we call government contracts. The government help fund them. And that's why you have FCC laws that you have to follow and the bylaws and the guidelines because the government actually regulate those companies also. And so that's why you see that's why come you trying to wonder, well, why is everybody voting for them? Why is because the is all about the Benjamins. Most American businesses in America that has anything to do with communications or that, let me put it like this, any business in America that can service the government, they're going to always vote Republican and they're going to always keep them in office because it comes down to their dollars. And that's why you see these different companies getting rid of DEI. You see them just go along with whatever he say, no matter what he does. That's why they do what they do because they got government contracts. And they're not going to make any money if they don't go along with what he say.
Right. And look, I'm sitting here reading some of the comments. They was talking about the 64K and how the dial-up sound, the dial
Oh
tone, the
yeah, yeah,
AOL.
that yeah. Hmm.
I remember that. No,
I
but
do too.
remember when the cell phone came out, it was almost big as your face.
Yeah, the bag. Yeah, the cell phone was pretty big. Remember, first they had the bag. Well, they had the car phones, and then they
Right,
had the big bag phones, and
right,
then in the 2000s is when we made the cell phone because, like I said, they wanted everybody to have this phone on them so they can keep up with you at the end of the day.
right.
Okay,
And and
and they
look,
can they can find out what you're doing and what you're looking at, and like you said, FBI know everything you're doing, and you know why? It's because you got the cell phone, and you can turn it off all you want to, but it's still they
it's
still
still
can
gonna
listen to
ping.
what you're saying. It's
It's
still
still
gonna
gonna
ping them.
ping. Alexa,
Right.
all those boxes in your house, they be listening. Sometimes if you sit back and look at them real good, they'll light up.
Exactly. They light up automatically, and somebody even said the damn air fryers is listening to you.
And now I don't know. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know about the air fryers, but I know the ring cameras. The ring cameras that you have on your door, they listening to you.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, the Alexa is listening to you. I turn mine
Mm-hmm.
off on my computer because I have
Yeah.
Alexa on my computer. I turned it
Yeah.
off. Just like now, the camera is up. I'm
And
not
who
used
did
to.
and who did Jeff Bezos back in this election? All of them, they always backing all the Republicans. And anytime anybody got any type of security system in their home, they're listening through those cameras. They're watching you. They're listening. And I've even heard some of the TVs, are listening to you. So I don't know if I believe because some of it is conspiracy theories or what have you, but you got a lot of people that worked in a lot of industries like you and I, and we know the real deal. We know what the backstories are.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot. It's a lot I can't discuss, but I know it's
Mm-hmm.
a lot of things that I know.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is, I had a girlfriend, and because I never talked about my job in depth with her, so she used to say, so she came to the house when my brother had a stroke, and she was waiting for my sister to pick her and my aunts up to bring them to the hospital to see my brother in Virginia. So she was sitting there talking to my uncle, and she said, I don't mean no harm. I love my girl. I love my girl, Cheryl. But I wish she, stopped telling those lies about she working for, in the federal government, and she was working for Homeland Security, and she was working for the Alphabet Boys and this. And my uncle said she wasn't lying. And she looked at him and said, huh? He said she wasn't lying. It's just the point that the level she was at, she couldn't talk about it. And you wouldn't have known.
Hmm.
And she
Yeah.
said, she said, oh, he said at the time she couldn't talk to nobody. She didn't talk to us. Sometimes we wouldn't even see her.
Hmm.
I be look, y'all, I was on lockdown sometime for a month. Nobody, I didn't even see my family. And during that time, I couldn't talk to nobody. And then after I got out, I
It's
had to
like it's
swear.
like you're in the witness protection program from
Right.
time to time.
And then when I came back out, I had to swear before I left that while I was in there, I couldn't say nothing. And I got to take all of that to the grave. And she said, oh. So now when she talked to me, well, the government ain't like it was when you was in there, Cheryl.
Yes, it is.
I'm like, I'm looking at her like, okay, but no, I knew my girlfriend, poor baby, that she would test the lying. I call it when you lie and you talk about it, you test the lie. She was test the line saying that she was dating this guy. Now she black and she dated this white guy that was Secret Service. And I said, you didn't did my uncle let you know I used to work for Homeland Security? So don't you think I talked to them? So you gonna tell me that he pillow talk? He's a Secret Service agent, and he pillow talk with you about what went on in the White House, and you on the phone with me talking about it? Really? And I'm supposed to believe that? You on an open line talking to me? You didn't give me his name, But you mentioned one, so you don't think that they ain't listening enough to now dig to see which one dated you?
That part.
Dummy. That you might have jeopardized that man's job because of you running your mouth if it was true. But I know it was a lie. I know for a fact it was a lie. I can walk through the I look at that time I could walk through the White House and say, "Hey, what's up?" But I couldn't say nothing about what was going on in there. And you think I'm gonna come home and take a chance of piss, as my grandbaby say, piss the pier? I get locked up for treason, and you're gonna sit there and tell me on an open, unsecure line that this guy told you that? Okay.
Well, look what they did to Monica Lewinsky
Mm-hmm.
when she went told everybody what she told everybody, and she really lucky that she's still here today, in my
That
opinion,
part.
because
Look,
Marilyn Monroe show ain't here to tell the story,
look, that part.
and
Look at
so
well, look at the man that got locked up in jail. He's no longer here.
who?
The one that they were supposed to been uncovering his files.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. He
He
ain't
was
here,
in
and
prison. Look, he was in
yeah,
prison.
yeah. I know because he know too much.
Right.
And you know who else need to be careful? And that's that Michael Wolf, because I heard that he said he had well, that's what the Midas Touch said. Said that he had over 100 hours of the files of him and Homeboy talking, and he's been releasing it on his podcast. See, that's who's walking, that's who's treading real he better tread real light, because next thing you know, he might not be here either.
Yeah, you're
Michael
right.
Michael Michael Wolf, the one who wrote the wrote the book about what was it called, Fire and Fury, about Trump.
Mm-hmm.
And
And
I actually purchased the book.
look, like Marjon said, but the Republican leader do text messages on Signal. Right. Y'all
Right.
put y'all. That's why they all people up there in Congress is in a bunch because you give out information. Do you know how many hackers out here from other countries that know how to hack?
All right.
And you got it out here on cyber clouds, out here on the clouds, and you got satellite. Duh.
And Elon Musk got satellites. Starlink.
How you think he won?
Starlink.
Thank you. Remember he was remember when they had the flood in North Carolina in the mountains?
Yeah.
Remember the man said he couldn't get no signal, and
Mm-hmm.
he talked to Elon Musk, and Elon said he could do it, and they did it without charging the man.
Mm-hmm. And remember when homeboy told y'all don't even have to vote for him because he don't even need y'all vote.
Yep.
Just, and if you just, even if you do go and vote, this be your last time voting. He can't keep anything. He tell you everything he's gonna do right up front, right in your face, and people
And he,
just don't believe him.
I look, that's the problem. There, okay, so many people have conspiracy theories so bad that they don't believe nothing he said because of the conspiracy theories, they think, oh, everything he's saying is a lie. Everything he's saying, no, he's telling y'all up front. Everything he said, he's done. Tell me one thing that he haven't said out his mouth during the election that he haven't done. I'll wait.
Well, he said we was gonna get tired of winning, so that was one thing that he ain't did. We ain't won nothing yet.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we gonna win. That's the problem. He know it because he know it's gonna be somebody that's gonna figure it out. They're gonna stop him. Until that happens, he's gonna keep going the way he's going until you stop him.
Well, I heard a rally today, honey. Them clear people hot, and they mad, and they getting a clue now. What they had said was, uh, We all need to come together, and we need to let Congress know that we the people got the power, and we need to show them who had the power. So they finna get on their representatives' butt, and they want their representatives to impeach him. So they're all thinking, and and they all coming together. And so all we have to do is just sit back and eat our popcorn, and drink our Coca Colas or whatever we drink, or coffee or what have you, and just sit back and just watch them and let them have this fight.
Yeah,
The- let them, yeah.
Look, Tracy K said, heck, we stopped TikTok because of Chinese hacking reasons.
Right.
Honey, look, China. Everybody keeps saying China. China ain't the only one hacking. We getting some from Africa. We getting some from England. We getting some from Argentina. You be surprised how many people have learned how to start hacking.
Every country is hacking everybody, and
Yep.
that's why you have CIAs and FBI, so they can uh pay attention to the hacking and try to secure it
And
and
say
protect the country.
he getting rid of a lot of the FBI agents. Remember, he said he wanted to know who was the agents that was investigating him and who was the ones
Yeah,
investigating overseas. He wanted to get rid of them.
yeah.
Well, okay, you getting rid of them, but don't you know there's some other ones that's right behind them? You can't get rid of all the FBI agents.
Right. It's an
Uh,
FBI station in every 50 states, ain't it?
yeah, every corner of. Okay, let me explain this to everybody. There's an FBI agent at every corner of the world, every corner of the city. There's a headquarters somewhere. There's a headquarters somewhere. Then you got the other alphabet boys. They got a corner at every corner of the world. Every corner you could think of in the United States, they there. There's some of them, just like I was sitting back saying, Tiffany in those places running her mouth. You don't know who in there that y'all never seen before. There ain't one
Yeah, you don't know
in
who
plain
agent.
clothes.
Right, in plain clothes. Can I address what Minion said? Minion said we all have to rally together, meaning all races. Oh no, we do not, Minion. Because guess what? Black people have been marching for over 100 years, and ain't nothing happened. Nobody didn't help us do anything, hardly. And so he got 74 million people to vote for him. So that's who need to march, because they're the ones who put him in. So they're the ones who need to get him out. And don't risk your life, don't, because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get us to go out there and march so they can launch martial law. They're not gonna launch martial law on their own people. Maybe, I don't know. He's crazy enough to do it.
No, he's
but
not. He's not. I'm gonna tell
but
y'all
at,
right
but
now.
at the end of the day, though, that's not our fight. We didn't
Right
put
now,
him in there, so we ain't trying to
I'm gonna
take him.
tell you like this, Minion. He wants us to rally with them because, like she said, martial law, and they consider us the violent ones. Because I want you to think when we marched for George Floyd's death. Remember, some of them was planning stuff to make it
Yeah,
look like we did it. Remember, they caught some on film where they were throwing the
yeah,
rocks in the plate. I mean, the stones. They were bringing bricks and throwing them in the building while we were marching. They make it seem like us. That's why we were getting pepper sprayed and rubber bullets hit at us.
yeah. They put infiltrators in the march so that it can look like that we're doing it. They
Right.
did the same thing in Charlottesville.
Yep. And
They
then
did the
why?
same exact thing.
But if you notice, they didn't do a darn thing when they did the Capitol. They didn't pepper spray them. They didn't rubber bullet them. They didn't call reinforcement. Remember, he was going to get ready. He was trying to get the army come in there and get us here in D.C. All of that, but they didn't do it for them when they came to D.C.
Exactly. And they the ones who actually attacked the Capitol. And I understand, Minion, you saying not just marching. So yeah, we can help them organize. We can assist them in different ways. But in my opinion, this is just my opinion, not Rox, it's just mine. It's their fight. They're the ones who put him in, so they're the ones who need to take him out.
You're
We're
right,
just a
Minion.
we're
You
just
say
a
we,
casualty of war.
and you're right. We don't have to march. What we doing now is bringing awareness to the different things. That's why I talk the way I talk about the government because I want people to think. I want you to go back in a little bit in history and come forward. Don't stay right here. Go back a little bit in history and come forward and think about how things was done before it got now. What it was, like she said, there, and I said that's why I told everybody that I talked to, go to USA.gov, pull up that flag in that top left corner. When I left the government, the federal government, we had the regular American flag. Why we got that one up there now? Back in Civil War. That's a Civil War flag. Why do we have that on USA.gov government website now? Never been up there. And we have it on there now. Every president that been there never changed that flag. All of a sudden that flag has changed. And they keep saying we want to go back to when America was great. And that flag is Civil War. They really want to take us back. He even went back in the 1800s to bring up a law to deport people. Do you know that he even got he done did an executive order that even if you look, if you did a crime and you're a legal immigrant, they can deport you without you going before a judge. He just signed that into law.
Just up there doing anything he want to do.
And cause and they tell him it's this. Oh, that sounds good. Sign. I never in all the years that I worked in the federal government had a president that signed this many executive orders.
Right.
This
And
many
and
executive.
and he ain't even smart enough to come up with all this stuff. That's Stephen Miller. All of this sound like Stephen Miller to me. And everybody that's in the Project 2025. This is Project 2025 stuff and Stephen Miller stuff. Trump can't even really hardly read. So don't tell me he's coming up with all of these different orders and different ideas and different laws when you can't even read a teleprompter.
Right.
And you can't even spell, because when you write a tweet, half of the time your tweets are misspelled. Your tweets are spelled wrong. So we know you're writing those tweets, and you don't even have sense enough to know how to spell the words right, and you don't even have sense enough to do a spell check on your phone. So I know he's not coming up with all of this, but they got him as the person that's executing the plans, because he's the only president, like she said, that don't mind doing it. The rest of the presidents, denied it, but he's the one that he's the face of all of this.
I want y'all to think about. Okay, we just lost a president, right?
Right,
Jimmy Carter. We had a nice funeral for him, right?
right.
If you look at all the presidents that were there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Obama was the only one stuck beside him.
Right.
Okay, I want y'all to think back or go back to that video of all of them sitting together. When they were bringing the casket in with the American flag, every diplomat, every president, even their wives, put their hands over their heart. Even his wife. And he stood there with his hands to his side. He stood there looking like a stump on the log. Like, what I'm supposed to do? So that lets you know he has no respect for nothing that deal with the country. He just want to be in power. He just want to be somebody. And that's some people get hungry for power to the point that they can't think. Look, I don't want that. I don't want that much power. That's too much stress for me.
Well, if you alienate all the other countries, how you gonna look important and big in front of somebody when we by ourselves now? So who he impressing?
He
Us?
wants no. He wants to show them that see we could do without you because I'm in charge. We gotta look. Our country gonna be more powerful than yours because I'm in charge. I don't. We don't need you. And he said it numerous times. We don't need them. We can do it all right here. No, dummy. We don't have everything right here. some of the minerals that they got overseas we need.
And that's why come him and Putin trying to take Ukraine, because Ukraine got those minerals that they want.
And
And
he's trying to get Greenland and Canada because they got certain minerals, trying to make them part of the United States so he felt like he really big because we got a lot. Some of the minerals that Canada have, Ukraine has.
hmm
So he can say, Putin, you can have Ukraine if I can get Canada. And Marjan, he can't impress. First of all, my thing is, there's not one president, and I want everybody to think about that been, knew anything about the government. What president have you ever known that any Russian president showed their wives half naked? I'll wait.
what president even had a wife that was out in public half naked? That's not so much just showed them, but she's the one who was all at the parties, on the island and everything, and looking all out of her mind. And we've never had a president with this much disgrace. Never.
Number no, number two, do your research. It's down the line, but his wife is related to Putin.
Well, she is from Slovenia.
Uh huh. Uh huh. I had a person tell me one time I was too deep with the government stuff. I said, well, if you worked in the government many years as I have, you will be deep in the government.
Well, we all better get deep in it, because we're gonna, like Minion said, we all gonna be in this together, and we all are in this together. But we all better try to learn our history. We better try to learn some facts, because we're gonna not, like you said, knowledge is power. We're gonna need to know these things. We
Right.
really are. And my
And
family don't like talking about the politics either. My family tell me the same thing. Don't nobody want to talk about all of that. Well, y'all better want to try to talk about it. Now they want to talk about it when it was time to get them checks. Now you couldn't beat black people from talking about it and getting all
well,
off involved on how to get that check, that stimulus check. But that's the only thing that we care about is a stimulus check or some type of monetary value from the government. But anything else, we don't really want to discuss none of that too much for whatever reason.
but there's a if you listen to some of the interviews with the blacks that were Republicans, and I have even talked with a few blacks here in my area, where he was the only one that gave us that money. I said, you
Not
blessed.
true.
I said,
Not
look,
true.
you blessed that you didn't have an income. Because a lot of them that got the stimulus checks had to pay some of that stimulus check back in
But he
tax.
didn't give it. He didn't give it.
But the
Congress
thing,
gave those checks. Remember, he denied it,
wait a
and
minute, we're gonna
Congress
even
did it.
wait a minute. First of all, when he closed the book, when he disposed of Obama's book on how to deal with the COVID, right?
Right.
That was part of it. That was part of his book. In case that it got to a point that the country was going into a deficit because of it, this is what you do. You give them the stimulus check to get we get the solution for COVID. Then you give them the stimulus check to build the economy back up, and then we move forward from there. And if everybody remember, he stated that if his name ain't on the checks, he won't give them out. Well, I want those blacks to go in there and really do their research because it was us that they weren't going to give the checks to. It was us he wasn't going to give the checks to. He wasn't going to give the checks to the blacks. Congress said you can't do that. See, back then we had to fight with somebody to help us with him to keep him under reign. Now we don't have no help. He gonna do willy nilly, and he's coming back with. I say he only want to get in there to keep from getting locked up and to get revenge, and he's doing it
Exactly.
big time.
Exactly.
And everybody say, "Oh no, no,
And
no."
inflict and inflict as much pain on the American people as he can, because he's a very unhappy, sick man. I've never seen somebody who had so much that is so unhappy. You got the world at your hands, at your fingertips, and you're still not happy. Make
That
it make sense.
well, that's just like those on here that know about Tiffany. I mean, not Tiffany, Cassie, Cassandra, whatever her name is, Jordan, Hopkins Jordan, as what's the name? Dear Woke Christian called 14%. Um, uh, she's so unhappy. She's attacking anybody, and you're sitting there. My thing was, help me, anybody. How you gonna win an election when you talk about the people that you want to vote for you? You got to realize you can't do Trump. You in a small town, a small village. They don't have they they don't have the population that the United States got to mock Trump. You are hen in the yard. Neither one of y'all, either one of y'all don't have that kind of power to run for office after you don't put people down. She put people down by constantly telling them, "I'm trying to educate you," and making the world think that they lived in poverty. This one trying to run for office and call the people retarded, stupid, ignorant, and dumb.
But she was, she was all at the White House shaking Biden's hand, though, right?
Oh yeah, she was all up. And then when she saw Trump win, remember she sent that letter, told Trump she sent that email to him.
Yeah, yeah.
I started laughing. I said, "You the dumbest child in the world."
She's trying to play both sides of the fence, and she was all on Facebook. Yeah, I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna come back just like Trump did. No, you're not, ma'am. And like you said, you don't have the constituency that Trump has. You don't have the power, and you can't pull out your black card, because there's no such thing as a black card, ma'am. So you don't have none of those type of credentials, and you got voted out like you should be. And thank God that she did. And I'm really kind of upset with Dalton, because you only had what, 4 or 5 thousand people to vote, and your town is over 20,000 people. And I just, she could have easily got in there if everybody would have took advantage of the voting. And so I just thought that was disheartening, just to see how many people voted. That was crazy to me.
Wait a minute. She told them what got me was she said that they was ignorant, dumb, stupid, crazy. Um, I mean, you talk bad about the school, and I mean about not the school, about the people, and these are the people you were. I look, I was shocked she got 152 people because I was counting four. I was
Who?
giving her four.
Kamal, her mom, and her uncle and her auntie.
Yeah, that was it. Then I said, no, I gotta give her a little more. I give her 10. Cause you still got some of her flunkies, the ones that were standing out there. Well, why she can't go? Uh, she should. She's the mayor. She should go first class. Why she got to go coach? I want to say itch because she don't deserve it, especially when it's coming out of my tax dollars.
Well, I want justice for Andrew's home too. I want justice. I want them to do something with him also,
Oh,
because he
he
think he's
disappeared.
skating by. But I heard the state is still gonna maybe the federal government. I mean, what is it? Is it the state that's gonna get him, or the federal government?
The
One of
state
them. The
state gonna
state.
get him.
Yeah, he still got to deal with the state, so he ain't out of the woods yet. But yeah, I'm waiting on his justice for justice to come for him also.
Yeah, because
Pre.
I, and everybody said, well, when the alphabets, I say, well, let me explain something to you. Let her keep doing what she's doing. They giving her enough rope to hang herself. And I said, what they're doing is letting her go from place to place. Cause see, this is why she gonna think she's smart. If she hang out at this place, they all hang out here for a while and then they dip. So they gonna think that she, there. So when they come there to get her, they're gonna be at that spot, and she's gonna be at another spot. So they let her go to all the different spots she want to go out and hang out at and hide. So when they come in, they got somebody at every one of those spots. Dalton ain't but so big, and she's still gonna get caught. Oh, and the passports, oh shit, her passport. Ain't nobody leaving the United States. If you haven't noticed, everybody, there's nobody getting a passport. And they, oh, Minion, you ain't gonna get no passport, baby. You ain't taking no trips because you may not come back. I'm letting you know right now. They are not issuing any passports at this time. That was one of the departments that they downsized.
Right. I would advise you to go out of the country anyway because of what he's doing. It's not safe for anybody to leave the country because number one, no other country like us anymore.
Nope,
We're we're like a third world country. We're like Russia at this point, as far as our reputation goes.
and also, Minion, they got it where they giving them warning, their own people warning not to come to the United States.
Right.
So you think that they're gonna love you when you get there?
No. Now we're gonna be frowned upon like Russia at this point.
Yeah.
And prima donna, I don't mean to offend you or anything. I just want people to participate in the process while we can, because the way that we treading, it don't look like nobody vote is gonna count. Pretty soon. And yeah, Chicago do have a lot of. I've done a lot of research on Chicago, and they do have a lot of corruption in Chicago. Also, in my opinion, the whole South have a lot of corruption. You have a judge in South Carolina, and you have a seat open here in Texas that Greg Abbott won't even go ahead and approve. And the guy has already, he's running for the seat, but he won't open up the election so that the guy can win. And he's a black guy. You have a white woman judge that won in South Carolina, but they're trying to disenfranchise 65,000 people just so that the Republican can win. So they're playing all kind of tricks. They're doing all kind of tricks of the trade to stay in power. And one way that they can do that is to disenfranchise, the people, or not
Mhm.
holding an election. And that's what the Southern governors are doing. And so the people really need to wake up and quit trying to vote with what their party is, and vote, like you said earlier, vote what's in their best interest. And a lot of these Republicans are not their best interests at this point, unfortunately.
Look, I'm gonna tell you like this. Let me explain something to you. When Donald Trump
Oh,
got in
that
there,
that's it. Hold on one sec. Let me correct that. That's in North Carolina. Thank you, Alice, because I don't want to make because if somebody listened to your replay, I want to make sure I give the correct information. So that's in North Carolina where the judge,
oh yeah,
uh, yeah, where they won't. This lady don't won the election. She won it by 734 votes, but they're trying to take her to court, and they won't let her be on the Supreme Court at this point.
he said. Minion said, I don't want to impose, but do you all have room for one more to join the conversation? Yes, whoever want to join.
You're probably gonna have to redrop the link because it was so long ago. It's probably way up in the chat.
Okay, hold on. Let me go.
You want me to drop it?
I got it.
You got it.
Uh huh.
You don't like to highlight your comments, Roxy?
I haven't figured that out yet.
Well, let me give you a quick tutorial. All you got to do is just go to the comments over there and just
Mm-hmm.
click on it. And just click on it. And it'll say show, and then it'll say hide. That's all it is. So like that one you just put up there, just go click on it. The StreamYard link.
Oh, it says show. Okay, I
Yeah.
see.
So just click on it and it'll show it. See, there you go. You learned it just that quick. See, there you
Okay.
go. Now we got it.
Hey, Minion.
Hey, okay, look at you. Hey,
Yes.
Hey, Minion. And Alice, don't you laugh at me.
I have to pause the other side. All right. Hey, everybody.
Hey, Minion. It seems like we got a difference of opinion, so it's good that you came on up here. Come on up here, so let's talk. Let's talk about it.
Yes, yes. And no, I don't think we have a difference of opinion because I am really more like you. You know, I would prefer to be on the end where we just chilling and let them hash it out. But the more I look at it and the more stuff I see come out, it's like, no, we probably need to at least know what's going on so we can know how to play our cards. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, we can
Uh,
stay informed, but
right.
we just need to sit back because this really not our fight. It is our fight, but it's not. We're not the ones who created this picture. They created this picture, so let them play it out.
well, I the thing is, I don't put my faith or trust in someone who created who is the reason for us being in the situation. And so, you know that saying, if you want something done right, you have to do it yourself.
I got you on that.
I
Yeah.
feel like, you know, if we want the results that we need to have, that we need to see happen for ourselves, and not just for ourselves, for the entire country, um, I think that we will have to rally at some point together because, you know, Black people aren't the only people that's getting impacted by this,
Well,
unfortunately.
not, but you know, how many people help us rally when we was going through the civil rights and Jim Crow era? We only had
I
it
know
wasn't even nobody in the South. The people had to come down from the North to even help out Minion.
it was white people in those marches, just like it was Black people in those marches. If you look at those videos, you will see a full mixture
A
of
sprinkle.
I mean, you know, of
Hey,
course,
it's a sprinkle. It was a sprinkle of us when some of their marches. So it's a sprinkle in each march. You're
Yeah,
not
we
gonna
got some.
have,
Yeah, we got
yeah,
some.
no. You had sprinkles in the one here in D.C. when we had, we're marching with George Floyd. We just had a few stragglers that wanted to cause problems, but we had sprinkles too. So
a lot of people that become successful that are skin folk like us, it's because of support and help from, you know, our our friends that you know kind of are the opposite color.
well, see, that's just like when remember when he kept saying we got the COVID from China, 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 and they started attacking the China,
Hmm.
and we stepped up with them. Right
Mhm.
after that calmed down, they started turning back on us.
Right.
So we
All of
started
them
back.
turned. All of them turned they back on us, and they wouldn't put the black lady in office because they just couldn't. They just couldn't vote for a black woman, and it's all just about racism and sexism. They didn't want a woman, and they sure didn't want no black woman running this country. And so, meaning sometimes, you know, we have to go through things. You know how it is. I don't know if your mom told you this, but my mom used to tell me, if you get enough knots on your head, then you'll stop doing what you're doing. And that's what needs to
Yeah,
happen,
right.
Minion. They got to get a few knots on their heads so they can put this crazy racism down, and so that they can start treating everybody with equal rights. Because prior to this happening, if you went in and put in an application, you both can have the same qualifications. But if it was a clear person and it was you, guess who gonna get the job? Not you.
Yep.
Well, that's what it is. Period. It's always good. I mean, you know, as long as we stand for that and allow that to happen, it's always going to be. It's going to be allowed to happen.
All right.
But I do feel like I agree.
Wait a minute. Look at Roxy highlighting all her comments.
Okay, look at her. What she say? I said what I said. The white people did help. Robert can talk about that more than I can, but Robert can tell you about this stuff. Yeah, of
Well,
course.
I'm not saying that nobody is good. Let me please let me explain myself for 1 second, man. Let me break this down. I'm not saying that there are some good folk in that race. I'm not saying that. Okay. But what I am saying is the majority of them feel the same way. They've always felt this way. And if they didn't, they would not have put this man back in office because they did not vote for their best interest, is what all I'm saying. Like Roxy
Well,
said
let's be clear.
earlier, this guy told you everything that he was going to do. He's a convicted felon. He's a criminal, and you still put him in office versus putting the qualified um, ex-senator, ex-prosecutor, and the person that know government who knows what she's doing, but you decided that you didn't want to put the person that has some sense in office. You wanted to put a criminal in office. And if you put a criminal in office, what did you expect? You expect crime.
Okay, so you said a couple of things that I wanted to address. Okay, so with Kamala, I think that the issue with
Kamala.
Kamala,
Kamala.
Kamala,
Kamala.
I don't get what the
No, because you sounded like Trump, Kamala. That's how they said it. And I just want to, just put
her
some
voice
respect
is
on the
so
lady's
annoying to
name. It's
me.
like a
Her
camel
voice
and a
is
A,
so
Kamala.
especially when she came out. But let me say this about Kamala. Kamala, I don't know how to say it.
Kamala.
Kamala. Let me say this about her. And I'm not gonna give too much energy into getting her name right because I'm not a Kamala fan. But
I understand.
what I will say is that her platform seemed to be more based around race baiting. And I think that the Democratic Party in itself has become known for giving handouts. But those handouts are not handouts that really help move our race forward. Because let's be very clear, it's not that white people don't get handouts. Elon Musk's entire business has been, catapulted by government contracts.
Okay, do you know the history of do you have do you know the history of the handouts?
Right. Because black people are not the
Well,
majority of
why
people.
Wait,
Hold on.
hold on.
Black people are not the majority of people that get handouts. It's the South where I'm located. They're
Exactly.
the ones who's getting the handouts. And what do you think a government contract is, Minion?
A
That is a handout also. We're
exactly.
all getting handouts.
But
What it is,
we get the bottom barrel
yes.
handouts, and then like I was saying in the chat, we willing to scam and come up with businesses. Do you know it's black people around here trying to get other black people on to get these PPP loans? Like they created whole businesses based around fraud.
But they want to give us crumbs while they take the big piece of the pie. But it's everybody is getting handouts. That's what America is. It's nothing but handouts. But you guys seem like you have a problem when black people get a piece of the pie. And black people are some of the hardest working people that pay more taxes than any other race.
That's why we need more education, and education is power, because we're not going after the right handouts, is what I'm saying.
Okay, now look at Trump. Okay, during COVID, right? He passed out them checks. Everybody said Trump gave him the stimulus checks. If you know the history, it wasn't him. The checks was already there when Obama gave him the book. He used it to get his platform for us to fall for it and say he helped us.
And for us, exactly. And we were we love those handouts. Like he had really changed our lives, and it wasn't that big of a deal.
But it wasn't just for us, it was for everybody. But let me explain somehow he did that. He was very slick. He thought he was slick, rather. I was still working in the government, but I was working contract. And I know what happened during that time frame. And before they said, before I couldn't work from home because they shut our company down altogether. Because where their headquarters is, they couldn't work. They couldn't get the system up to keep us functioning the way we needed to. So they had to go ahead and shut our department down. But the checks were supposed to be for everybody. He was only going to give it out to people he liked. And it was not us, and it was not anybody that was not of their race. So the Congress at that time said, you can't do that. So he said, well, if I got to pass it out to all of them, I want my name on it so they know it came from me. See, it wasn't supposed to have his name on it. It's supposed to be just like any other check you get from the federal government. So see, everybody say, "Oh, y'all got that handout. Y'all got that hand." No, it wasn't.
Y'all got that handout too, though. So
right, they got the handout too. Everybody got it because we needed it because we couldn't work. We were on lockdown. We needed that help.
And then business took advantage of it, Roxy, and they got more. A lot of the people that got the handout, they didn't even need it.
Right, they got more of it than we did. and he made sure of that. So what do you think he's gonna do now? He's making sure they get.
But they always gonna make sure that they can benefit more. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like,
No, no, think about it. What president? Okay, they give you they close the government down for a little while, right? They close it. What what president have you known that has demolished agencies?
that's crazy. And
And
he
this,
ain't really the one doing it.
no, he don't care
It's
because
somebody that ain't even been sworn in, ain't been elected.
Yeah,
All he has is
but they can't
money.
do they can't do anything that he don't want them to do. And million, this is nothing personal, but brother, I just hate to hear when I hear other brothers or sisters saying that people are getting handouts, and it make it look, it's like what the news say. Everybody want to talk about the black people if they're on public assistance or
Well,
what
we have
have
to
you.
be
But hold on,
honest.
hold on. But at the end of the day, it's like Marjan put in the chat. Do you not know slavery was a handout? Slavery was a leg up. So the
For the
black
white
people,
people,
I
right?
understand that. So they came and got us from our land, brought us over here, treated us like dogs, less than dogs. Because right now, if you do something to a dog, Michael Vick, you'll go to jail before you do something to George
Right.
Floyd. Okay.
Hello.
And so at the end of the day, we built this economy up off of our backs. Well, they did. Our ancestors built this economy up off our backs. Every time we tried to have something for ourselves, they burned everything down because they didn't want us to get too big for our britches. Every other race in America, the Chinese, the Japanese, well, not the Chinese, but the Japanese, the Indians, everybody get reparations, get an apology. Everybody except for the slaves, and the slaves are the ones who did the most for this country, but we're the
Absolutely. And
ones
got the lease.
who get the least. And so that's why I just hate it when I hear young people say, talk about government assistance. And yeah, we do got some
Well,
cousins that's on
let
and
me
then
correct myself.
I understand we got some cousins that's lazy and we watch them in our families
Mm-mm, that I
that
ain't
live
even
off
talking
of
about that.
that
I ain't
live
even
off of
talking.
government assistance. But let me just finish up. The South take more money from the federal government and give the least. It's more people in the South and
yep.
more white people that's on government assistance than black people are. But the news highlight the black people. They put us on TV. It's even more white people committing crimes than it is black people. But we're the ones who's highlighted and in the forefront to make it look like we're doing this and we're doing that, all so that they can stay in office. They see
And
they need somebody to fight,
look at
and we're it.
okay, look at what he said. He's gonna give reparation to the ones that was locked up because he said they were prisoners of war.
See, look at this. And this is what I'm saying. I mean, let me correct myself. First off, I said what I said. Let me correct myself. Because when I say handouts, um, I I mean lower level handouts, because I feel like we should be getting the same handouts that everybody else is getting, that especially like even immigrants when they come into the country, they start off with a handout, and get handed businesses that,
Exactly.
so there's nothing
Well,
wrong with handouts.
let me explain something about the immigrants. The immigrants comes together. Okay,
Exactly.
look, it's six. Okay, let me tell you how they do, which we ain't gonna do. There's six families. Sometimes it's 3 to 4 families in one house. You go out here and work your
And
butt
they'll
off.
get one house, and then they'll build, and then they'll get another house, and they'll all still be sharing, and they'll keep getting houses until they all have them. You know
Right.
what I'm saying?
And look,
They
they
work together.
they work together. They all live in there and they got a jar. This guy showed me. They have this big, huge thing of money. It's like 4 or 5 big kind of like a bucket, but it's like a trash can. And they put all their money, what they don't spend on bills. All the rest of the money goes in that bucket. When they get a certain amount, they go down to the bank and they cash it in. And if you notice that when they go in the banks, they go in that back area where they can count the money. And they count all that money on the machine. They put that towards the next person's home. Now that person got their business going, and then now
They could
those
bring
two,
more people in.
then they got 2 more families working together to help the third family to get their business going.
And they can bring more people in.
Right.
And they all shop within themselves.
Right. And to
They
see
don't
that,
shop with everybody else.
and the thing is, we sit back and hate on them. They got us hating on them, but we doing it to ourselves. We're
Right.
doing it to ourselves. Okay.
Everybody want to be kings and queens and bosses, and don't nobody want to actually do the work, and damn sure don't want to do the work together with other people and share the
Right.
success.
Right. And see, the problem I have is, I'm gonna tell you what's so funny. I lived in a part of Maryland called Landover, Maryland, and that's where the stadium is. And there's a certain area called King Square. Now there was a little shopping plaza right at the end of the apartment complex, and then there was another little store, looked like it used to be a shoe store, but they turned it into a little Chinese restaurant. Okay, you can go in there and get a plate, one of them phone plates, full of food. You go in there and pay $5.99 or $6, and you get so much eggs and sausage and bacon and hash browns and all this stuff. The plate is heavy when you leave, and you get all of that for $7. And you walk out there a happy camper because you got enough food to go back and eat seconds. But here go this black restaurant that right around the corner at the other plaza. They were charging the same amount that they were. Supposed to be in competition. We go and get a plate from them. We open it up. You got 2 strips of bacon, a corner of an egg, a corner of some hash brown potatoes, and a slice of bread. And the plate so light you can toss it as a frisbee. But see, that's the problem. You want to charge so much money, but you don't give the quantity. You don't give the quality or the quantity.
All the service, because customer service isn't one of our highlighted areas.
Oh man, I'm gonna be honest with you. I love my people, but I have gone to some of these Chinese restaurants. They're the sweetest people
The
in the world.
sweetest people.
But then you go with our restaurants with our people, and what you want?
Look, you gotta initiate the conversation, because they'll
Um,
stand there and look at you like,
and then is
hey.
that all? Is that all? They want
We gotta be honest with ourselves. You know what I'm saying? At some point, yes, there's issues, that we've faced and that we didn't have any control over, like slavery and being oppressed and all the things like Jim Crow and all those things that we had to deal with. But at some point now we're at a point where we could be better than what we're being. I think that we've gotten complacent, and let me say this, because I think that that's the old us. I think that we're moving into where we are all on one accord, and we're understanding that we have to have customer service. We have to look at the quality. I would hope that that's the direction that we're moving in, because every Black person has that story of another Black business, that you didn't get good customer service from. So we all have that experience. I think at some point we should be like, okay, let's take these experiences and kind of use it to determine how we're going to start doing things moving forward, which is, let's put a little emphasis on customer service if we're starting our own business. Let's put a little emphasis on even knowing how to run the business properly and managing the finances correctly.
Right. Right. We do, like you said. Now that's one thing we can do. We can teach each other how to treat each other. But I'm sorry, but if I got my little cousin Pookie over here, Pookie gonna put his hand in that cookie jar, y'all. So we're gonna have to lock the cookie jar up. We can't just let the money stay out there. Because I know my cousin them, they
If
gonna get that
everybody
money.
put in the same amount of work, though, I think
Yeah.
that's the thing. Like with Foxy's analogy, everybody's working in that household. They all can. I don't know.
Well,
Yeah, I'm
that's
just
all. That's
joking.
all the countries. And see,
Yeah.
people sit back and they say, all the countries that come over here, they do that because they do it in their country. We're the only ones that's so divided. Even the whites are divided like that.
Yeah, and that's a good point that you made about the white people, because you want to know what Trump is not just a racist. Let's be clear. He don't like nobody that's not in a certain tax bracket, and
Right.
that goes for everybody.
Right.
Right. That's point blank right there. If
Right.
he don't want anybody that's under that's not millionaire or billionaire.
Right.
If you're not a millionaire or billionaire, he could care less about you.
That part. Because you're not that important to him because you can't,
Do
he's
nothing
all
for
about
him.
the money. It's all about the Benjamins.
And he feel like you're not equivalent to him. You're
Right.
not that important to be equivalent. And some of us out here, even in society, have that stuck up nose.
A lot of
Even
black
some,
people. That's why we be moving out of our own neighborhoods to go to the people, to go to places where we ain't even wanted, but just so we can feel better than the people that we moving out the neighborhoods from.
well, sometimes now I'm gonna tell you why
I mean, safety is a big issue too.
yeah,
I ain't gonna
Yeah.
lie.
yeah,
Because
Safety and
they
peace.
won't police our neighborhoods the correct way. They don't care if we're not safe. Now they'll come whenever
True.
it's
But we
about.
have to come together and police our own neighborhoods. That's the
We
thing.
do. Well,
We
you know
leave
what
out.
though? You know what though? They're doing that in Detroit. You got some in was it Michigan? I think it was Michigan or Ohio. I seen it somewhere online where you got these guys that's taking over their own neighborhoods. And
That's what
even
we gotta do.
remember when the white nationalists tried to march into the neighborhood, wasn't that in Washington? Roxy, was that in Washington when they
uh-huh.
tried to come into the neighborhood and infiltrate the neighborhood and all them black people came together in the projects? They was like, oh
Yeah,
no,
oh yeah,
no, no,
oh
no, no. You
no.
guys are not fixing to come over here and mess up out. You take that somewhere else. They was slicing their tires, messing up their cars. And then what did the cops do? The cops protected them instead of protecting the neighborhood.
Okay, just
So
like
You proving my point that I
you
mean,
know,
well, I
like
guess that's the same thing you trying to say too. We do need to come together.
no, like Trayvon White that's in my
Mark
no, not
Trayvon, oh, not him.
no, Trayvon White. He's in my I call it sector, in my ward. We have wards here in DC. We have 8 wards. He's in Ward 7. And
We have war
the
too.
reason that they brought him down is because he was working with the outreach. Now he really worked with the outreach because he used to sell drugs and do the crimes in the community. So when he got the chance to be over the ward, he was trying to keep the drug dealers and the crime rate down, which was working. Which listen how I said it, which was working. The mayor, our mayor, you talking about corruption? Our mayor told him not to run against her because she was scared that he was gonna really get it. So when he ran against her, she stopped giving him any funding or anything to help us out in our ward.
Mm.
Tiffany, a 2.0.
Mm,
But she was a 0.1. She was undercover with hers.
right.
See, but that's how a lot of people are.
Mm-hmm.
And Trayvon White was trying to help us, and he kept the drug dealers from messing with us in our community.
Mm-hmm.
And so she told him if he runs against her, because she was up for mayor, it was him, another gentleman, and her. And she told him if he ran against her, she was gonna make sure that he didn't get no funding in our ward.
And that's exactly what she did.
And that's exactly what she did.
Yeah.
So he started going crooked to try to get the funding because we needed it.
Oh, yeah.
And she
Of course.
did a plant to get him caught.
Right. I just knew you were about to say that.
And
Yeah.
see, that's the thing. These mayors, she wanted to stay in power,
Mm-hmm.
but she ain't doing shit.
But that's the reason.
It's all about money and power with these people that get in office. And that's the whole thing. It's like they go in sometimes, not all the time, but a lot of times they go in office playing like they're of wholeheartedly wanting to help the community, and something happens when they get there, and then they start thinking about themselves. And I don't know if it's the inside trading from the stock market or if it's the power or what. But
It's the power.
all of them go in real poor, but they all come out real rich and make sense to me. They do.
Right. You're right.
They
Yeah.
do. Because guess what? They regulate the stock market.
Even Kwame Raoul,
Yes.
his salary is what 300 or something thousand, but he got a $2 million donation from Pritzker.
And
Yeah.
wait a minute. Look at the superintendent of the school. He got the high salary.
Exactly.
His salary, his one
Exactly.
salary, Tiffany got two that almost equal to his. He had one. He got a $400,000 salary now.
But see,
Right. And
I'm leery, but I'm leery of that guy from Thornton
and
because
look,
he's a senator.
Well, see, he already rich. He's an ex-football player. He ain't okay.
he
This
has his own business. I mean,
he ain't trying to get no money from Thornton. He's
So
trying.
you think he's gonna help out? Because I was
No,
kind of
he
leery of him.
I already got some inside scoop.
I feel like he's going to use his connections
Shit,
to
right.
help Thornton Township
No,
out.
no, no.
Y'all
Let
think
me
so?
explain. Yeah, let me explain something. I got some inside scoop. Okay, he's already look. When they was going through it, he wasn't gonna give no money to either sector until she was gone.
Okay. So,
See, he
but
got the money already. He's already he's getting ready. Dalton getting ready to be fine. Okay, let me say it like that. Dalton is going to be great.
that's what's up. I'm really
And
happy
what
to hear.
it is,
Speaking of Dalton,
he came in. He was going to back out of the race till that Republican came in, and he
Mhm.
had a feeling that Republican might outdo Nate,
Mhm.
mm,
and he didn't want him in there because he know about him. He and Tiffany got a connection, and keep
Mm.
Price.
well,
So he had to go on with the election and get the position. That's
Mhm.
why he gonna bring Nate up under him. So when it's time for him to give it up, Nate can take over because he know all the ins and outs of what needs to be done.
I hope you know the right ins and outs, and not the ins and outs that
There
they
you
But
go.
teach
see,
you.
but,
You
but
know,
see, wait a minute. So think about it. He's not gonna get the money that Tiffany got. Tiffany got the money because she was ending a term.
right
Mhm.
over a
He's gonna come
29-year
back in.
term,
So he's
right?
gonna come in way less than what she was making. So what is that gonna benefit him when he got that money from the Senate
But that's the
and he's an ex?
reason.
So
That's
he's
the
not making
reason
any
why you
profit.
learn the other things, because the money isn't in the position; it's in what that position kind of opens you up to like the different
See,
people and stuff like that you
But is
can start
but
doing those deals with, those under the table deals with.
but
wait
is
a
he
minute.
thinking about being the governor at one as because so is it a stepping stone for him?
No,
It's not
no.
okay.
Let me explain something to you. He's a senator. He's the one that has funded a lot of town. If you go into his record,
Mhm.
and look at it, you'll see a lot of where he has funded things to help people in
Yeah,
the
let me
community.
stop saying that, because I'm not. I actually get a good vibe from Napoleon, because he's not with trying to be in the cameras and doing all that flashy stuff.
Mhm.
I can appreciate somebody, especially in government, that wants to just do government. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be a local celebrity or nothing like that. I mean, apparently he is in his own right because of his football,
Career. But you
career.
never
But
hear if you ever hear Napoleon Harris, you don't hear nothing about his football career.
mm-hmm,
Only people
true.
that know that say that, but they all dress him as a senator. They never bring up his an ex NFL player unless you go into the with the Wikipedia and go into his history. But if you
Right.
look at all the things that he has done, and since he's been a
It's
senator,
been since he been in government, right?
right,
Most of his accomplishments. But
and
the thing is, I
and a
feel
lot of
like
them is helping. A lot of those are helping the. A lot of them are helping the communities. If you look at the different grants or the different bills that he has passed in the Senate,
I've seen some of them
he's done more
for the
for
community.
for the community than taken away.
I
He's
think it
not
was a $300,000 grant recently that he just got passed.
right. And see, uh, and see,
Let me
you
see if
got
I can
somebody
get
that's crooked. They'll take advantage of Dalton, but he ain't taking advantage. Now look at this. This man said he wanted to get the youth out here, do something for the youth. He brought in what's that show that Wilding Out?
Hmm.
Nick Cannon.
Nick Cannon.
He brought Nick Cannon to Dalton.
Oh, you talking about Napoleon?
Uh-huh. He brought Nick Cannon there so the kids in Dalton can meet him.
Wow, that's great.
And he donated money to Dalton.
And that's something for kids, not no damn Kiki Wyatt and
Right.
the damn Michael
and that
Jackson,
rapper.
James Brown impersonate. Right. Exactly.
But he brought in um Nick Cannon, and Nick Cannon donated money to House Campaign, and he donated money to any program that they wanted to do for the youth.
Wow.
But that's what they need, though, because
That's
she's
amazing.
done such a horrible job of representing both places, and she's brought the community morale down so horribly. So I'm glad that you guys are giving me this information, and I can feel good
Yeah.
about him being in office, because I was wondering, what is he gonna do? I know Jason House is gonna work out pretty much,
But see,
but I
look
was.
at Prima
But I
Donna
was just
lived there.
wondering about Napoleon. I was concerned about if he was going to really be there for
I
the people,
love
because
that.
the people
I
deserve
love
that. They really do.
Prima
You know-
Donna lived there. She said, Napoleon Harris has brought a lot of money to the Southland. Crooked mayors have misused the money. That's why he
Oh,
stayed
okay.
out.
He
Uh-huh.
bring the money and they misuse it.
Right. So he
Mhm.
stopped. So because of that,
Now
he
he
got-
can manage it as
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so he can allocate it the way that it needs to go.
right.
I love that.
See,
Well,
this
look.
see that's the thing that people. I did my research on him, and everybody kept
Mm-hmm.
saying, "Well, he ain't showing up." Sometimes you don't have to show up. Sometimes you need
That's
to
the best way to be.
because he's not in the limelight. He's not saying,
Right.
"Okay, I'm Napoleon Harris. I'm here. I'm there." He's not debating because
Pick me, pick me.
okay. Then you got to
That
look
part.
at look at the debates. I
Mhm.
don't know.
They
if
wasn't
everybody-
even structured properly.
right. So why would somebody as a senator who have dealt with real debates come here to do that petty Annie debate when he
The
could
man wasn't even. The man was in damn. The host was in damn hoodie and some like damn sweatpants. It definitely wasn't.
and then it wasn't even properly announced, so other people can be there.
The rules wasn't. I feel like it was just. There was that first one probably. So we'll give them grace because they can build on that and they can take the opportunities that they learn that they have from that one and make
then
it better
and
next
then
time.
Lansing Journal, some of their questions wasn't irrelevant either. So I'm like, oh, Lord.
Yeah, I kind of side eye the Lansing Journal. I don't know.
I know,
They
I'm
want to
like,
be relevant too, though. But you didn't.
No, I was
And,
like,
and,
oh,
and
Lord.
yeah, some of them newscasters wasn't even. Let me just put it like this, so I won't say no names. But at first, nobody really was covering this too much, and then it
Ben
seemed like to
Bradley.
me, once it got pretty big on social media, then
Mhm.
that's when everybody tried to jump on the bandwagon. But
That-
hopefully, you know what my hope and prayer is, that Dalton and Thornton both get out the news, get back to business, get back to taking care of the people, and
yeah, Prima Donna.
not
I
have
feel the
nothing to
same way.
report on other than they doing their job, because that's what government is about. It's not about being in the spotlight. It's not about who has the more power, the most power, who has the biggest voice. It's about working for the people. And that's what a lot of these mayors and governors and politicians, all of these politicians need to learn
Public
how
service.
to work for the people. And I feel like that's what we're gonna get out of all of this opposition against the head man in Washington. But
Mhm.
your local politics are way more important than federal politics, but it all works hand in hand. And so if we can get some people in there that's not going to get their head swollen up or get drunk off the power and drink the power Kool-Aid, get the power aid and start drinking it. Yeah. Stop drinking the power aid and work for the people, because that's what you're there for. The people pay your salary and you need to work for the people.
That's right.
But
Tracy
Roxy,
K, look,
go ahead.
Tracy K said, "I said what I said." She said She's a great co-host.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, you guys.
Yeah,
I
she's
really
gonna
do.
have to come back more. You're
And I'm
absolutely.
really nobody, y'all. I'm just a person with a big mouth, for real, for real. That's why I got this name. I said what I said, and that's all it is.
And
I
prima,
love it. I
that's what.
love it. And
And
I
And I,
love
prima,
this conversation that we had.
and
yeah,
guess who how I met her? Through Alice, blessed child of God, and
because
I met.
Alice is bringing back. Alice is forming communities, baby. Let me tell you that. Now that's who the girl is right there. Is Alice. She
Where
is
you
bringing.
from?
I'm in Texas with you. You heard that, Twain.
Okay.
You heard that, Twain. But
Uh,
in my opinion, Alice is the reason why all of us are together. She's bringing together all type of communities, and she is such an awesome person. And she's so humble and she's so sweet. But Alice have really brought together a lot of good people. And I just told her the other day on her live, I am so glad that I connected with her, and I'm so glad that I was able to, go to her channel and go to her panel, because she has great inspiration, and she just bringing these people together.
And it's
oh, and
the prima donna said, "Well, I adore you." I said what I said. My first time hearing you,
Well, I appreciate that. That is so sweet.
and I met Alice, blessed child of God, and I said what I said through Alice because of the Mac Man morning show.
Oh, okay. You remember when I was on this show?
And I met the Mac Man morning show through
Yeah,
All in the Q.
yeah.
And they always laugh at me. They say she say you all out here in this YouTube streets.
That's where you're supposed to be. You got a lot of good information that you're bringing, and
especially on YouTube.
yeah. And so YouTube have all type of sectors, and it's a somebody, it's an audience for what everybody want to bring, whatever they're bringing to the table. And so I wanted to find a different, because I do true crime, but it's also kind of tea and gossip at the same time. And so I wanted to try to do something, I want to go to some other channels other than just talk about the story that I talk about. And so that's the reason why. And so when I got on Alice's channel, she kind of connected me through all the people that she's affiliated with. It connected me through Fan Roxy and a lot of other channels that I'm associated and affiliated with now. And it's all because of Alice. She really is a great person, and you can tell she's legit and she's authentic, and so, she's doing the Lord's work. That's all I can say about her.
And what
I'm
I
about to
want to
check
do,
y'all channels out.
Well, check us out,
yeah,
y'all. Check us
right.
out.
What I want to do is the reason why I said my content. At first, I was just going to be like an everyday life channel,
Mm-hmm.
but then I started watching the Real Rap Show and
Mm-hmm.
Miss Parker. They started doing in depth about them young girls in Toledo, Ohio, Chicago, Illinois, Detroit, of the kids that are missing at a certain age and coming up missing and coming up unalive. Some of them are still missing, some of them coming up alive. And
Mm-hmm.
they go in real depth into how they came up and how the story is twisting all around, you
Yeah.
know. And you got to really listen good to catch the people that's lying and how it don't make sense and how it's not adding up. And so
Mm-hmm.
they got me into it because that's what I've been wanting to do. I've been wanting to do that kind of stuff because like I said, because of my security experience for 35 years.
Yeah. And
So
you may start out with one way and end up a whole totally different
That's the good
direction
thing
that you
about
can.
YouTube, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. You could talk about a lot on YouTube.
I started to pick that up, and I said I wanted to do awareness, and what I want to do is I'm gonna get with my brother Minion and with Opinion, and he's gonna have to show me how to share the stuff that I'm looking up on
Mm-hmm.
my StreamYard, so y'all can get an idea of what I'm talking about. I'm,
Right.
and so instead of me just talking, they can see what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And there's so many young girls, young boys, so many young kids are coming up unalive, missing, parents abusing them. They're giving people warning that these parents are doing this, and people is turning a side eye, and the kids are coming up unalive. And it's enough. We got, especially our community, and we need to stop it somehow. We got to figure out how to get back to us, like Minion said, policing our own community.
You know what I feel like we should do? And I mean, not us, but just our communities. I feel like we should get to a point where, how in the black community, if you go into a space and you talk proper or you talk like you got some education, it's kind of like you start getting frowned upon.
Mm-hmm.
I think we should do that for the people who talk with like broken English. It's not that there's anything wrong with that, but I think that we should start kind of reconditioning the way, and just like even moving out of the community because it's dirty. No, we should hold a standard in our own communities. If we see somebody littering or doing something crazy in our own communities, we should be telling them, nah, look, pick that shit up. You're gonna respect this community. You know
Well,
what
like I said, I live in a apartment complex that's a high rise. I'm in Southeast DC. If you know anybody that know about DC, Southeast was Northwest and Southeast was one of the two places you didn't want your black ass to be found in, white or black. There was the
you
area.
don't want to take. I know a lot of us. I'm the same way. I'm not about to be starting up fights with these people because they literally. You know what I'm saying?
And they
Right.
live here for so long that they know everybody know everybody. You get what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Hmm.
So you gotta watch who you say something to and what.
Exactly. That's the thing, and that's the thing
Okay,
I
just
hate.
a prime example. I'm in the front building. There's two high rise and then the garden apartments, right? And then there's the woods on the other side of us. Well, not really woods, but it's somewhat woods. So for 1 month, we had a lot of shooting in my building in the lobby. And I couldn't figure out what in the world, why we having so many shootings in our building all of a sudden. Well, what it was, one of the people, tenants that live here, the older lady's son, who has a tendency of having crime, had brought over a lot of people that was a little shady. So they was doing their thing, right? On her balcony. But he supposed to been here to take care of his mother. Well, he likes to bully people and threatening them and bullying. Well, this one young man used to come over all the time. Come over all the time. All of a sudden, we see him for a while, then he disappear. Then all of a sudden we get shooting in the building. Okay. I'm like, I started putting two to two together because, like I said, of my experience. But I kept my mouth shut because I didn't want to be one of those, because bullets have no names. I'm sorry, pow pows don't have no names. And I wasn't going to be one of those pow pows. So, yes, Tracy, DC has some bad neighborhoods. So, what happened was, kind of find out, um, I was at my friend's house down in the bay, down on the lower level, and I was sitting on it. Me and him was sitting on his patio. All of a sudden, we heard pow, 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 and I saw the flash that said, "Get down and go in." Because of him being older, it was kind of hard for him to stay down. I had to keep pushing. I had to keep pushing him. It's not funny, but I had to keep
You
leaning
know
on
you're
it.
wrong for that, Roxy.
The sad part, because of him being old, he was 72 at the time. I mean, he's
Oh,
73 at the time. So I'm pushing him down, trying to keep him down. And so every time I push him down, he would release gas.
oh, ah.
That's it. I'm going down. I'm-
that's
I
that's
am trying to be a better
So
person, Roxy.
he's trying to he's trying to stand up to try to do it, right? And I'm pushing him down. And I'm trying to get him in back in the house, in the apartment. So I'm closing the door and staying down. So I said, lay down on the floor. And he's like, huh? And I pushed him down on the floor. And the man slid.
oh.
Roxy, you're not right.
Look at she just replaying it in her head, just laughing.
Yeah, just laugh. Got me laughing at this man. You need to stop.
He
That's so
slid
funny.
while he was sliding. He was farting as he was sliding.
Oh Lord.
And I was like, I didn't notice it till later on, and I sat down and everything calmed down, and I thought about, yeah, prima donna, he was doing a Richard Nolan. Oh my
Okay.
God. So it was so funny. I mean, I said, thank God you didn't eat nothing that had some smell to it.
Oh Lord.
But he was so nervous and scared that he kept farting. So I told him, I said, it'll be all right. It'll be all right. Calm down, calm down. He was shaking. He's never been through that. So he was just like petrified.
Hmm.
And I was telling him, it's okay. It's okay. Calm down. Breathe. Look at me. Breathe. And I didn't want his sugar to go up because he was so scared or go down either way. So I'm trying to keep him calm. And he's like, well, you shaking too. I said, well, I'm shaking because I'm nervous for you. I'm trying to protect you and praying that nothing hit me. So as we found that everything was over with, he went to the bathroom. I was laughing. I said, pray to God that he didn't mess himself up because he was.
Lord,
Lord
that
have
is
mercy.
funny.
Lord,
So
forgive Roxy. Forgive her tonight.
so yeah, forgive me, y'all, but uh, forgive me, Lord. But it was funny, and so later on, I went to pick, peek out the curtains to see what was going on. That's when I saw the van come up.
Wait
I
a minute. Tracy said you're saving that man the hard way. You got folks in the chat acting up. Somebody to my Tracy to my toot.
That's funny.
Yeah, he was toot, no, right, Tracy? He was toot. He said the hard way. Well, because he couldn't really bend like he on his own, I had to help him. He's like, help me. I said, okay. I leaned on him and pushed him down. And the more I pushed, the more he farted.
Oh my God, that's too funny.
So then I got in and it sounded
At
like
least
it was
y'all
getting.
were safe.
So when it got louder, I put on the lay on the floor because he had like a little fence around his patio. So I told him lay on the floor, lay on the floor. So he laid on the floor, and as he was trying to stretch out, was sliding. And I'm sitting there like, how the hell you slide to stretch out? What the hell? And I was laughing. So finally, when everything would calm down, I was laughing so hard. He's like, well, it ain't funny. I said, well, you still here. He said, yeah. But that won't
How
funny.
about you still here?
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah.
It was, oh man, y'all should have seen it. It was so funny. Oh my God, it was so funny. I cried afterwards, but at that time it wasn't funny. But now I think about it, it was funny. If y'all had seen him, he was trying his best to stoop down, like bend down and walk in that bit, and it. And
I'm
he
not gonna
still was
laugh
up
at
too
you.
high for me. So I said, you need to get lower. He said, I don't know how. He said, I'm trying. I said, you ain't trying hard enough. And I just pushed.
Oop.
And now Minion making some sounds. Y'all crazy. Oh, y'all know what? Roxy, thank you for having me on your panel
Uh,
tonight.
No,
I
you don't get with me and Million at the same time.
huh.
You get me and Million together, we clowns.
I see.
I
I
Million,
love.
see.
oh,
But thank you for allowing me to come on your panel tonight.
oh,
And
anytime,
it's been a
anybody.
joy. Yeah, it's been a joy and a great show. And
I'm
And
gonna go subscribe, like in the words of Tiffany.
you
I'm
go
gonna
subscribe.
subscribe.
You go subscribe.
Yeah.
or the guy that I cover, he say describe.
Oh, describe.
Gotta
Yeah.
describe. Like and describe everybody.
Y'all make sure y'all like and describe
Yeah.
to
on your
I
on your way
said
out,
what I said.
Yeah.
right? And go over to I said what I said, and Alice, blessed child of God, go
Oh
over
Yeah,
yeah,
to
you have
Alice.
to
Ethereal.
drop you have to drop our links in the chat because you don't have a moderator yet, which you need a moderator because you got a great show. You're gonna be building this community up. So you're gonna have trolls in here. So you're gonna have to find you a moderator so that they can help you while you're doing your show.
Tracy is a great. I mean, I ain't gonna tell you who to have a moderator because I barely got on to the moderators myself, so I ain't no expert by any stretch. But
Yeah,
Tracy did really good.
I was thinking about Tracy K, and Yeah, Tracy K, I was thinking about you, dear, to become a moderator. So I have to get with my partner in crime over there, Minion with the opinion, my little brother. No, my little
Mhm.
brother. That's look.
Yeah, no, I
Have
know
him
I
to
feel
show you
so
tricks of the
unexperienced with
trades.
I be feeling so unexperienced when I be on the panel with y'all. I'm like, oh Lord, I wish I started more
Million, they got you signed up for everything, Million.
trust me.
That's
But
okay.
no, I'm talking about with y'all. I'm talking about I
Oh,
be feeling like all young because y'all be sounding all knowledgeable and wise. I'm
well,
like,
that's okay. It's all about a learning
No,
experience.
no, but
You
wait a
can
I
minute.
learn from,
love it.
but
I
we
love being
learn from
around
you
it.
too, though.
Right.
That's what it's all about. You bring the old with the young and the in between, and that's what it's all about. Because everybody can bring something to the table.
Right.
So everybody can learn from everybody. That's not a problem.
Absolutely.
It's the problem when you don't want to learn.
Like Tiffany and
Right.
Or you try to
Crash
be a
Out.
gate, or you try to be a gatekeeper. Whatever knowledge you have, you don't want to share it.
Speaking of, I'm glad you said that because you remember when I was having issues with my shout outs? Like
Uh huh.
when I don't have moderators, I don't have any way of shouting people out. I done figured out something, and you may be able to use it too, Cheryl or
Okay.
Foxy. So I'll let you guys
Oh,
know.
thank you. Thank you so much, Marjon. Thank you so much for the Cash App. Thank you so much.
Whoop whoop! All right, come
Yay!
on. I
Here
wish
comes
we
the
had some sound
money.
effects.
Oh,
Oh, that is such a
oh
blessing,
man. Now,
Marjan.
Marjon, you got me in tears. Oh my God.
Oh,
And look, and believe it or not, you all, this is like my seventh one, and I was just getting myself started. And tonight, you all made this so wonderful for me tonight. And y'all, I mean, Minion with Opinion, Prima Donna, Marjan, oh Marjan, Tracy K, my girl, Alice, and all of y'all have made it such. Alice, blessed child of God, y'all have made it so wonderful for me tonight. Thank y'all so much. I feel like I'm getting my voice back really now. I'm getting my voice back so much now.
you never lost it. It's just,
You
now
know,
you have a bigger
It was just
platform
silent.
for
It
us
was
to
just
hear it.
silent for a while. Yeah. Now you have an audience you can talk to now.
right? And believe it or not, I was telling somebody, and then I'm gonna let everybody go. But this is my story. When I first started going through Pink Book lesson, and I was watching her, and my son told me, he said, "Mom, you could talk to them through chat." I said, "I don't know about that. They might not like me." He said, "Just give it a try." So I said, "Okay." So I started going through Pink Book lesson, and she started responding to me. He said, see, it's okay." So I'm like, okay. He said, you can go into other chats too. I said, I can? He said, oh yeah. And he started showing me, how I could go in the other YouTubers and go in their chat. He said, some of them, he said, just fill them out, see how they respond to you. And if you don't feel comfortable about what content they have, then go to another one. Because of me doing that, I was feeling alone because I'm the type of person. Okay, let me say it like this. A lot of people my age is 63. They so either holier than thou or hellified as thou. Okay, there's one or the other. They either hellified as thou. They partying with their children, grandchildren, turning up, drinking, getting high, mini skirts, tight pants. The whole 9 yard that way. Or they over here. Oh God, just pray to God. God will bless you in a mighty way. Just shush. Don't talk about it. Just talk to God. Don't talk to nobody about it. Just talk to God. And I'm like, damn. I mean, didn't he give us a mouth to talk to other people? So I'm like, okay. So I was feeling really alone. And then, like you were saying, Minion, talk proper, da da da. And a lot of them are trying to talk so proper and trying to act so biggity in my church. I'm not that type of person. I'm a down home person.
That's why I like Jasmine Crockett.
All right.
And see, me, Minion with Opinion, Missy Sanders, you all now, I said what I said. Alice Blessed of, what is her name is? Blessed Child,
Blessed child of God.
Blessed Child of God. Different ones. You can You can bounce off them, and you can still have fun, and you know
Right.
you can talk. And I'm
And
out
learn.
and learn, and I'm an outgoing person. Because of me being an outgoing person, I can match anybody's energy. Look, think about a million with opinion. Would you have thought the other night on your show, on your channel, that me and Trina would have a decent conversation?
Yeah, I know. Ain't that crazy? No, we was on her channel. We went to her
No,
channel, remember?
but after yours, but we was on yours to start off with,
Right, right.
and we went over to her channel, and she still treated me with respect.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying? So I'm the type of person who can talk with anybody.
Everybody. Right.
And I told her, when you rah rah rah, I'm sorry, Trina, I can't deal with you. And she started laughing. Remember? She said,
Right.
I feel you, I feel you. I can't get a little rah rah rah. I said, but see, this is the Trina I want to know, not the Trina that been showing me the other person. I want to see this Trina. And she was susceptible to it. And then she gave me some advice to help me with my situation.
Mm-hmm.
But if
And
you
I,
don't,
I I was getting ready to respectfully disagree with Minion just a second ago, but then he changed it around, so I didn't have to disagree with him.
So, no. I think what it is my ass is so bad at texting and putting in like how I want the message to be received
Uh-huh.
that it always gets misconstrued, and so that's why I'm like, okay, maybe I can come up there because I don't want her to think that we're on different pages because I know that I agree with her, but I also think that we don't have to go out with Pickett. That's definitely not going to work in 2025. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like we not
But
doing
yes,
that.
sir. I was finna wholeheartedly respectfully disagree. I was getting ready to say, well, I respectfully disagree. But it's okay though, because everybody is not gonna have the same opinion. Everybody is
That's
not
true.
gonna like you. And Minion, I'm already talking country. I can't get no more country than I'm getting. So I don't know what you're talking about when you're saying
No,
to stop
even
talking prim and proper, because I don't feel like I'm proper at all.
look, and
y'all
Tracy,
just have that wisdom in y'all's voice. I think it's just like something that you can't turn on or turn off. I think it's just like
it's,
with
it's, and
experience.
it's wisdom with me. When I was growing up, my grandmother and my mother used to say I was different. And I used to say, I didn't want to be different because, when you different, you're supposed to be bad or not good, right? So I was like, I don't want to be different. I don't want to be different. And she said, but you different in a good way. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Because I'm thinking I want to be like everybody else. So when I got older and started seeing my way of thinking ain't like everybody else, then I understood what they said, that I'm different. I see things different than a lot of people. And I read, and then with me being in the security field for so many years, I read people, and I have a hard time stop doing that. Really bad. I read people, and I say, and I go, okay, how can I go around that attitude? Because I know that ain't really them. So how can I get underneath that wall that they got built up? Hmm. I can't go around it because they got that wall all around them.
Child, you gonna need to learn how to read people, baby, because these days people are woo.
You
People
definitely.
say like that. People ain't people in no more like they used to be. So you definitely be. It's really a great gift that you are able to read people, so
And
you
then
can know where they're coming from.
and my biggest line to everybody that sometimes it irritates them. So how's that working for you? Well, I don't like you. Okay, and how's that working for you? Please elaborate.
Is
Mhm.
it changing your sleeping patterns or
Yeah, right.
what's,
But your
what's
eating patterns
all right?
is changing your daily life.
Yeah, okay.
But see, now they got to think. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't put the whole conversation back in their lap, and they didn't get the reaction that they wanted. So
Hmm.
now I chose how the direction I wanted the conversation to go in. So now it's back in their lap, and they got to figure it out.
Very smart.
Asking questions is always the best way to get people to do what you want them to do.
Exactly. And
Um,
mm-hmm.
I
And
have a
that's what I
question for
said.
y'all.
Okay.
I think I already know. I think we kind of briefly talked about this, Foxy. So I guess I want to know. I said what I said. What you
Hmm.
think about this pastor? What was his name?
Marvin Sapp, child.
Marvin Sapp charging 40,000 to leave the damn church.
I'm gonna lead. Let me just put it like this. Listen. I'm gonna leave the church folks alone tonight, okay? And whatever you thinking, that's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Let me put it. Let me throw that question right back at you. Uh,
Okay. What do you think?
some are calling, some seeing themselves. That's all I got to say about it. Okay. So
Me,
some people, God, meaning God sends some people to the pulpit, and some people insert themselves in the pulpit. And
Hmm.
it's up to us to make that decision on who was
To
sent.
discern.
Yeah, you
Mhm.
you got you have to have that discernment, and you have to figure it out who was sent by God, or who installed themselves in the pulpit. And so that's what I have to say about that.
now
Because
that
at the end of the day, if I would have been in that church, I would have been calling the popo and
Hello.
telling them he was holding me hostage. So it would have been a whole big scene
Oh,
if I didn't walk down that aisle and let him know, look, you need to open these doors up, because I probably would have made a whole big scene. So thank God I'm not in that church.
right, right.
Okay.
now
Because it would have been a whole different story if I would have been there. You wouldn't have held me hostage, because just like Roxy, people told her she was different. I've always been different also. And when I say that, it's because I've always spoke my mind, and I don't have a filter. I don't know, I don't know how to play that game to go along to get along. I have to say
Hmm.
whatever's on my mind, and most of the time that's what I'm trying to say. And I've been working on that, to not just say everything that's on my mind. I really do struggle with that, because baby, let me tell you,
It's like
I
when your
I
kids,
I
though,
yeah, I don't have that in between. I just don't. I don't do the in between thing. It's I'm like the Lord. It's either
we
yay
need
or
more
nay with
people
me.
like you. Don't get rid of it because I feel like we need more people. Even Trump, he says exactly what he
he going,
feels.
Yeah.
yep. Didn't I say
I-
that earlier? He says
yeah.
exact. He tells you exactly how he feels and what
Yeah.
he's going to do. Now it's up to you to believe it or not. Now me,
Right.
I would have walked out of there singing the song loud with my big mouth.
Right. But sometimes you have to have discernment of other people, though. You have to consider their feelings. And, and like my sister, she's very
That's true.
timid. So I have to be careful when I talk to her, because I
Right.
don't want to hurt
Because
her
she won't
feelings.
get the message
Yeah,
that you're trying to receive.
she'll look at it as a totally different way. So in order to relay my message to her, I have to deliver it a different type of way. And that's all I'm saying. I still say what I need to say to her, but I have to say it in a more gentle way. That's all.
Well, communication is the sending and receiving of messages in a manner that's clearly understood. So if you understand that that person doesn't like the yelling, it's not you changing who you are. It's
Yeah.
basically you understanding how communication
Well,
works.
I
And
don't yell. I don't yell and scream with you when I talk to you, even if I'm having an argument with you. This how we talk. But it's the words that's coming out of my mouth.
it's the word selection.
That's the problem. You see, it's the word salad that I'm using that's coming out of my mouth. That's the problem. See, because I don't raise my
Uh,
voice to people, and I don't argue with you, because I say what I gotta say, and then I'm done with it. And it's up to you how you want to handle it. That's all, and that's it.
Now me, now that I'm the opposite. I'm gonna raise it maybe an octave higher, but it get deeper.
Look,
My
you would
voice
rather
has
my voice go higher than lower. Just put it that way.
now mine it get deeper. Okay, Marjan, come on stage. Hi, Marjan.
Oh
Oh,
Lord, Marjan's on stage.
Hello.
Am I
Uh,
pronouncing your name right?
you said it perfectly. You say everything perfectly.
Oh,
Uh,
thank you so much.
but if I could say something to, I said what I said. Please don't stop talking. We love the way you talk. You're perfect. Please
Well, I
never.
didn't say I was gonna stop talking. I said I was gonna pay attention to the way that I talk. I'm never gonna stop talking because that's who I am. I can't, be quiet, Marjan. I'm not that type of person. But you do have to be careful how you say things. That's all.
Yeah, but the way you say things is very honest, and sometimes people need that. That's the whole problem that we're having right now, is that the other side, the orange buffoon side, are saying what they're wanting to say
There you
without
go.
any filters,
There you go.
and we need to also speak up and speak loudly, and not worry about we've been too polite. That's the problem.
Hi,
Not me.
Sandra.
Huh?
Not
I,
me. I haven't been too polite. I'm trying to get polite, child.
No,
I think that's
no.
the problem with the Democrats is they're too polite when we have the other people, the other side, like Marjan says, they don't care. They'll call you fraud, liar. They, they'll talk down on you.
Well, that's because they don't have any home training. But see, I had home training and I'm just trying to utilize that. And trust me, I'm still going to say what I need to say, but I just try to make it, because you want to, if you're trying to get a message out, like Minion just said, you don't want you don't want the delivery to get in place of what you're trying to relate to people. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but even Crockett, the lady from senator from Texas, she's been
Understood.
polite, uh, but they've been calling her ghetto and everything else, and I think she's been very polite. So the other side is gonna call or say whatever they want. It doesn't matter how polite we are, or you know, the it doesn't matter to me at this point. We're past we've passed the red line on January 21st.
mm-hmm.
So we've passed that level of trying to uh, consider their feelings, or making sure that they understand us, that we don't hurt their feelings. We've passed that red line a long time ago.
Mhm. Well, that word that they're using, that's just another code word,
Yeah,
to be derogatory towards her. And let me just say this. A lot of times when people are inferior to you, then they start insulting you because
Mm-hmm.
they're jealous of your education. They're jealous the way a lot of people got a light shining on them, and some people can't handle that light that shines within
yeah.
you. Okay. And so if they can't handle your light and they can't handle you, then all they have is insults. And that's what they're doing to her. And she's not bothered by it. She eat and sleep well at night. Trust me when I tell you that. And she understands what her position is, and she
Mm-hmm.
understands where they're coming from. So trust me, she's not afraid of them at all. And it's not bothering her at all.
Oh,
Well, I
no.
just watched a meeting the other yesterday, I believe, where she was kind of highlighting that in this moment, this is the most death threats that have been, given to people speaking their own opinion, both on her side and the other side. She said that people are just throwing death threats out her way, left and right. And I think that while we may think that she's strong outwardly, she definitely needs our protection. I think that her voice needs to be protected because they're going to do everything that they can to silence her. Um,
Exactly.
and so I do
Exactly.
think that we need to be ready to be to come out guns blazing. And when I say guns blazing, not literal guns, I mean like we need to be ready to stand up in
Hmm.
whatever way we can, in whatever capacity that we can, to make sure that she's protected.
Well, I seen some people on TikTok, some black men saying you better not mess with her. So I'm just gonna put that out there. So she do
Right.
have a community and she have an army around her, but
Yeah.
she also may need to hire personal security
I
also.
think she do.
Yeah, and so she should be okay. I mean, I guarantee you, Agent Orange is receiving a lot of threats.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Both sides. She was saying, I'm sure y'all, this is probably it's a civil war going on.
Right. That's why they got that flag up there.
It's a civil war.
Yeah,
But you
and right now it's online and it's
mm,
through words, and in the minutes it's gonna spill over into the streets. And so um it's a shame, but
mm-hmm.
it is what it is, and it may be necessary.
Now the best one of all from her was when she came in Marjorie Taylor Greene. Jesus, that was
You
good.
bleach blonde,
Bad
Big
bill.
butch body.
fat, butch body, big back.
She said,
Wait a minute. And James Comer say, huh? What you say? What that
He
was
wanted her to
good?
repeat it. He's so petty. He knew what
he
she
said,
said.
he said, huh? What you say? And then what's the guy that's Jewish that sit right beside him?
Oh, what's his name? Shoot, I can't think of his. If you wouldn't have asked me, I would have been able to tell you. Oh God, what is his name? The
Man,
one that
he's
helped with the impeachment.
right. He was laughing so hard. When he
Yeah.
said that, he turned
No,
it
but did you see that look on his face?
right. Like you
First,
didn't
he
understand.
looked at her. He said, "Huh?"
Then he started laughing because he knew what she was doing. And then when he looked at Coma to see if how he was going to respond, and then when he responded, well, he said, "Oh, I won't expected that," and he just started laughing. Oh, she said, so if I say that somebody is a bad build, bleach blonde, bad build, bush body, I
Would
wouldn't
that
be.
be engaging in personalities?
I'm like, I just started laughing. And then there's this lady named, what is her name? She's a comedian, and she did a song on it.
Yes, that song came out pretty big. Um, but I also wanted to. Sorry, I'm going to get off the stage, but I just wanted to thank both of you and the young man.
It was Jasmine, Jamie Raskin. Yeah, it was Jamie Raskin that was laughing.
Yeah,
Uh,
Rafton.
Wanted to thank Tracy K. Uh, I hope she becomes your moderator. And again, I wanted to thank both of you. And I said what I said. You're so awesome. But again, also lastly, Alice. Alice is truly a superstar for everybody, and she's become the mom to almost like a spiritual mom. I don't know what you would say to everybody in here. So thank you, Alice, for everything you do. You're amazing, and all the ladies and the young man. It's good. We've been talking about having more men to come up and talk. So thank you for coming up and talking.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
So,
you call me a sis. No, I'm
Call you what?
I was like, call me sis too, but no, I'm joking.
I was like Jamie Raskin. What you say?
No,
but
But
Minion, my little brother. I done adopted him. He's my little brother. So look, that's my baby. That's my little brother. I'm gonna
oh,
I'm gonna protect him because, honey, I was trying to figure out how I could go on there with uh, um, Crash Out Cassie. Because I was going to eat her butt alive when she came up there and attacked you. Oh, wait a minute. Hold up, bro. Hold up, sis. Now you're messing with my baby. It's on me and you now.
Well,
well,
Roxy, just try not to get too involved in social media because it can be brutal also.
Oh,
And
and I
so
could be
just
brutal too. I
yeah,
could be
I know,
brutal.
but it's not worth getting your blood pressure up for. Trust me, it's not.
No,
It's just a little friendly warning, because people on social media is them same people that's in public also. So you have to be careful. That's all I'm saying.
I know how to go after her.
the only person I fear is the Lord. And when it comes to being a public figure, if you're doing something against the community, and if I have anything to say about it, you're gonna want to call me out just like she did. But the difference with me is that everything that I put on my channel is based in facts and receipts. So, you can say whatever you want, but can
Well,
you
thing
explain
is,
these? Can you explain these allegations that I just put up on my screen? Because all
That
this,
part.
all this talking about my personality or whatever you think about me, that's fine and dandy. But is this true?
yeah, my thing is, you want to sit back and talk about everybody else stupid, dumb, retarded, and everything. And then what made everybody really come at her, she said, look at me. All of y'all is one paycheck from being homeless.
Right. I
And
can
I
see
said,
why y'all would be.
Oh wow.
You remember what she said? I can see why y'all would be mad. Look at
right,
me and look at you.
right.
Oh
And
wow.
all of y'all is about one paycheck. Most of y'all are about one paycheck from being homeless. So I said, okay. So when I got on my platform one night, well, no, I was on Missy Sanders' channel. And I said, Missy, I got to get this off my chest because I hadn't started my channel yet. She said, go ahead. I went in on her. I went in on her. I mean, I went in. First of all, I have a problem. And you and Alice can go with me a million too. There's two ways to be a minister or a pastor of a church. You either call by yourself or call by God. Now, if you call by God, you never not a minister for the Lord.
Mhm.
Now, if you call by yourself, then yeah, you can cut it off whenever you want to. So if you're a minister by God, you really think that God came out of your mouth when you was spewing all that evil? But then if you're a minister that you called yourself one, then yeah, you can spew all the evil you want to. Because
And
then
not be
now,
phased.
knock yourself out. Go ahead, kick rocks, knock yourself out.
Mhm.
So my thing is, you playing with God, and that's a no-no. I tell you real quick, I step down before I play with God.
And really, the only reason why she was even brought up as a factor is because, like I said, she was running for public office, and all of the stuff that we had just kind of witnessed with Tiffany Henyard. I think everybody had the consensus that we be damned if we gonna let this woman get into office. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's the reason why she got so much heat. Because otherwise, who cares about her?
But see, and the thing is, when you go after people, okay, this community, us YouTube community, we have kind of got a bond. And a lot of people that's on here have fell in love with the community.
Dalton, right?
So like you said, I be damn, you're gonna come on here and you just pop up from nowhere. Nobody know you. Nobody heard about you. And then you're gonna come up here and you're gonna start spewing evil. So hey, it's time to check you out. So then we saw all the multiple jobs, multiple positions,
Multiple
man,
aliases.
17 aliases.
Wow.
17 Marjon. Yes, this woman, her name was Cassie. Was it Cassie? What is her middle name? Jordan. Cassie something other Jordan. And she got 17 aliases. I Googled that sucker. Anyway, I didn't Google. I paid to go into the search, to find out about her. And I found out she has 17 aliases, so many evictions. And I'm like, but you got on another content creators channel and kept bragging about all these houses you got. All these houses you got. I got all these houses. I got all these houses.
And
Mhm.
under assets, it only say Pontiac Vibe.
And
Where the house is at?
yeah, where the houses at? Yeah, oh, I got all these houses. I don't have to deal with because I got all these houses. So when I talked to her, I said, oh, whoopie. I said, whoopie doo. Now let's get back to the subject. And I said, you can stop, trying to get around it. I'm gonna come back. So I came back. I said, so who I'm talking to now? Am I talking to the resident or I'm talking to the mayor candidate?
I remember I was on that live when you asked her that. I fell out laughing.
And I said, oh, I got it. You're a resident when you want to be messy. But you still haven't answered and I said, as I said again, this is the question I have for you. What are you going to do to help them to get out of the debt
Give
that
them
they
to the
are
state.
currently in? I need you to explain what you will do. As I said, sweetheart, I said, and that's another thing. We're going to stop with the sweetheart. First of all, I'm older than you.
And I ain't that sweet. And if you keep talking to me crazy, I ain't gonna be that sweet.
And then she tried to turn the conversation over to the sweetheart. Well, I didn't mean no harm, and that's just how I was raised. And I remember exactly that conversation because that's the same conversation when she said she wasn't ready to tell the public what her plans were for the community.
So what made me get suspicious more about her when she said that her prospects would only talk to her and they will only come to Dalton because of what's going on if she's the mayor. So I'm thinking, what business in their right mind is going to come into a town or a village and talk to you only and not talk to the community who going to probably buy from if it's a store. That didn't make any sense. That was one. Number
Period.
two, who would know you that much that you would tell them that? Okay, first of all, you should be promoting what you and them can do together to help the community, not sit back and tell them,
Gatekeeping. She gatekeeping the information.
right. So I said, okay, so it's time for me to do some searching on you. So me and another lady, we decided to do some research. She got her info and I got mine. So I sent mine to Million and she sent hers to Million. And I sent mine to Jedediah. So Jedediah gave her a 48-hour notice. And somebody called him up and told him they're supposed to be part of her family and pleaded for him not to do it. Because she know what he would do. He'd go in front of her house and blow horn and some more stuff. So to keep that from happening, they asked her, to go ahead and not ask him not to do that to her. So he backed off. Well, me and Minion didn't care. I gave it to Minion and I said, let it rip. And he let it rip. That's when she come out there. He was stalking her. Now she going after Dear Woke Christian saying he's stalking her now.
Right. Everybody who cover her is a stalker. Girl, like she's just that important.
But I'm gonna tell you like this, Million. The only reason she going after them because they're a little more passive. Now you notice how she did with Trina. Trina, I wasn't talking about you, Trina.
Right.
But she go after the passive one. Now she think Belcher is passive. Belcher, Kiana ain't passive. You ain't been to none of the meetings to know how Kiana can roll.
One thing about it is I think she wants the notoriety, she wants the fame. She kind of gives me that she's trying to give off this Nene Leakes vibe, like, she finally see herself on the TV screen, albeit it may be just a YouTube, well, I guess on the news as well. And now she just feeling herself. She just, channeling her inner reality housewife.
Well, she said she only did that to, oh, it's no matter me and you now. And I only did that to she only did that to, she said, to cause friction between them. Come at house. She only did it to get at house. Then she said, I can mark that off my bucket list. So you only did this, like you said, for clout.
You talking about running the race for
mayor?
For mayor.
Mm-hmm.
So losing in a record-breaking way was on her bucket list.
Yep.
Becoming the biggest loser of Dalton.
She said she did that. She said she did that because she had it down on her bucket list to run for mayor. And she said, now I can mark it off my bucket list.
That's crazy.
And she said it on what's the name?
Pathetic.
Yeah. And then, did you see the latest one on Dalton Politics?
What's she doing on Dalton Politics now?
Oh, let me read it to you.
Is it on Dalton Politics right now? You want me to put it on your screen?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
Because you're gonna see a picture of Dear Woke Christian.
You see it? Is it on there?
Mm-hmm. Hold on. There you go.
Okay. Where is it at?
Not her, not Tiffany, Cassandra.
Are you talking about on Dalton Politics? Oh, on her page?
Uh-huh.
No, she don't. Look at this.
Yep.
Here goes another one that has sold his soul to the devil, called himself a dear woke Christian, but has spread nothing but vicious rumors and lies, has constantly cyber stalked me. Funny how he made it to Dalton the other day, begging me to have coffee with him and picking his check up from a clean house party at St. Patrick. If you subscribe, try unsubscribing. I'm sure his family is proud of who he has become, all for the almighty dollar.
Now look at the hashtags.
Big face bum, dear fake Christian, Cassie crashing out on that ass.
Mm-hmm.
Girl, yeah. Wow. And why she keep putting this thing up with this damn raccoon? She need to go ahead and get this thing stuffed and make it a taxidermy. What is this, a raccoon?
I don't know. But yeah, that's what she put up on her page.
That's crazy. And then she still, girl, take this shit down. Take this off of your page. You lost.
She's doing that. She's doing all of that, Minion, because he has said last night that he wasn't going to give her no more of his time. So she baiting him.
Right. To keep look, I'm on one end and he on the other.
Right.
Yeah. She is sad.
Now you get what I'm saying.
Anything for clout to try to keep a little attention.
No, look, I said what I said. She said, not the raccoon.
Yeah, she knows she wrote for this. And then right up under mine was when she had, I think is that I said what I said, talking about.
You see that one right there. He's married to a black woman.
I ain't gonna keep
dating
him on the
one.
screen because I know she was trying to dox him. So
Yeah, she was trying to dox him, and she was trying to dox that woman with the kids.
look at her looking like a little oompa loompa.
Exactly.
Child. Accomplished loser is a good name for the whole Republican Party. Marjan just said exactly, because I mean he does have 34 counts and would have more.
Mm-hmm.
How big of more of a loser could you be? Now are you on if you have something to share, you can just click at the bottom where it say share screen. I mean present.
Oh, that's where I can do it. And
Mhm.
like I said, I'm glad you're on here.
Look, it was so cool seeing I said what I said, teach you how to bring up the feature check, because I was also wondering that too. I was like, does she not know how to do it, or is she just
I don't know how to do it. And that's why I was so glad when you came on, because I was going to ask you, well, how do I highlight it? How do I do this? How do I do that?
Oh,
That's why I said I got to get with my brother. So now that you done told me, I know how to do it now. Yay.
and I can set you up with a bot. I've learned these bots, girl. Look, I am nowhere near IT or a geek, but I've been watching a few little when I be taking my little breaks because I'm knee deep in YouTube videos, watching stuff on how to enhance the stream. So
Look what Shonda say.
I was literally sitting here humming the Oompa Loompa. Look. That is so funny. Foxy, I'm already out of the chat, so I cannot see it. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well, I want to know how to do the bot myself. I can teach y'all. In fact, I can do it on live today because I was going to do the research about this school district 143 on live, but then I saw your ass. I was like, oh, let me go see what Proxy doing. She on live.
Oh, thank you. I'm so happy. I had Sandrock on here with me. Man,
I think everybody is supporting you, and I love to see it because I have never even heard of Alice, and to see how she's been supporting you is, I mean, I just love this for you.
it's so, and Tracy K. Oh, I love her. Oh, how do I do that? Get her, make her a moderator. How I do that?
Okay, so uh, I'm sharing my screen. Let me see if I can go here. You still see my screen?
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, is it showing it? Okay.
Yeah, it's showing.
And then you go to settings. So when you go to your channel, if you just go to your, like if you go to your channel from just right here, you just go to your videos. It ain't following me. It don't look like it's following me. Let me see.
Do I go to view on YouTube?
Hold on, I'm about to present it.
Okay.
I'm about to show you.
Because you know I'm in StreamYard, so.
We're gonna do. I'm gonna show my whole screen so you can see everything.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so when you from your channel, I don't know if your channel looks like this, but when you're on your channel, you just go to your videos. This is how I do it. And then go to settings.
So do I? Okay. What come up on mine is you are live, edit, remove, view on YouTube.
So you are looking at something that look like this. Oh wait, what you
I'm in StreamYard.
oh, you can't do it in StreamYard. You gotta
I,
do it in YouTube.
okay. Let me go to my YouTube. Hold on. Okay. Go to my. Okay. Okay. I'm at my YouTube. I mean, I go to my channel?
Uh-huh. Go to your channel.
Uh-huh.
And then do you see on the left side, do you see something that says your videos?
Yes.
Okay, if you click on your videos,
Okay.
and then if you go to at the bottom, you should see a menu on the left side. It's gonna say dashboard, content, analytics, community. You see all that?
Uh-huh.
Okay, right under there, do you see where it says settings?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so if you click on settings, you're gonna get a pop-up window that says settings. And on the left, there's gonna be a list of options. You're gonna see general, channel, upload defaults, add categories, permissions. Then you're gonna see community moderation.
Okay.
And if you go to community moderation, you can put in their names.
Okay.
You see
So,
it?
okay, I see it. There you go. Okay, I gotta make sure I got the right one. Let me go back and look at her picture.
Now, if you want to get the right one, if you go to their profile, just go to their actual YouTube profile. And if you just copy the URL at the top and paste it into that area. So like for this one is Minion with Opinion. So if I go to the moderation thing, I know that's like a lot of extra work, but if I just paste in, it should actually show up, but it's probably not gonna show because it's me.
Okay.
Oh no.
This ain't the one I want. This ain't the Tracy K that came up. So I'm gonna have to put in her how do I go to because the Tracy K that come up on mine is not her. I
Let me
can't
see if
find
I
it.
can go to it and send it. I done figured out a way. Oh, in my stream about it, I can show it to you. Well, actually, maybe I can just do it from right here. guess it don't let me go to her. Dear DWS has more humility and good. I think she meant dear what quick Christian.
Uh-huh.
And here's a little pinky than she has.
Yeah, you're right, Tracy K. You are absolutely right.
So the website URL is gonna let them locate her actual her channel so that she can add them as a moderator. Oh, she's not listed. Tracy's not listed.
Oh,
Oh well, let me see something. Oh yeah, because I can't even go to Tracy's well see, maybe you could add me as one.
okay. Now you said go back to community. No, not community. Where'd I go back to?
Under community, go to settings.
Settings. There we go. And then go over here to community moderator. Okay. There you go. So what
It
else I
said
do? After I put your name in, what else I do? Just leave it there, managing
it
moderator.
should automatically find me.
It
Do you-
did.
okay, yeah. And then you press save. Got it.
Go
Yeah.
back here.
Yeah, press save. Okay, look, Tracy talking about oh Foxy, you're uploading at 720 780p. You might want to set it higher pixel rate like 1080.
Okay, what I do?
Got nothing. We ain't gonna confuse you right now. Let's
No, don't be confused. No, Tracy, don't be confusing me.
Oh, was that Carmen?
All right.
Let me turn the sound off in case it's copyright issues.
Tracy said, I have a channel because I've been online forever. I have 34 subscribers. Well, put your link in the chat.
Well, let me show y'all something since I'm on here. You can see I'm about to show you. So this is called StreamerBot. So if y'all do streams, y'all need to get StreamerBot because this is going to help you with your moderation. Where you can actually just have it. You don't even have to have a moderator at this point.
You said
But
StreamerBot.
yeah, but I can set it up for your stream if you want me to. That way,
Okay.
we can keep your computer nice and clean and smooth. But yeah, this one it does shout outs. So look, so now when I do a shout out, if you're a moderator on my page, like Tracy and like how you are, if you just type in shout out and then you put Tracy K. So I actually have a let me show you. I can show you. It's so cool because I just learned how to do it today. And guess what? I looked at a live and the man that I learned it from was on live. So I went in his live and asked him a question because I couldn't get it to work right. And he walked me through it. I was like, that's so crazy.
That is so cool.
Sorry, let's see here. This is my test. This is me testing it out. Can you see this on the screen?
Mm-hmm.
So look, if I put, or if you like, if you were in my chat and you're a moderator, if you
Mm-hmm.
put shout out Tracy K. Oh wait, let me turn the streamer bot on. I forgot it's not. It has to be monitoring it. Okay. So now with it monitoring it, let me go back and do it again. See how it automatically puts it in?
Oh, oh, that's neat.
I know. So if y'all are in my chat and you're a moderator, like if you want to shout out Foxy's channel, you just put, what is it?
Foxy 2, Roxy 3.
But is that your real username? Let me see.
Foxy is, what is it? Foxy Angel Zone.
There. Well, let me get the variable right here. I can actually find it. I ain't showing the whole list so y'all don't get everybody's name. I don't want to put everybody's name out there. But if it's my stuff, I don't care. But that's the only thing. It has to be the exact name. And I just saw your name. Damn. There's been so many people coming this down the chat.
Foxy 2, Roxy 3.
Let me just try that. Foxy 2, Roxy 3. But I feel like I saw Foxy Roxy or something. Let's see though. Let me try that. If it don't work out. Is it Foxy Angel Zone?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, see it ain't put it out.
Yeah, so you
That's
gotta do it. Hey, Foxy 2, Roxy 3.
Oh yeah, Foxy 2, that's what it is. So it'll be, and then even because like your F is capitalized and your R is capitalized, it has to be exact. So it had to be Foxy 2, Roxy 3 with a capital F and a capital R. But then it'll
No,
put
I
it in.
think it. Oh,
It never
okay.
put it in.
Okay.
So and then if we click on it, it
Go to,
goes to your channel. So
oh,
now we can click on Tracy's. And then it pulled it up.
okay.
And then now I'm going to send this to you in your live chat
Okay.
so that you can put it in.
Oh, this is cool.
Yeah, you know, sometimes I like to educate myself on how to do things. And then if I learn it, I'm going to try to, tell everybody. I ain't gatekeeping nothing.
I know that's right.
Oh, look, Marjan talking about I just put her link in. Talking about I'm late.
Thank you, Marjan.
What's my address? Let's see.
Minion with the pinion.
Here it goes right here. Look, I was testing out all types. Look, I put Martin G. Johnson. Look, everybody who was in my live, I was testing to make sure it worked. So, because at first it wasn't working. No, Marjan, why would you apologize for helping?
Oh,
We
girl,
need
please.
all the help we need. We can get.
Exactly. You look, don't apologize. Thank you.
Okay. And then look, you're beautiful, Tracy. You don't need to do any we don't need any additional pictures.
No, we don't. Leave it just as it is. Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, what was your question? I said what I said. My bad.
Okay, what's the question, dear?
What you want? Let me see. Oh, what is Streamer Bot? Okay. Yeah, y'all know I'm not a tech person, but the Streamer Bot is like a thing where it automates things for you. So let me show y'all some things in here that you can do. So if you go to actions, let me actually put the link for Streamer Bot in the chat so you guys can download it. It's actually streamer.bot, but let me see here. Okay, there we go. I'm putting it in the chat
Okay.
in case y'all want to download it yourself. And so once you download this, it can automate a lot of actions for you. It's like an app that you can put. So if you guys see my screen, let me go back to StreamYard. If you can see my screen down here at the bottom, it's an app. So let me close out this one. So, and they actually working on an update to get this into dark mode because y'all see the whole thing is white. And y'all know me, I tend to work better at nighttime, so I don't be liking these big old white ass screens. So they're actually making an update for this to be in dark mode, which will be way better.
Okay.
No, it's not a StreamYard program. It's like an app that you would put on your desktop. So it's like a desktop app. She said, "Can you drop the link again?" Oh, she want to get on StreamYard. She said, "Can you drop the link again?"
Oh, okay. Okay, where's that?
Look, Shonda said, "Million with the Opinion got me through my work day yesterday." Oh, I work from home. He was on my TV in the living room. Believe it or not, what's so funny about that is I be having the same thing on in my background. Like I be having my live show on my background while I'm working and doing other stuff too. So that's so funny that you were doing that. Whoop whoop. Come on.
Lord, finally, Jesus. I've been begging y'all and pleading with y'all.
No, I was so into what he was doing and saying. I didn't even see the chat. I was so trying to follow it.
I know.
We sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. I knew if I shouted enough, you guys would see me. But Minion, when I downloaded that, all kind of apps came on my computer.
All kind of apps.
Yeah, I just clicked on what you gave us on that stream, and it's got like audio device, audio playback, com.l, and all kind of apps. About 30 apps came up on my computer. That's too many, ain't it?
No, it's right. I totally forgot. Okay.
Because listen, I appreciate the education, but you are not a good teacher. You are not taking us through this one by one.
Look, I did not know I was gonna have to teach it today. I was just kind of, just kind of throwing it out there, but since you're interested,
yeah, just throwing it out there like we know. So
Right.
so what do we click on with all of these different apps,
Okay.
selections?
So when you get into it, this is how it looks. This is the folder that you see.
No, but see, that's not what I'm seeing.
No, we
When
just say the main screen right now.
but
We
that's what I'm saying, guys. When I clicked on it and I downloaded it, and I looked, it says downloaded, and then when I looked into my files, it's like a about 30 files on here.
Okay. So does it need to be extracted first?
I guess so. I'm not sure.
Do you
Let me
see like this? Does it look like this?
no.
Oh, I
Give
know
me one.
what you're talking about. It's okay. When you go into the main screen, just like where to sign in at. Am I talking about that where you see lightweight but power, advanced automation, first class, and
Well, let me try to find it again because I clicked out of it and to try to answer your question, but now I don't know where it's at in my computer. Hold on a sec here.
okay.
But yeah, you can't. When I did download it, you could extract it.
Okay. And
Let me
then let me go
see.
back to my file
Let me try to go home and try to find it. Hold on a sec. I don't know where it's at.
because
Maybe
I
it's in my gallery. Let's see.
downloaded it
No.
and put it in my OBS folder. So I see when I downloaded it, it says streamer.bot dash x64 dash 0.2
Let
dot
me
6.
let me just try to go to let me just try to go let me go through Chrome and try to find it, and maybe it's in there. Hold on a sec. And let me just put streamer.bot on here.
This is cool. Look, Trey talking about woohoo.
Okay, because see, like when you put that URL in there, it has two of them. It has one say streamer.bot, and then it has another one said 4 months ago and one for 9 months ago. Or do you go over here to the left side and do streamer.bot? Well, it's all the same thing though.
Let's go. So this is the website. This is where you went.
No, see, that's what I'm saying. When I do that, then it's got like audio devices, audio playback. It's got like 30 different, if not 40 different little sites. So should I extract them?
Um.
Because
Oh,
I'm on a
can you share
Microsoft
your
computer.
screen?
I'm on. I don't see that white screen. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. When I clicked on that URL, it's giving me about 30 different things in my files.
Okay. So when you see the 30 different things, does it look like? Are you looking at my screen?
I'm looking at the screen. Yeah.
Okay. Does it look like this?
No. No, it don't look like that.
Or
It,
maybe my view is different. Does it look?
it don't look anything like what you have right there, because all you have is like 4 or 5 items. What I'm trying to let me just go into one of them and see if
Wait,
I
no. You're not looking at the screen then, because I don't have four or five items. Oh wait, are you talking about just these little things right here, these folders?
yeah, I see all of your folders. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it
And
don't
so
look nothing like
it
this.
doesn't look anything like that. Like I'm saying, it's got like an application extension or something like that.
Let me try to download it again. Let's try to walk through the download.
Yeah, and make sure we have the right URL, because it's got streamer.bot.
So I downloaded the first one, streamer.bot. And this is the version 0.2.6.
Mm-hmm. It's got
And
times,
so,
it's got X64, then it's got dash 0.2.6.
and then yes, and it says zip
Yeah,
streamer.bot
it
dash.
says zip.
Okay.
Yeah,
And so if
but
we go to the folder and open it right here, we'll click on the little folder icon. It opens it up for me.
I don't see a folder though. All I have is a bunch of applications. That's what I'm saying. It's got a lot of application. Let me just read. It's got like audio device, audio playback, common.dll, LUMIA, SDK.LLC. It's got a lot of different um it has a lot of a lot of different apps to click on. So should I go streamer.bot, stream elements or plugins, or see, it's giving me all those options.
Yeah, I know what she's talking about. I'm trying to.
I don't see it.
Do you see what I'm saying, Foxy?
Uh-huh.
You have all of those too. So yeah, it gives me way too many options. So you've extracted yours and put them in a folder so that all of this won't come up, Minion.
I haven't. I literally just pressed the download button,
Mm-hmm.
and you saw me. I went up here, and then went right here, clicked
Yeah,
on this folder,
I
and
don't
then
know.
it brought me to
Wait a
here.
minute. Go back out. Go back
Okay.
out of that one, that part right there. Go back to the other one where it was dark. Okay, see, we see all of this right here. This is all we see, what you got right up there now.
Okay. And so under here, do you see this little cloud and it says streamer.bot?
Yeah,
And did you click that?
yes, and it brought me right back. Man, hold on. Okay, now I see what you're talking about.
Okay. You see all of these different headings that it can go under?
It's got audio device, audio playback,
Yeah, all of that. It's got all of that. That's all I see.
So what we do from there, Minion?
Well,
It must be something else we have to click on to get to where you are.
so this is literally let me see if I can bring it down. Okay, so
And
this is the website I'm on. Is this the website that you guys are on?
Uh-huh.
Whichever one you put in the chat.
Streamer.bot. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Now I click
And
on that streamer thing, that little bubble down there.
the one right here.
No, go down all the way to inside. Right there.
But I'm not clicking on this. You don't need to click on this.
I didn't click on it either. All I did was click on your URL and it took me to all of this.
Oh, gotcha. So y'all are still right here.
Wherever right here is it, because I don't see what you see.
Um,
All we see is your folder.
Right. Oh, I had that. I had all of that before. So
Okay.
I came back out. While he's showing, that's where I was at. There ain't no
Yeah.
way to go from there, Minion.
Okay, so now if y'all are looking, are you looking through YouTube or are you looking through StreamYard?
I'm looking through YouTube.
Can you look in StreamYard? Because I think YouTube is delayed. That's why we're not.
Oh, okay. So let me get out of here and go through StreamYard. Are y'all still with me?
Yeah, we're here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I want to make sure I didn't click out. Okay, I'm in StreamYard. So what do I need to do? Type it in StreamYard?
I'm just wanting to make sure that we're looking at the same thing so I can know how to navigate you through it, because I feel like I'm kind of confused on where you guys were at.
Well, share it on the screen.
Right there on
It is on the screen, but I don't know. I guess I'm not understanding what you're saying because.
Do you see my screen on
Hold on a second.
StreamYard right now?
Hold a second.
Yes, it can automate a lot.
Let me make sure. Let me just. Okay, so yeah, I see it now.
Okay, all right. And you see a big blue supercharge on the screen?
I see the the supercharge, yeah.
All right, perfect. Do you see where it says streamer dot bot vo.2.6?
Yeah, I see that.
Okay, and is that what you clicked on?
No, I clicked on the URL that you put in the chat. And see, click on the one that you put in the chat.
Let me see.
You have to click on the one that you put in the chat because then you'll understand what I'm talking about.
All right, let me go to This is us right here. Let's
Hmm.
see.
Yeah, go to your URL and it'll take you to
Streamer.bot.
where I was at.
Okay, see, and it took me right here.
It or maybe because you already signed up for it or something. I don't know. But
I'm gonna tell you.
let me tell you. Let me just get a Chrome. Let me try to get Chrome up because a lot of times,
Are you using a different browser?
yeah, I may be in Microsoft browser, and let me just go to because when I click on mine's, it's got Streambot, it's got features, downloads, docs, Discord, sign in, all releases. So the screen looked totally
Oh, I
different.
see features, downloads, docs, Discord. I see that at the top.
Okay, so that's the only screen that
Oh,
I
okay.
see.
Yeah.
So what I did was I clicked on the arrow that says stream.bot with the 0.2.6, and it said it was published 4 months ago. So should we click on the other one that says 9 months ago?
You shouldn't even see that. I mean, so
So
I
that's
would
the
go
yeah,
back to the home screen.
Is
I
that
don't know
the
how that is the home screen. So that's what I'm trying to explain to you. Let me go back to features. Maybe that's something different that I could go to. And also too, Roxy, I was gonna let you know. Um,
do I click on
did
that?
you
What you that bubble right there? A million.
Yes, this
Okay.
bubble right here.
okay, Stringer. Okay, let me just get out of here and let me just try to go to Chrome. Let me try to do it in Chrome and see
And
if
then
that makes a difference.
and then once it download, click on the box, that little bubble at the top under
Yeah.
download.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Let,
now I
let
got
me
all that menu.
let me add YouTube on and go to
Trey's talking
Fox.
about welcome to the trading class.
Right. And let me go back to the chat and click on it again. Okay, now it's doing it. I think it's because I was in Microsoft browser.
Oh, okay. That's probably what it is because they do be.
Yeah,
It is
yeah,
different.
it's all different. So now once I do that, just click on downloads, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, you got it. Look, okay. All right, Marjan says she is going to sleep.
But even
Well,
when I do that though, these two icons still come back up when I click on downloads. I'll try to download it again and see what it do.
are you for on the it should be like a little gray bubble with a blue glowy outline around it that says streamer.bot.vo.
Okay. Yeah, okay, don't click on downloads. Click on the block on the okay, so okay. I got you.
Oh, yep. I was leading you the wrong way. Yep, I was
Yeah.
leading you the wrong way.
Yeah, you told us to click on download. So if I
Hmm.
click on streamer.bot, mm,
It should automatically start the download.
It didn't. It gave me a whole list of things.
no, it's still giving me the whole list of things. So
So
it's one
when
of we're missing something. It's something else we gotta do because it's still giving me all of those list of things.
okay, y'all look at my screen. Y'all
We're
see my
looking at your
screen?
screen. I follow the instructions.
Okay. And
Hold on.
then
Hold on. Let me get back to you. Hold on. Okay. Now do it again. Go ahead.
all right, so this is the home screen. I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
click on streamer.bot
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
and y'all see how it blacked out, but then it went up here and you see it's downloaded.
Mm-hmm.
Is y'all doing that?
What? Doing what?
The
Like
automatic
but like with this one
download?
page.
No,
Mine
when you
don't.
click on
Oh, okay. I see where you're talking about right here. This little arrow. But then yeah, then when y'all open it up, once
it-
again, all of these icons.
and then when you open up the folder,
Hmm.
Yeah, all of that come up.
this should come up.
Right.
If you did it, you're right. This is correct.
Right. That's what I was explaining to you. All this stuff coming up.
Okay. But we wasn't looking at the same. See, you were looking at the YouTube screen, so probably when I was showing this, it probably was a delay or something. I'm not sure.
It don't matter.
But when you see this, you're gonna go ahead and click on extract all.
Okay. Got you.
All right. And then I'm going to go ahead and do it with y'all.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, wait a minute. Okay.
And then extract all of the folders.
And then it should come back up with that same screen, except this time these files are extracted.
Okay. Where did he say extract all?
Oh,
At the top.
yeah,
At the top up there. So when I extracted everything, then I got a screen with WebSocket and all of that.
Is that at the top? Okay, hold on.
Well, where your scissors and stuff like that
You
is
could-
at, and say view and all of that, Roxy, in the little box there. You don't see the word extract on there?
Okay, I see it. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you for joining us tonight, Marjan. You have a great, great, peaceful, and beautiful night.
Everybody leaving.
Marjan is.
And Tracy. Okay.
Did you see the extract?
Yeah, she got it. She extracted it all.
Okay.
She not convincing me.
I'm there.
You there?
Wait a minute. Where did it go? Wait a minute. Hold on. I lost it. Okay. Look, it's coming up in so many different areas. Hold on. I'm getting used to my own computer now. Okay.
No worries. Trust me. Actually, it's so funny because you like I'm a bad trainer, but I was actually a trainer for over 15 years, like 17 years.
Well, I'm sorry, Minion, but you just because I asked you, did I need this track a while ago, and you told me no.
Child, look.
So I
but Foxy, you only get like 20 hours a month, right? So that's why I was going to ask you if you wanted to end your live, and we could still be in StreamYard doing this, but StreamYard only give you 20 hours per month of free service.
Okay.
Now I have OBS, which gives
how
you
do I end my
unlimited.
live? Oh, down at the bottom.
Yeah, you just tell everybody good night. Then you
Hey,
end
look.
the live.
That's
All right.
funny.
Good night. Where it say end stream?
Yeah, where it say end the stream. Yeah.
Well, good night, everyone. We're
Good
gonna
night,
be playing
everybody.
around in this.
Yeah, we're gonna do a tutorial, y'all. So we don't want to rack up all of Roxy's hours because she's been on here about 6 hours at this point, I'm sure.
Yeah, 5 hours and 47 minutes.
Yeah. So
Ooh.
so yeah, we got to end it so she can come back tomorrow
Okay.
for free.
No, I mean, no worries. If it give us any problems, we got backups. But
Yeah,
for you to be able